Hello friends, this is Mike Williams. The following video contains all 7 Get Back presentations and commentary uploaded to my channel. The video starts with my August 2021 presentation titled, Is Peter Jackson's Get Back Revising Beatle History? And concludes with part 2 with film and video analyst Paul Jansen, who offers his insights after watching the full documentary. I hope you enjoy the compilation, and thanks for listening. Hello friends, this is Mike Williams. The following presentation investigates the Beatles' Let It Be period to get a better understanding of the band's dynamics and whether Peter Jackson's new film Get Back is historically accurate or is it revisionist history made possible by the advancement of film technology 51 years after the original Let It Be film was released. We will take a look at the alleged 56 hours of unseen footage, and to do this, we will revisit the history of the original Let It Be film from 1970 in order to establish the historical baseline. As I move along, I will call out the numerology to show how the numbers are intentionally embedded and part of the occult magic around Billy and the Beatles. I will then discuss the possibility of Peter Jackson utilizing advanced techniques like deep fake and CGI-based technology to create a fictional storyline around his film Get Back. Then I will briefly discuss how there are other major deliverables coming together in a short period of time, which could mean Billy is wrapping up his McCartney role and going out with a ticker tape parade as he is recognized for his efforts on behalf of the social engineering psyop known as the Beatles. But before I move to the first slide, please note this presentation is about the Beatles and the McCartney conspiracy. So if this topic is not your cup of tea or it makes you upset, I highly recommend clicking the stop button and moving on to content that better aligns with your beliefs about who and what the Beatles were and continue to be. I would also like to thank those of you who forwarded information which helped to compile this presentation. Let's move to the first slide and begin the analysis. Events around the Beatles and Billy always have embedded occult numbers. The typical numbers we see over and over again are 3, 6, 9, 11, 33, 66, 99, 666, and 999. When Billy is in his McCartney role, the number 9 is present. When he is himself as William, he associates with the number 6. However, as Billy gets closer to bringing his McCartney character to a close, we are also seeing the numbers 7 and 10. 7 is a number representing enlightenment, and 10 represents completion and new beginnings. The numbers 3, 6, and 9 are very important within occult circles because 3, 6, and 9 are considered powerful numbers in the creation and existence of the universe and represent higher dimensional energy influencing other numbers. Nikola Tesla was quoted as saying, "If you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would have the key to the universe." As we can see, 3, 6, and 9 are rooted in the number 3. Whenever we multiply 3 by 1, 2, 3, and so on, the result is the 3, 6, 9 pattern. We have the same outcome with the number 6, except the sequence is 6, 3, 9. The number 9 is very interesting because no matter what number we multiply 9 by, the result always reduces to the number 9. This is why 3, 6, and 9 are considered powerful numbers and influence other numbers. In the next slide, we will see how 3, 6, and 9, especially 3, is very important in the release of Peter Jackson's Get Back. This narrative about the Get Back movie comes to us from thebeatles.com. I will read through the entire press release and emphasize the wording underlined in red. On the next slide, I will offer my interpretation of the underlined words and what I believe is being expressed in an encoded or layered way. The release begins by saying, over 6 hours of never-before-seen restored footage, including the Beatles' last live performance, to roll out on Disney Plus over 3 days, November 25th, 26th, and 27th of 2021. The Walt Disney Studios, Apple Corps Ltd., and Wingnut Films Productions Ltd. announced today that Disney Plus will bring The Beatles Get Back, a Disney Plus original documentary series directed by Peter Jackson, to fans and music lovers worldwide. Because of the wealth of tremendous footage Peter Jackson has reviewed, which he has spent the past 3 years restoring and editing, The Beatles Get Back will be presented as 3 separate episodes. Each episode is approximately 2 hours in length, and please note, 2 hours in length times 3 episodes equals 6. The series will roll out over 3 days, November 25th, 26th, 27th of 2021, exclusively on Disney+. As a huge Beatles fan myself, I am absolutely thrilled that Disney Plus will be the home for this extraordinary documentary series by the legendary filmmaker Peter Jackson, said Bob Iger, Executive Chairman and Chairman of the Board for the Walt Disney Company. This phenomenal collection of never-before-seen footage offers an unprecedented look at the close camaraderie, genius songwriting, and indelible impact of one of the most iconic and culturally influential bands of all time, and we can't wait to share The Beatles Get Back with fans around the world. Peter Jackson commented, "In many respects, Michael Lindsay Hogg's remarkable footage captured multiple storylines. The story of friends and of individuals. It is the story of human frailties and of divine partnership. It is a detailed account of the creative process with the crafting of iconic songs under pressure set amid the social climate of early 1969. But it is not nostalgia. It's raw, honest, and human. Over 6 hours, you'll get to know the Beatles with an intimacy that you never thought possible." He added, "I'm very grateful to the Beatles, Apple Corps, and Disney for allowing me to present this story in exactly the way it should be told. I've been immersed in this project for nearly 3 years, and I'm very excited that audiences around the world will finally be able to see it." Directed by 3-time Oscar-winning filmmaker Peter Jackson, who also directed the Lord of the Rings trilogy, The Beatles Get Back takes audience back in time to the band's intimate recording sessions during a pivotal moment in music history. The documentary showcases the warmth, camaraderie, and creative genius that defined the legacy of the iconic foursome, compiled from 60 hours of unseen footage shot in January 1969 by Michael Lindsay Hogg, and more than 150 hours of unheard audio, all of which has been brilliantly restored. Jackson is the only person in 50 years to have been given access to these private film archives. The Beatles Get Back is the story of John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr as they plan their first live show in over 2 years, capturing the writing and rehearsing of 14 new songs originally intended for release on an accompanying live album. The documentary features, for the first time in its entirety, the Beatles' last live performance as a group, the unforgettable rooftop concert, as well as other songs and classic compositions featured on the band's final 2 albums, Abbey Road and Let It Be. The Beatles Get Back is being made with the enthusiastic support of Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, Yoko Ono Lennon, and Olivia Harrison. Ahead of the documentary's Disney Plus debut, Apple Corps Ltd/Callaway Arts and Entertainment will release the Beatles Get Back book on October 12th. Beautifully designed and produced, the 240-page hardcover complements the Get Back documentary with transcriptions of the Beatles' recorded conversations and hundreds of exclusive, never-before-published photos from the 3 weeks of sessions. The collectible book will be published in 9 international language editions, including English. And that's the end of the article. For those that follow my work, you probably have heard me refer to the official Beatles narrative as the Cinderella story. And here we have Peter Jackson's Get Back being released by Disney, who is known for films having to do with fantasy, imagination, and make-believe. In other words, Disney makes fictional tales, and one of their most famous is Cinderella. Throughout the wording, we see the numbers 3, 6, 9, 10, and 11. The dates of November 25th, 26th, and 27th are encoded with the numbers 9, 10, and 11. For example, November 25th is calculated by taking the numerical value of November, which is 11, and adding it to the 25th day. When we add 11 plus 25, we get 36, and 3 plus 6 equals 9. The same math applies with November 26th and 27th. The three dates are telling an embedded story. The number 9 means transformation, change, and therefore endings, which then leads to the number 10, or the number of completion and new beginnings. And of course 10 leads to 11, which is a master number in the occult and represents spiritual enlightenment, as well as the twin pillars of Freemasonry, Joachim and Boaz. So Billy is closing out his McCartney role and beginning a new quest or journey, which will take him to a place of enlightenment and illumination. As I explained in my Decoding McCartney 3 presentation, the number 10 in Billy's case might represent his passing, and the number 11 is his journey to the spirit world. The number 14 seems out of place until we understand that 14 reduces to 5, which has the attributes of nonconformance, operating outside the norm, and not being traditional. The Beatles were a social engineering initiative designed by Tavistock to uproot traditional values and to help bring about worldwide cultural change as part of the Aquarian conspiracy and the cult of Dionysus, or Luciferianism. It should be noted, with the exception of A Hard Day's Night, which had 13 songs, all of the Beatles' other official UK albums, starting with Please Please Me Through Revolver, contained 14 songs. All numbers have positive and negative attributes. The negative aspects of the number 5 would be the emergence of challenges and difficulties. 14 can also be representative of double sevens, since 7 plus 7 equals 14. From 1962 through 1966, the Beatles released 7 studio albums, which contained 77 original songs and 97 total songs when we add in the cover songs from each album. 97 is 9 plus 7, which reduces to 16, and 1 plus 6 equals 7. The name The Beatles also has numerology of 7. 777 is known as the lightning flash of creation through the Kabbalah tree of life and has connections back to Aleister Crowley. Speaking of Crowley, we see the Get Back book will be released on October 12th, which is Aleister Crowley's birthday. This is the same day the new memoirs box set is also being released. The book also has 240 pages, and of course, 2 plus 4 equals 6. The notion that the Beatles were a, quote, divine partnership appears to be referencing the enlightenment and illumination through the tenets of the Luciferian cult of Paulism. Paulism is a religion embedded within the Beatles and Beatle worship, where biological Paul is a graven Christ figure who died and then resurrected through Billy. There is a link in the description box if you would like to learn more about the concept of Paulism. We are told the movie is not, quote, nostalgia, and presents the story exactly the way it should be told. Nostalgia harkens back to our memories. What do we remember? Do we remember the Let It Be period being a happy time for the Beatles? That's not my recollection. The historical record, including the original film, tells us quite clearly it was an acrimonious time period for the band. So the Get Back narrative is telling us to forget about what you know, and let's now believe in something different. Let's enter into the realm of imagination. We are told the film is a, quote, story, and being presented the way it should be told. As it should be told by whom? Well, by the storyteller, of course. Notice the wording does not say, as events actually happened. Then we read the phrases, quote, never before seen, unseen footage, remarkable footage, and never before published. We have to ask ourselves this question. How is it possible that 56 hours of footage from the most iconic rock band of all time was sitting in a vault, unseen, and none of this remarkable footage made its way into the original film? How is such a premise even remotely possible? Maybe it's because the 56 hours didn't actually exist, and I will dig more into this theory later in the presentation. The last point I want to make has to do with the wording, quote, crafting iconic songs under pressure. Notice the word crafting is used instead of writing or composing. The word craft is also a term associated with Freemasonry, and the wording telling us the Beatles were, quote, under pressure sounds to me a lot like the Rubber Soul narrative, where we are told the lads were under pressure to write, rehearse, arrange, and record 16 songs in 30 days, which I have shown to be a fictional telling of how Rubber Soul was created in my presentation, Did the Beatles Write All Their Own Music? A link to that analysis is in the description box below. Let's move to the next slide. Another quirky set of numbers is whether the number of hours of, quote, unseen footage is 55, 56, or 60. Are the different numbers coincidental? No, they are not. They are intentional. From the site Get Back the Beatles, we are told Peter Jackson's documentary will re-examine the sessions using over 55 hours of unreleased original 16mm footage filmed by Michael Lindsay Hogg in 1969, now restored, and 120 hours of mostly unheard audio recordings. The narrative goes on to say that the book will feature many unseen high-resolution film frames from the same restored footage. Another source, IndieWire.com, quotes Jackson as saying, and it's really great stuff, which pulls from 56 hours of never-before-seen Beatles footage. And then, from Beatles.com, compiled from over 60 hours of unseen footage shot in January 1969 by Michael Lindsay Hogg, and more than 150 hours of unheard audio, all of which has been brilliantly restored. So 55, 56, and 60 hours. Which is it? Well, it's all of the above, and here's why. 55 plus 56 plus 60 equals 171. And when we add 1 plus 7 plus 1, we get 9. We get the same results when we take the full reductions of 55, 56, and 60, which is represented by 10 plus 11 plus 6, which sums to 27, and 2 plus 7 equals 9. Coincidence? I don't think so, but you can decide for yourself. The director of the original Let It Be film was Michael Lindsay Hogg, who in Wikipedia is Sir Michael Lindsay Hogg, 5th Baronet. He is an American-born British television, film, music video, and theater director. He directed promotional films for the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, with both bands tying back to Tavistock. Some of his early promo films include Paperback Writer, Rain, Hey Jude, and Revolution, and the Rolling Stones' 2,000 Light Years from Home, Jumping Jack Flash, and Child of the Moon. Lindsay Hogg was hired by the Beatles to direct a film, which later became Let It Be. Originally conceived as a television special, Get Back was to feature footage of the Beatles recording a new album and rehearsing for a concert appearance. However, the sessions were extremely acrimonious, and the film and the album were shelved for a time following the Beatles' rooftop concert in January 1969. The Beatles returned to the project and released the newly retitled Let It Be along with an album of the same name, and of course this was in 1970. Lindsay Hogg continued directing music videos throughout the 1970s, including many for the Rolling Stones and Paul McCartney and Wings. So isn't it interesting that within Michael Lindsay Hogg's bio, the original Let It Be sessions in 1970 are described as extremely acrimonious. Acrimony is defined as bitter, sharp animosity, especially as exhibited in speech or behavior. Let's keep this in mind as we move along. Of course, no Beatle project would be complete without numbers, especially the master number 11. Filming of the original Let It Be film began on January 2, 1969, and completed with the rooftop concert on January 30th for a total of 29 days. 2 plus 9 equals 11, and we have the master number once again. What is also interesting, if we look at the call-out box at the lower right-hand side of the slide, we can see the number of seconds and minutes over the 29 days sums to 9. The number of hours within the 29 days is 696. Because the numbers 6 and 9 can be flipped or inverted in the occult, we get the 666 or the 999 signature as well. Now let's learn more about the original Let It Be film. The source for this information is Wikipedia. Let It Be is a 1970 British documentary film starring the Beatles and directed by Michael Lindsay Hogg. The film documents the group's rehearsing and recording songs in January 1969 for their 12th studio album, Let It Be. The film was released in May 1970, just after the album. Let It Be is the final original Beatles film release. The film, Let It Be, has not been officially available on home video since the 1980s, although original and bootleg copies of the film still circulate. Early attempts to release the film on DVD and Blu-ray did not come to fruition. The Beatles Get Back, an upcoming 2021 documentary utilizing footage filmed for Let It Be, will be followed by a remastered re-release of the original 1970 film. The songs in the film are works in progress, with discussions among the band members about ways to improve them. Wikipedia then tells us McCartney dominates the proceedings while his bandmates show comparatively little interest. At one point, McCartney seems to criticize Harrison's guitar part on Two of Us, and a mildly tense conversation takes place between them. McCartney says, quote, "I always hear myself annoying you," and tells Harrison this is not his intention. Harrison responds that McCartney no longer annoys him, and that he, Harrison, is content to play what McCartney wishes or to not play at all. On January 30th, the Beatles and Billy Preston played on the rooftop in the cold wind for 42 minutes, about half of which ended up in the film. And please note, 42 minutes, 4 plus 2 equals 6. Initial reviews of the film were generally unfavorable. Critics took issue with the film's technical and conceptual qualities. The British press was especially critical. To offer my own editorial, when I was a teenager, Let It Be played at a local theater for a long time with midnight showings. I remember the film being persistently dark from a lighting perspective. I also own a copy of the film on DVD, and the dim lighting is exactly as I remembered. In fact, I will include some stills from my DVD so you can take a look for yourself. Overall, I thought the movie lacked cohesiveness, with the Beatles looking bored and disinterested through most of the film. For me, the highlight of the movie was the rooftop scene, but I also view the film as part of the historical record documenting the demise of the band. Now let's read what some of the film critics had to say back in the day. As mentioned earlier, critics took issue with the film's technical and conceptual qualities. The British press was especially critical, and remember, the original film was shot in 16mm. We will circle back to this in an upcoming slide. Leonard Maltin, a movie critic, rated the film 3 out of 4 stars, calling it, quote, uneven and draggy, but, quote, rescued by the Beatles' music. Owen Gleiberman of Variety considered the film to be, quote, extraordinary, stating it was grainy and moody and desultory. Now, the definition of desultory, marked by lack of definite plan, regularity, or purpose, not connected with the main subject, disappointing in progress, performance, or quality. It does seem odd that Gleiberman described Let It Be as both extraordinary and desultory. But let's keep in mind his description of the film being grainy, as this was the result of blowing up the film from 16mm to 35mm for theatric release. Michael Lindsay Hogg, the director of Let It Be, told Entertainment Weekly in 2003 that reception to Let It Be within the Beatles camp was, quote, mixed. He believed Paul McCartney and Lennon both liked the film, while Harrison disliked it because, quote, it represented a time in his life when he was unhappy. It was a time when he very much was trying to get out from under the thumb of Lennon and McCartney. Michael Lindsay Hogg's explanation is bolstered by the fact that after George's argument with Billy during Let It Be, George walked out of the sessions on January 10th and returned on January 15th, so he was gone for 5 days. And going back to the Wikipedia entry about Michael Lindsay Hogg, we are told the sessions were extremely acrimonious. Now let's take a moment and watch and listen to 2 exchanges in the film. The first is the argument between Billy and George, and the second clip is Billy talking to John, and notice the total lack of interest and apathy from Lennon, where during the conversation, Lennon says absolutely nothing. And watch John's body language as well. It's very telling.
You know, we've just gone around like for an hour, which is not good in our heads, just...
Well, the riffs, there's no riffs. I mean, it's enough to
no,
get,
but it's
just to get what you like.
You and I are on in memories, but it's not together, so that it's not sounding together, even on...
Until we...
Or we can stop and say it's not together.
If we had a tape recorder now and just tape down and played it back, you'd throw that out straight.
Yeah, right. But
you know,
it's like it's complicated now. So see if we can get it simpler and then complicate it where it needs complications. But it's complicated in the bit. But even no, I mean, you know.
I mean, I'll play just the chords if you like, and then that's what I'm trying to do.
I'm trying to help you, but I always hear myself annoying you, and I'm trying to. I get so annoying. But you know what I mean? I know, but you know,
because it'll take even longer.
Okay, look, I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say that. You know, you're doing it as though I'm trying to say that. And what we said the other day, you know, I'm not trying to get you. Well, really, I'm trying to just say, look, lads, the band, you know, should we try it like this? You know?
It's funny that how it only occurs when you put the...
I know it's this one, it's like, should we play guitar all through Hey Jude? Well, I don't think we should.
Yeah, okay, well, I don't mind. I'll play, you know, whatever you want me to play. Or I won't play at all if you don't want me to play. No, whatever it is that would please you.
Because, you know, whenever we talk about it, we have certain rules, like George said, what do you want to do? And he says, no films. You know, but it's wrong, though. It's very wrong, though, because you don't know. He says, what he means is no help, hard day's night, you know. And I agree, you know. But, like, no films, because this is a film. And he now doesn't mind this, you know. But it's like, it's that kind of thing, like no TV show, no audience. But, I mean, see, it's like, when we came back from Hamburg and did Leicester de Montfort Hall, or wherever it was, Coventry, you know, we played the ballroom and we had the worst first night thing and we were all nervous and it was terrible. And we played another the next night. It got a little bit better. The next night, and then the next night, it was just too much. We were playing because we got over the hang of audience. It was just like there was no one there, but it was a new sort of thing, and there was some fella in the front watching how you're playing. You know, we were just right into it. And those will have been, if you could have recorded those things, you know, they will have been the greatest, because it's like Mal saying, it's that bounce thing, you know. And we're good at that, you know, once we get over the nervousness. But it's like there's the hurdle of that nervousness is there now. So that, you know, when we can't get over it now, you know, unless we really sort of, like, go to the Albert Hall and get in a black bag, you know. See, and then the only other alternative to that is to say, well, we won't ever do it to an audience again, you know. But if we intend to keep any kind of contact on that scene, yeah, I do understand George just saying, well, there's no point, you know, because it is like where's Stravinsky, and it's in the music, you know, and he doesn't sort of get up and play his Joanna for them anymore, you know.
So we can see from the 2 clips that there was tension, frustration, and apathy during the Let It Be sessions. And the clips, in my opinion, represent a general tone that permeates the film. Of course, there were lighter moments in the movie, but the overall mood of Let It Be was not uplifting. It did not depict an upbeat and inspired band. Instead, it portrays a group of guys, at least 3 of them, that were tired of the routine. The fact is, the tension within the group goes back to the Sgt. Pepper sessions, where Billy tells us in memoirs that John, George, and Ringo were not happy with the rigor and long hours that Billy demanded of them in the studio. In the book, he tells us that during the 1962 through 1966 period, the lads were accustomed to going into the studio to do what they needed to do and then leave. As many of you who follow my work know, my position is their role in the studio was to lay down the vocal tracks only. They wrote very little, if any, of the songs during this period, nor did they play on the official recorded album tracks. The songs were written by professional songwriters under the direction of Theodore Adorno and George Martin, and session musicians were used to record the music. Starting with Sgt. Pepper, John and George contributed more to the songwriting as well as playing on some of the tracks, but their participation and contributions increased with the White Album. However, even during the 1967 through 1970 period, Billy, who was running the band, utilized outside songwriters and studio musicians to round out the song content for the albums. In fact, in memoirs and mainstream articles, we find out that Billy would either redo guitar tracks recorded by John or George, or simply lay down the tracks himself because he was either not satisfied with what they played, or he bypassed them altogether and just did the tracks himself. I have a clip of Billy, which I will play in a moment, where he's being interviewed by Bernie Goldberg, and states George did not show for most of the Pepper sessions. So if George wasn't there, who played the guitar tracks? The long hours, the discipline, and Billy's propensity to be a perfectionist wore on the other three Beatles, and this created tension. Now, that's not to say they didn't have fun moments. Of course they did. But the working relationship had definite ups and downs, and this dynamic existed throughout the 67 to 70 period, which includes the filming of Let It Be in 1969. Wikipedia tells us the disunity became most evident with the White Album. During those sessions, Ringo left for a time, as did George Martin, who we are told in the Beatles' Bible spontaneously left to go on holiday, leaving his assistant Chris Thomas to produce the group, and that the Beatles found themselves essentially working alone with EMI engineers. And as I mentioned earlier, George Harrison left the Get Back or Let It Be sessions for 5 days after the argument with Billy. We are told one of the factors contributing to the breakup was the band's resentment towards McCartney for his perceived domineering role. Another contributing factor, as told by the mainstream press, was Lennon's heroin addiction that began in mid-1968 and continued through the Let It Be sessions. One has to ask the question, how does a heroin addict prolifically write and record songs? This is another red flag. Either the heroin addiction story is not true, or someone else was plugging the hole on behalf of John. The mainstream narrative states George had become very disenchanted with the Beatles because they, especially the Lennon and McCartney setup, was stifling his creativity and ability to break out on his own. We are also told Apple was floundering and in financial trouble, which led to managerial disputes and organizational concerns. Once we understand the history a little better, it becomes a lot easier to understand how all this tension and dysfunction made its way into the Get Back sessions, which, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, was described as extremely acrimonious in director Michael Lindsay Hogg's Wikipedia bio. Then we have the famous power struggle between Billy wanting his father-in-law, Lee Eastman, to run the band's business affairs, while the other three Beatles opted for Alan Klein. Then, in September of 1969, only 8 months after completing the Let It Be sessions, Lennon informs his bandmates he's leaving the group. Billy follows with his own announcement in April 1970, less than a year and a half after the Let It Be sessions concluded, that he too was no longer working with the band. Then a string of legal disputes ensued, and dissolution of the Beatles was not formalized until December 1974. So we need to ask ourselves, does this sound like a happy period for the Beatles? Is the tension and apathy captured in the original Let It Be film an anomaly? Was it just a bad month for the lads that happened to be documented? Or was Let It Be a glimpse into the hard truth of what was really going on with the band behind closed doors? And if there was 56 hours of uplifting, backslapping footage, why were those moments not included in the original film? Let's keep this question in mind as we move along. But before I conclude with the breakup, let's listen to an excerpt from Billy's interview with Bernie Goldberg.
Give me a short version, if you would, Paul, about the breakup. How did it happen?
We'd been together like 10 years, and during the making of the White Album, things started to get a little bit edgy. In fact, during the making of Sgt. Pepper, George hadn't showed for most of the album. Which was unusual, because we normally showed for our recording sessions. George hasn't been too interested in making that album. I think he was building a swimming pool. And it was just all a little bit like that. And of course, I was sort of thinking, thought, well, I won't say anything, but it's a bit dodgy. We went on to make the White Album, and things really did start to kind of disintegrate a little bit. And eventually, when Alan Klein came in, I think he was the final straw. He got a meeting with John and Yoko the night before we were due to have a big sort of State of the Nation meeting. And John and Yoko arrived the next day, and John issued a statement saying, all my affairs are now in the hands of Alan Klein. Everything I do must go through him. And we were due to sign a deal with Capitol Records, which was what we were all there for, this meeting. And Klein apparently had said to John, look, don't say anything. John had expressed his desire to, leave the group. And Klein, being a businessman, had said, don't say anything till after they've signed the new Capitol deal, which he was involved with. I'd been arguing for weeks about his percentage and stuff. I figured we were a big act. We could give him 15%. The others were saying, no, he's got to have 20. I said, we're a big act, guys. Real big group. He'll take 15. Don't you worry. They said, no way. Anyway, so John was at that meeting, and he just suddenly let it out. He just looked at us all. We were sitting around like this, and John just said, I wasn't going to tell you till after you signed the Capitol deal. He said, but I'm leaving the group. And he just looked at us, and our jaws just fell. And we all went kind of white. And he said, it's kind of a great feeling, telling you. It's kind of an adrenaline rush. He said, it's like, telling someone you're getting divorced. He said, it's kind of, a little bit weird, but I'm leaving the group.
Another clue into the tension within the band is reflected in no uncertain terms in John Lennon's song, How Do You Sleep, from John's 1971 Imagine album. Even Wikipedia describes the song as making, quote, angry and scathing remarks aimed at his former Beatles bandmate and songwriting partner, Paul McCartney. And the song is a doozy. Lennon goes for the jugular, and in my opinion, the song is by far the most obvious Paul is Dead song ever written. The clues are barely disguised. I will flash up the lyrics so you can read them for yourself. John finished up recording How Do You Sleep on July 5th, 1971, which was only 2.5 years after the filming of Let It Be wrapped up. So we can see the animosity is still there, lending credence to the theory that not all was well in the Beatle camp. So where's the love? John released Imagine, and thus How Do You Sleep, on September 9th, 1971, which I believe is Billy's birthday. The date of September 9th, 1971 regroups to 999, and 999 reduces to the number 9. We get this by multiplying 3 times 9, which equals 27, and 2 plus 7 equals 9. I should also note the first edition of Memoirs, the Beatles Rock Band, and the Beatles Past Masters CD set were all released on September 9th as well back in 2009, and the date regroups to 999, 9, 911, and 11. Please pause the video if you are interested in seeing the calculations on the slide. Some of the musicians joining John on the song were George Harrison, Klaus Voormann, Nicky Hopkins, who played the piano on Revolution, and Alan White on drums. For anyone still not convinced about how John was feeling at the time when he wrote and recorded How Do You Sleep, let's take a listen to this outtake from a rehearsal.
Those freaks was right when they said you was dead. Oh, how did you sleep, you cunt?
Two other songs which are not flattering of Billy and indicative of the other 3 Beatles' feelings toward him were both recorded by Ringo. In memoirs, we are told Billy liked boogaloo music and the other Beatles would call him Boogaloo. Boogaloo is a genre of Latin music influenced by soul and rhythm and blues, which was popular in the United States in the 1960s and originated in New York City. The way to understand the song is to replace the word boogaloo with Billy, and thus Ringo is singing Back Off Billy. Also notice the record sleeve with Frankenstein smoking with his chained left hand. Ringo is dropping a clue that Billy with his surgeries and cosmetics was created, and his chained left hand symbolizes Billy's attachment to the Paul McCartney character, and as we know, Bio Paul was left-handed. Another Ringo song which was actually written by John Lennon and appeared on Ringo's 1973 self-titled album is I'm the Greatest. John, George, and Ringo played on the song with Klaus Vormann doing the bass work. The Wikipedia explanation of the song and its meaning is way off and borders on comical. The song is another example of Lennon taking Billy to task with lyrics like, "Yes, my name is Billy Shears, you know it has been for so many years, now I'm only 32, and all I want to do is boogaloo." So here we have the boogaloo clue once again. When John points to being only 32, aside from rhyming with boogaloo, I believe he is pointing back to 1969 when Billy was 32 years old and when the Beatles were at the height of the tension within the band. At the very end of the song, Ringo sings, "I'm the greatest in this world, in the next world, and in any world," which is a reference to both Billy's ego and his occultism and magic. So here we have two more songs expressing lingering issues between Billy and the other three Beatles, and these songs were released 3 to 4 years after the filming of Let It Be back in January of 1969. To me, this all points back to a time when the dynamics between the band, especially between Billy and his bandmates, were not overly positive. The 5-minute promo Peter Jackson released a while back, along with the media coverage coming out about the Get Back film, attempts to paint a jovial and happy period for the Beatles, which is at odds with the actual historical record. The timeline between 1967 through at least 1974 was not a period of détente for the Beatles. It was a time of conflict involving personalities and struggles pertaining to the band's direction that had the Beatles, in particular John, George, and ultimately Billy, looking for the exit door. And a good question to ask at this point is, why is history being revised? There are a number of reasons, ranging from making a ton of money, which this documentary will do, to buffing up the Beatles and thus Billy's legacy as he prepares to head out and ride into the sunset. I will offer more of my thoughts on why this is being done at the conclusion of the presentation. Let's now take a look at the Get Back promo Peter Jackson released a while back, and then I will take you through some insights I received from a source who is very familiar with advanced film and movie technology and examined the promo clip. Let's take a look.
Morning, everybody. Another bright day. Morning, camera.
Beatle George Harrison, above, is due in court here today to answer assault charges. Harrison is accused of assaulting the photographer last May as he and Beatle Ringo Starr left a nightclub. Hey! Wearing raincoats, standing so low in the sun. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
first thing I noticed is the quantum leap in definition and quality of Jackson's Get Back clip over the original Let It Be film. The original footage was not crisp, it lacked resolution, with many parts of the movie being poorly lit and dark. On the left is a capture from the original film. Notice how John is almost obscured by the poor lighting and how Billy, in the orange shirt, looks almost washed out. Then look at the capture on the right taken from Jackson's promo clip. Now we have a high-definition image with impressive clarity. For example, compare Billy's orange shirt on the right to what we see on the left. The difference in quality is almost too good to believe. It is literally night and day. Here's another comparison where I tried to compare two images that are similar. Again, notice the lack of clarity and color quality of the image on the left, which is from the original movie, and then look at the capture on the right. The question becomes, can the technology available today to a person of Peter Jackson's prominence in the film industry take source 16mm footage, which was dark and grainy, and transform it to the high-definition standards of today? And I'm going to assume Michael Lindsay Hogg used the same cameras and technology available to him in 1969 to film both the original film and the alleged, quote, unseen footage. It should also be noted that the audio from the original film had a considerable level of noise and hiss which would need to be cleaned up. Now let's take a moment and run two snippets from Jackson's promo video where the camera work, in particular the panning effects, were nowhere to be found in the original film. So are we to believe that Michael Lindsay Hogg only used this panning and sweeping technique for the quote unseen footage? Being such a great visual effect, why was it not used at all in the original film? Again, these are just my thoughts. Now let's read the input I received about this promo clip from a source that examined the video and is knowledgeable in modern film technology. After Peter Jackson released the Get Back promo clip, a person very knowledgeable in film technology reached out to me, unsolicited, to offer their insights on Jackson's video. Here's what they had to say about Jackson's promo. The link to the video is in the description box below. Quote, letting the most accomplished fairy tale filmmaker, Jackson, produce a, quote, real-life documentary carries a large suspicion. After watching the little clip, my first question is, how is there 56 hours of unseen footage? The term, quote, before unseen should raise a red flag. Who has never taken the time to look at these film reels in 50 years? Then there is image quality. This looks like modern 720p or 1080p HD or even 4K video with a 16mm effect sauce. Definitely not 16mm stock. The press info reads, it has been shot 16mm, blown up to 35mm, and restored. Yes, but 400 ISO film resolution noise cannot be deleted by simply blowing up to 35mm. Lost shadow detail by lack of light cannot be dialed back in by, quote, restoring. If the emulsion doesn't contain the information, it is simply not there. They brought back contrast like impossible. There is a lot that can be done nowadays in bringing back completely out-of-focus images into super sharp images. Post-edit color balancing, shifting or replacement, image stabilizing, green screen effects, all is possible. There is a whole lot that modern-day computer render farms can do, especially by someone with the clout of Peter Jackson. I am most aware of what is possible with deep fake technology. I bet Jackson can bring back my deceased grandmother in 4K, 60 frames per second quality in super surround sound. When you look at this clip with a woke eye, it does not feel right. It feels like a Fast and Furious production of The French Connection. It isn't organic. It's all contrived and so very much staged. The whole Jackson presentation is also contrived. It screams at the viewer, look, we are editing original Beatles material. He is trying too hard to convince us that this is not staged. Most people won't recognize manipulated imagery. This holds true, especially in current times. Now let's learn a little more about Peter Jackson. So Peter Jackson is Sir Peter Jackson, which means he has been knighted, and he has also been recognized with 2 New Zealand royal honors. Peter was the director, writer, and producer of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, as well as the Hobbit trilogy. He is the 3rd highest grossing film director of all time, and he has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. On January 30th, 2019, which was the 50th anniversary of the Beatles' rooftop concert, Jackson announced his new endeavor would be a documentary about the making of the Beatles' final album, Let It Be. The documentary will be built around 55 hours of, quote, unseen footage, or 56 or 60 hours depending on the source, and 140 hours of audio, or 120 or 150 hours, again, depending on the source, that was made available to Jackson's team. And then Wikipedia states the content is the only footage of any note that documents the Beatles at work in the studio. Now let's pause for a second and think about what we're being told. The most famous, iconic rock band of all time has no other footage of them working in the studio. So from 1962 up to the Beatles' arrival to do Let It Be in January 1969, there is no other footage of note of the lads working and recording in the studio. No one thought to pick up a camera and film them recording anything in the studio until Let It Be? The entire premise is mind-boggling and difficult to believe. Maybe it's because if they did have footage, it would show Vic Flick laying down the guitar tracks and Bernard Purdie behind the drum kit. Then the article tells us the documentary will transform the footage with modern production techniques and seeks to display a new side of a period in the Beatles' history usually remembered as highly conflictual. Perhaps that's because it was highly conflictual. The article continues by saying most of the used footage was originally recorded for the 1970 Let It Be documentary. Notice it does not say all of the footage. So if it's not all of the footage from Michael Lindsay Hogg's efforts, then where did the additional footage come from? Inquiring minds want to know. Peter Jackson was interviewed by GQ magazine in July of 2021. The link to the interview is in the description box below. GQ asked Peter the following question. What was the original brief? Did Apple basically ask you to make the Beatles look like they liked each other? And Jackson responded with, I wasn't given any brief really. I was in a meeting with Apple because they had heard I was interested in doing a lot of experiments with artificial intelligence. They were thinking of doing some kind of traveling Beatles exhibition, which is no longer happening, I don't think. I asked them what happened to all the rushes, a rush is the raw footage, from Let It Be, and couldn't we utilize some of that in the exhibition? They said they didn't want to use any, as they were thinking of making a documentary using the outtakes. And so I said, if you're looking for someone to do that, I'd be interested. So I asked to see the raw footage, and I was hooked immediately. Growing up as a Beatles fan, I had the perception of it being a completely miserable period of time and thought that if Let It Be used the best bits, then the rest of it must be awful. I took the raw footage back home here to New Zealand on an iPad, and I phoned them up and said, yep, I'm in. We've been editing this series for about 2 years now, and it's the longest editing I've ever done in my career. I mean, you normally edit a movie like a Lord of the Rings type in about 3 or 4 months, but this has been 2 years. It's a very complicated thing to cut. So let this sink in a bit. The editing for Get Back took 7 to 8 times longer than a movie like Lord of the Rings. Also, GQ does not follow up on the artificial intelligence comment, which is amazing. Why didn't the interviewer ask, did you use AI technology in Get Back? And if you did, how was it used? Did you recreate scenes? Were there any areas where you applied AI to enhance the story? These would have been legitimate follow-up questions to ask. And then the GQ interviewer comments that we've always been led to believe the sessions were unbearable. Peter says, the moment when George is arguing with Paul, which you see in the original film, is actually the worst of it. You know, when George says, "I'll play whatever you want me to play, or I won't play at all if you don't want me to play. You know, I'll do anything to please you," sort of thing. I've tried to use nothing at all from Let It Be, so Get Back is completely different. I didn't want to usurp the original film, so this is a companion piece. But the one area we did break that rule is that little exchange between Paul and George, because I didn't want to be accused of sanitizing the films by not having that, because that's the bit everyone remembers. But we've given people the context for the interaction by showing the full 6-minute conversation. And there's the number 6 again. It no longer feels like an argument. It no longer feels like Paul is getting on George's nerves. You understand what Paul is trying to achieve. You understand where George is coming from. And the whole thing actually makes sense. Okay, so let me comment here. Anyone listening to the original dialogue can easily tell Billy and George had a terse exchange. We hear Billy say, "I'm trying to help you, but I always hear myself annoying you," which tells us that this kind of conversation has happened before. The fact is, there was tension between George and Billy, and they had an argument that was captured on film. Jackson continues by saying, the thing is, when the film was released, the Beatles were breaking up, but they weren't breaking up when they were making Let It Be, which was recorded a year earlier. So I suppose it would have been odd to release a film where they are all enjoying each other's company. Well, I beg to differ, Peter. I have shown that the tension within the band started during the Sgt. Pepper sessions, and we have Billy telling us that George's attendance during the Pepper sessions was spotty. That led to the White Album sessions, where we had Ringo and George Martin walk out. Then we get to Let It Be in January 1969, and I think I have presented plenty of evidence that the sessions were not a positive experience. In fact, George left for 5 days after the argument with Billy, and then in September 1969, only 8 months after the rooftop concert, John announced he was leaving the band. I would argue the Beatles broke up, at least mentally, before they ever stepped foot into the studio to film Let It Be. So as a sanity check, let's get a feel for what George and John actually thought of the sessions. This information was sourced from Wikipedia's article on the original Let It Be movie. The cold and austere conditions of Twickenham, along with nearly constant filming and sessions starting much earlier than the Beatles' preferred schedule, constrained creativity and exasperated tensions within the group. The sessions were later described by Harrison as, quote, the low of all time, and by John Lennon as, quote, hell, the most miserable sessions on earth. So there you have it, from George and John. Regardless of how this moment in history is now being spun, the Let It Be sessions were not an upbeat experience for the lads. Now, I would like to cover the concept of two sets of footage which diametrically oppose each other. On one hand, we have the original film showing a band that had cracks in the wall and nearing the end of their tenure. And on the other hand, we are now told there is 56 hours of unseen footage which depicts a happier and more positive experience. So I think it's reasonable to assume, if the 56 hours story is true, that there was a decision made by Apple and the Beatles back in 1969 to go with a film that reflects acrimony, conflicts, and apathy with the occasional light moment, instead of releasing a film portraying the Beatles and the sessions in a much more positive light. So let's create what that meeting might have been like. Good morning, everyone. Didn't expect to see you here so early, Ringo. We have a decision to make today. As you can see, there are 2 reels of film on the table. The first reel contains 56 hours of all the happy and positive moments we captured during the sessions, and the second reel, well, it contains all the tense, terse, and, how do I say this, the not-so-positive moments that took place. So Neil and Derek thought we should put this to a vote to decide which version of the film goes out. So, All those in favor of releasing a positive and uplifting film, please raise your hand. Anyone? No. Okay. All those in favor of releasing a not-so-positive film? You know, the more realistic version? Okay, so the negatives have it. So we'll go with the Debbie Downer version of the film. Thanks everyone for coming on short notice, and would someone please help Ringo out? Help him back into the chair? Thank you, Mel. I'm obviously having fun pointing out the obvious. If there were two versions of Let It Be, and one version portrayed the Beatles in a positive light, then why was the original version, with its subdued representation of the sessions, why was that released instead? Maybe, just maybe, it's because the happier version of the sessions doesn't really exist, and it was created. Now let's take a look at some examples of video and film technology that can alter perceptions. A couple of weeks ago, I uploaded an example of how film technology can create scenes which look lifelike. The example I used was a 2009 commercial for the Beatles rock band music video game. I originally referred to the technology being used in the commercial as deep fake, but an astute subscriber commented that the commercial was actually created using CGI, and added it was a very good application of CGI. However, the point of the video, if we set aside the technology for a moment, is the ability of the film and video industry to create scenes which appear real, especially to an audience that is unaware of what to look for. Most people have no understanding of the technology and simply sit back and enjoy the presentation. This then creates visual impressions, also known as impression magic, that the mind absorbs, and now the viewer is primed to enter into an imaginary virtual world. Most people watching the rock band video will understand the scenes in the commercial never existed. But what the commercial is looking to do is to sell you on a product by presenting a pleasant visual experience in hopes of shaping your perceptions. Imagery which is perceived as happy and uplifting increases the odds of the mind relating to and accepting the message. In a moment, I'm going to play the rock band commercial, and as you watch it, keep in mind that the technology used to create the clip is from 12 years ago. And then think about how much film technology has advanced since 2009. Also, at the end of the commercial, note the release date of the Beatles rock band, which was September 9th, 2009, or 999, which also regroups to 9/11. Let's take a look. So what exactly is deep fake technology? From Wikipedia, deep fakes are synthetic media in which a person in an existing image or video is replaced with someone else's likeness. While the act of faking content is not new, deep fakes leverage powerful techniques from machine learning and artificial intelligence to manipulate or generate visual and audio content with a high potential to deceive. And then from Springboard.com, a deep fake is an image, video, or audio track that has been manipulated using deep learning to mimic another person's speech or likeness. This type of image-to-image translation can replace faces, manipulate facial expressions, and even synthesize faces and speech. The simplest iteration of image-to-image translation is face swapping, as seen in Snapchat filters, where one person's face is transposed onto that of another person or animal for comic effect. Given a large enough dataset, however, an unsupervised machine learning algorithm can generate a deep fake which does a far more believable job of synthesizing images to mimic someone's mannerisms. To get a feel for how realistic this technology can be, I'm going to play some deep fake clips. The first one is from a TikTok account called Deep Tom Cruise, where we think we are watching Cruise, but it's not him. The clips from this TikTok site are very impressive. Then I will play a short clip from the YouTube channel Control Shift Face showing Jim Carrey replacing Jack Nicholson in the movie The Shining. Links to both of these channels are in the description box below.
What's up, TikTok? You guys cool if I play some sports? I love it. More for the audio experience as much as the momentum. Hey, listen up, sports and TikTok fans. If you like what you're seeing, just wait till what's coming next. I'm gonna show you some magic. It's the real thing. I mean, it's all the real thing.
Most watching this presentation are aware of Billy's Find My Way video with Beck, whose real name is Beck David Campbell, who is a Scientologist. The video is loaded up with occult symbolism, including the door numbers, magician hand gestures, black and white duality, references to the light or Lucifer, and of course, the reveal at the end of the video when Beck takes the mask off to show us he is not Paul McCartney, but an illusion. Aside from the occult content contained in Billy's videos these days, Find My Way is notable because it illustrates what is possible with the current state of film and video technology. From NME.com, Find My Way Visuals sees a digitally de-aged McCartney dance the halls of a hotel before being transported to various other locations. The video was directed by Andrew Donahoe and co-produced with Hyperreal Digital, which specializes in the creation of hyper-realistic digital avatars. Hyperreal's CEO, Remington Scott, tells us the technology to de-age talent and have them perform in creative environments like that is now fully realized, even with one of the most recognized faces in the world. From Hyperreal's website, we are told the hypermodel is a hyper-realistic digital human avatar that can be any age, speak any language, and perform in any current or future digital media environment, including film, TV, video games, etc. So as we can see, film and video technology has taken a quantum leap forward and is already in a position to blur the lines between what is real and what is not. Now let's take a look at some concert footage of Billy where things get a little strange. A colleague of mine who researches the Beatles conspiracy sent me a video of Billy, aka Paul McCartney, playing a live version of the song House of Wax. And what caught our attention is one version of the video has Billy looking a lot like his son James. Now, I don't know if this was done by someone on a lark, but the fake is pretty good and another example of an illusion coming to life. Let's take a look.
The house of wax, poets spill out on the street. Just like it's the house of wax, poets spill out on the street.
This slide shows James McCartney on the left and far right, and then 3 screen captures in between from the video I suspect was altered. We can see Billy's hair is more red, his complexion is lighter, and it appears his face has been made to look younger. Below the 3 center images is a capture of Billy from the second video for reference and comparison. Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Now let's circle back to Peter Jackson and get back. Variety ran an article back in December 2020 outright telling us that Peter Jackson is rewriting the ending of rock's greatest fairy tale. I found the phrase fairy tale to be an interesting choice of words. The article tells us, in a brilliant move, the Beatles hired a man who knows how to create a climatic finale. Lord of the Rings maestro Peter Jackson, whose most recent project was They Shall Not Grow Old, a fascinating World War I documentary built around meticulously restored 100-year-old footage. They set him to work on the 56 hours of 50-year-old Let It Be tapes, and judging by the 5-minute preview he dropped yesterday, the results are astonishing. It's been a long time since we've been totally jaw-droppingly surprised by any, quote, new Beatles anything, but judging by the preview, Get Back is the final frontier. The article continues by saying, the original Let It Be is a downer. We see our beloved Beatles breaking up before our eyes. We see the group, who had finished recording the 30-song White Album just 6 weeks earlier, miserably trying to have a jolly old time working up even more tunes for the cameras in the morning in a dark and cavernous film studio during a typically gloomy English winter. We see Paul and George arguing, John and Yoko wafting in from a heroin haze, and Paul trying to liven the tepid sessions by taking the helm. Instead, he comes off dictatorial, while Ringo looks on dejectedly. Let It Be was not intended to be an epitaph, but as the group broke up while the film was being completed, that became the after-fact narrative. Naturally, the sound and visuals are approximately 3 times as bright as the original film. The audio was cleaner and more pastel-colored than the murky browns and blacks of Let It Be. But most remarkably, the mood is 3 times brighter as well. Get Back is a counter-narrative to the glum Let It Be, an alternate history that makes you question what you thought about the original. Going back to when I discussed the Beatles Rock Band video game, I said what the commercial was looking to do is to sell you on a product by presenting a pleasant visual experience in hopes of shaping your perceptions. Imagery which is perceived as happy and uplifting increases the odds of the mind relating to and accepting the message. This is exactly what Jackson's Get Back is doing. Peter Jackson was hired to create what Variety so aptly refers to as an alternate history that makes you question what you thought about the original. In other words, Jackson was hired to rewrite a part of Beatle history that didn't have the luster and shine a Cinderella story is supposed to have. But the question becomes, who is behind this rewrite and what is there to be gained? I believe the person behind the project is Billy, in collaboration of course with Apple, to pump up a low point in the Beatles story with the help of illusion magic to rake in a stack of money. Now let's talk a little about rewriting history. For those that follow my work, we know that Billy can be a little loose with history when it comes to his telling of Beatles stories, especially those moments in time during the biological Paul period. In Memoirs, Billy tells us in the beginning he worked to nail down historical facts pertaining to Paul's time with the band because he didn't want to get tripped up and didn't want to find himself in an awkward situation. But of course, no one can memorize every detail of every moment in time, and so when people asked him about something he wasn't sure about or didn't know, he would create his own backstories once he realized no one questioned or challenged his responses. Reporters and interviewers just ran with what he gave them. This, of course, put Billy in the driver's seat to create backstories which over time established a narrative that may or may not be historically accurate. What Memoirs tells us is supported by a comment Philip Norman made about Billy back in 1987. Norman is an English author, novelist, journalist, and playwright. He is best known for his biographies of the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Buddy Holly, and Elton John. His other books include similar studies of John Lennon, Mick Jagger, Paul McCartney, and Eric Clapton. Norman was interviewed in 1987 for a feature on George Harrison on the show West 57th Street, during which he stated that Harrison's view of the Beatles' history was the only reliable first-hand account given Lennon's death 7 years before. When asked for an explanation, Norman said that McCartney, quote, rewrites history all the time, and Ringo Starr was unable to remember. Quote, he doesn't know, he drank, he smoked the joints, he had the girls, and he drummed the drums. That was Ringo. Here's the clip from the interview. The link to the entire West 57th Street piece is in the description box below. Let's take a listen.
Welcome to West 57th. There's never been anything like the Beatles. John, Paul, George and Ringo were the most popular band in history. George Harrison, the youngest, was always the most uncomfortable with the Beatles' extraordinary celebrity, and after it was over, his withdrawal was the most painful. They broke up nearly 20 years ago, but their records continue to sell, more than 1 billion, that's billion, so far. They never reunited, rarely talked about what it was like, but this week, 7 years after John Lennon's death, George Harrison remembers.
Are you ready? Let me say it first. You repeat it after me. John. Paul. George. Ringo. I give you the one and only fabulous Beatles.
It just annoyed me that people got so into the Beatles. It's not that I don't like talking about them. I've never stopped talking about them. It's Beatles, there's Beatles, I have Beatle. In the end, it's like, oh, sod off with the Beatles, you know. I mean, screaming crowds everywhere you go, pressmen at your door for years on end, the front cover of every newspaper every day of the week for years. Prying, you know, everywhere you go, trying to find out any little bit of dirt that they can write about you.
You said at one stage that the Beatles were a curse as far as you were concerned. What you're saying is the same thing right now.
It's a lot to deal with. And that's the thing, the Beatles sort of did haunt a lot of us for years, and still do.
Hang on, George, just look to me for a second. That's great.
George Harrison has always struggled with his fame.
Yeah, hair looks great.
Although he says he loathes being in the public eye, he has emerged from a self-imposed exile to promote his first album in 5 years.
Don't do that to me, no chewing.
Since the bitter breakup of the Beatles 18 years ago, this deeply private man has been divorced, remarried, and some say hiding behind the secure walls of his country estate outside London.
Great, George.
While managing on his own to record 8 gold albums in the 70s and launch a respected film company, Harrison has avoided any discussion of the Fab Four until now. He admits he's finally recovered from the ordeal of being George Harrison, the Beatle.
I had no ambition when I was a kid, other than to play a guitar and get in a rock and roll band. And I don't really like to be the guy in the white suit at the front. Like in the Beatles, I was the one who kept quiet and at the back and let the other egos be at the front.
When he was a small boy, he told his mother not to talk about him to the other mothers. He didn't want nosy mothers knowing about him. Well, of course, for someone private to become one of the Beatles, I mean, it was a fairly heavy psychological disaster.
Philip Norman is the author of Shout, which many consider the definitive Beatles biography.
The Beatles is not a normal story. It's a supernatural story.
It's a supernatural story.
And the pressure was supernatural, and it required supernatural luck and forbearance to recover from it. And he has recovered from it. He's the one that we're going to have to ask about the Beatles. There's no one else to ask now, because McCartney won't tell you. Ringo can't tell you. John isn't here.
When you say Paul won't tell you, what do you mean?
He rewrites history all the time.
He rewrites history all the time.
And Ringo can't tell you because...
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know?
No, he just, he drank the drink, he smoked the joints, he had the girls, and he drummed the drums. That was Ringo.
Billy's disclosure officially began around 2006 with I Am a Phony's Rotten Apple series, which some researchers believe Neil Aspinall was behind. Neil passed away in 2008. Going into 2009, we have the release of the first edition of Memoirs, the Beatles Rock Band video game, and the Past Masters CD set, all of which were released on September 9, 2009, a date which regroups to 999, 666, 911, 9, and 11, all occulted numbers. Since 2009, we have Billy doing interviews and touring with endless news feeds about everything McCartney. In September 2018, he released Egypt Station, replete with album art loaded up with Egyptian symbolism, which no doubt was a nod to Aleister Crowley, who I'm pretty sure was his biological father. In 2019, the film Yesterday was released with all its embedded Paul is Dead clues. In December 2020, Billy released McCartney 3, an album loaded up with occult symbolism and numerology, which appears to be pointing to his departure in the not-so-distant future. On page 13 of the second edition of the Memoirs of Billy Shears, we are given the date of February 21, 2023, as a date when Billy is, quote, released from his obligation to play the McCartney role. The question becomes, what does release mean? Does it mean he simply retires, or does it mean it's when he passes away? In either case, the date, which is less than 2 years out, appears to coincide with the flurry of Beatle releases in the form of books, interviews, specials, and films we are currently seeing. We now have the new Memoirs box set being co-marketed with Billy's The Lyrics, with each book diametrically opposing the other with regard to the true story of the Beatles. Then we have the release of Hulu's McCartney 321, and now Get Back is scheduled for November of 2021. I was told a few years back that this was exactly what was going to happen. I was told there was a number of big projects underway that would be released as Billy's runway became shorter. Full disclosure, per Memoirs, won't happen until after Billy passes, and how soon afterward is anyone's guess. But the truth is, disclosure has already happened for those that are awake and not under the spell. In Billy's mind, he is the Beatles, because if it wasn't for him, the band would have ceased to exist at the end of 1966. I suspect that Billy's connections and contributions to the Beatles predates September 1966 and perhaps goes as far back as early 1962 and maybe even before that as a contributing songwriter and studio musician working with George Martin and possibly Theodore Adorno. Billy is the head priest of the cult of Paulism, with its legions of adoring fans making up the worldwide congregation. To millions of people, the Beatles are gods who are worshipped. Billy, the son of the magician, harnesses the spiritual and physical energy of this idolatry to create and manifest his reality of fame and fortune by having his external world mirror his true or pure will, which is a primary tenet and teaching of Luciferianism and of Crowley's religion of Thelema. The spiritual energy is harnessed by steering the thoughts and consciousness of the masses, which can be achieved by fans listening to the music, reading books, or by watching films and documentaries. The manipulation of your physical energy comes in the form of money or currency. To obtain money, you must work or exert energy, and then you take your money to buy Beatle and Billy merchandise. Money is an occult sigil, and the perpetual exchange makes it a very powerful occult tool that benefits the occultist. Billy's persistence and hard work on behalf of the Pyramid of Power is now being rewarded. Over the past 5 years, I have said he will go out with a ticker tape parade, and that is exactly what is happening. Notions of Billy being arrested for impersonating or deceiving are pipe dreams. Anyone hoping for this type of outcome will be extremely disappointed because this is not how the world really works. There is indeed a hidden hand at play, and Billy is part of that system. There is a power structure in place that creates, manipulates, and dictates your worldviews, your beliefs, and values. For so many people, their thoughts are not their own. And the Beatles, Billy, and the entire music and entertainment industry are there to shape and transform the collective mindset of society in accordance with the agenda of the social engineers. The official narrative around the Beatles is a Cinderella story, a fairy tale based in the occult that was written and presented to keep us entertained, to harness our energy, and to reshape the social dynamic of our reality. Throughout this presentation, I have shown how the original Let It Be sessions in 1969 were not a positive experience for the Beatles. In fact, the sessions were hindered by acrimony, conflict, apathy, and tension, and therefore the original film accurately captured the demise of the Beatles, with George Harrison describing the sessions as, quote, the low of all time, and John Lennon saying it was, quote, hell, the most miserable sessions on earth. The premise that there is 56 hours of, quote, unseen footage is highly suspect and stretches the boundaries of believability. The notion that Michael Lindsay Hogg, the Beatles, and Apple would have bypassed the upbeat and positive footage only to release a more stoic and disjointed version of the sessions makes no sense to me. Of course, every film has outtakes, but I seriously doubt the story of the 56 hours of never-before-seen footage. And as I mentioned before, it is about money, spells, and magic, and as the article from Variety stated, who better to spin that tale than the man behind Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit? And when we factor in how far film and video technology has advanced, along with Peter Jackson's interest in working with AI, I think we should be able to see where this plot is going. So remember, living is easy with eyes closed, misunderstanding all you see. Thanks for listening.
Hey there, Mr. Shears. I see you wrote a book. I heard about the rumors, so I had to take a look. Going back to yesterday.
Hey everybody, it's Mike. It's Thursday, October 21st, 2021. And as many of you know, Peter Jackson released a new trailer to promote his, quote, documentary Get Back, which is going to premiere as a three-part series. Part 1 will be on November 25th, and then Part 2 on the 26th, and then Part 3 on November 27th, and it's going to premiere on Disney+. So I took a look at the new trailer, and I have some observations which I'm going to take you through in just a moment. But before I do that, I wanted to mention 2 emails that came into me from sources that I have. And the first source is well-versed in Egyptian mythology and ritual, and in their email, they offered their insights and said that the whole Egyptian aspect of what Billy is involved in is embedded in Peter's trailer. And one of the interesting things that my source pointed out is to take a look at how Peter has presented Get Back, and to take a look at what we are to assume is a G, but actually can also be viewed as an S. So, set back. And of course, Set goes back to Egyptian lore, Osiris, Horus, Set. And I did a video a couple of weeks back, Billy Shears, Osiris, Horus, and Sex Magic. The link is down below. And in that video, I talk about some of the new information in the updated version of the Memoirs of Billy Shears, which became available last month on September 9th. My source mentioned that Set Back is an encoded reference to let us know that Set is supremely blessed and back. So instead of me trying to take everybody through this, I asked my source if they wouldn't mind working with me behind the scenes. They don't want to do this publicly, so I'll be the front person, to go through their email and to make sure that I understand exactly all the dots that they have connected, and then I can present that to my audience. I would like to get this presentation out before November 25th, but I can't make any promises, although I am going to try very hard to do that. So the whole Egyptian aspect is getting weirder and weirder and more involved, and we're starting to see it now because there are people out there, very smart people like my source, who recognize this stuff and are able to decode it. Right now, we're scheduled to get together the first week of November, and I've asked them to walk me through their email to make sure that I capture everything that I need to capture so that I can present it. My second source is a film and video researcher, and when the new trailer came out, I emailed them, and I asked if they could take a look at it and email me back with some observations, and they wrote me and said there is obvious use of advanced technology to create the, quote, documentary, and this is in reference to CGI, artificial intelligence, etc. I asked my source if they would be open to coming on the show to do a 45-minute to 1-hour presentation where we can dig in to the trailer and he could point out all of those things that point to the advanced technology being used in the film, and he agreed to do that. So the plan is to get together next month, again early next month in November, and I'm also going to try to get this presentation out before November 25th. And again, I cannot make any promises because I have a lot of stuff going on, but I will work hard to try to do that. Okay? So with that, what I'd like to do now is take you through my observations, and after watching this trailer, I stand by my position that Peter Jackson is indeed revising Beatle history, specifically the whole Let It Be period. And of course, he cannot do that unless he has the green light from Billy to do so. The new trailer is 3 minutes and 57 seconds in runtime. And when we add the numbers up, 3 plus 5 plus 7 equals 15, 1 plus 5 equals 6, And of course, the number 6 is the number that Billy associates with himself as William, versus the number 9, which he associates with playing the character of Paul McCartney. And throughout the trailer, the numbers 3, 6, and 9 are very prominent. And in my other videos, I have discussed why 3, 6, and 9 are very important. They are believed to be very powerful numbers in the occult, and they are believed to be fundamental in the creation of the universe and influence other numbers. The numbers 3, 6, and 9 are not just specific to the press releases and the trailers that Peter is putting out, but they are also very prominent during the Beatles timeline as well as into Billy's solo career. Okay, so let me move to the next slide, and I'll start taking you through some of my observations. And this slide is titled Beatle Cinderella Narratives. Now, the first 5 bullets I have covered in detail in my big presentation, Did the Beatles Write All Their Own Music? But I wanted to revisit them because there is a common theme here. And the theme is that the Beatles were able to pull off superhuman, supernatural feats with regard to recording in very, very short time frames, and then turn out spectacular results. And as many of you who follow my work know, my position is, based upon my research, that the Beatles wrote very little of the music from the 1962 through 1966 period, if any of it, and studio musicians played on the recorded tracks from 62 through 66, although that model where outside songwriters were contributing to the music and studio musicians were playing on the recorded tracks extended from 1967 through 1970 as well, or the Billy period of the Beatle timeline. Okay, so the first Cinderella narrative is that Lennon and McCartney wrote 100 original songs between 1956 and 1962, but not one of these songs was appealing to George Martin when they signed with EMI and met George Martin in 1962. And then we have the Mercy Beat article from the August-September 1962 edition, where it tells us the Beatles will fly to London to make recordings at EMI Studios. They will be recording numbers that have been specifically written for the group, which they have received from their recording manager, George Martin. This is a smoking gun, folks. They will record numbers that have been specifically written for the group, which they have received from their recording manager, George Martin. So let me take a moment and play 2 clips, and these clips were both in my big documentary, Did the Beatles Write All Their Own Music? The first clip is from The Complete Beatles, a 1980s documentary where we are told that Lennon and McCartney wrote 100 original songs. And the second clip, we're going to hear from George Martin and what he thought of their music. Let's take a listen.
John and Paul had written at least 100 songs together since they met in 1956. But they hadn't recorded any, original or otherwise. Not until they went to Hamburg again in 1960 did they make their first record. And then only as a backup group for their friend Tony Sheridan. The result? An awkward rock and roll arrangement of My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean.
What I said to Brian was, if you want me to judge them on what you're playing me, I'm sorry, I have to turn you down. And he was so disappointed. I felt really sorry for him, actually, because he's an earnest young man.
And you must have liked him then?
I did like him. And I said, but I tell you what, I gave him a lifeline. I said, if you want to bring them down from Liverpool, I'll give them an hour in the studio, okay? They had this wonderful charisma. They made you feel good to be with them. And I thought their music was rubbish.
Okay, so my second example of a very contrived narrative has to do with their debut album, Please Please Me, which was released on March 22nd, 1963. And of course, March 22nd is 322, which is the Skull and Bones number it is also a reference to Genesis 3:22. And the official story tells us that 10 of the 14 songs that were on that album were recorded in a single day in less than 13 hours. So let me say that again. 10 of the 14 songs were recorded in a single day in less than 13 hours. So 10 songs in 13 hours. That's not believable, folks. The 4 songs that were not recorded that day were prior releases as singles. They were Love Me Do, P.S. I Love You, Please Please Me, and Ask Me Why. And then we get into the Rubber Soul sessions, and I cover this in great detail in my presentation, Did the Beatles Write All Their Own Music? And the official narrative around Rubber Soul tells us that the Beatles had no backlog of songs. And so to record Rubber Soul, they had to come into the studio on October 11th, and they had to write from scratch, rehearse, arrange, record, and mix 16 brand new original compositions, new songs, in 30 days. And I concluded in my presentation that that is not even remotely possible. And this is the narrative that led me to do a deep dive and to dig in and to determine that the Beatles did not write their own music, again, especially between 1962 and 1966, although with the advent of Sgt. Pepper and more so with the White Album, we see more original compositions, specifically from John and George, and we see them playing more on the recorded tracks, starting with Sgt. Pepper, going into the White Album, and then through Let It Be. But for Rubber Soul, no. Those songs were already written, already recorded, and mixed, and all the Beatles had to do in that 30-day period of time between October 11th and November 11th was to get the vocals down. Okay? Then we have the India narrative, which is ridiculous as well, where we are told that the Beatles wrote over 30 songs while they were on retreat in India. Now remember, when they went to India, the premise wasn't that they were going there to write songs, they were going there to attend activities and participate in whatever this retreat was all about. Yet we're told that in between all these activities and all of these interactions and everything else they had to do, eat and sleep, that they wrote over 30 songs. Yet, as a band, they weren't even there together for the entire 2 months. Ringo left after 2 weeks, Billy departed after a month, and only John and George lasted 60 days. And what's important about this is not so much Ringo, but Billy, who is obviously one of the primary songwriters, he wasn't there for half the time. So that story falls apart. And then we have the Esher demo, where we are told that the Beatles recorded 27 songs, 2 plus 7 equals 9, in one unknown day in May of 1968 at George's bungalow as a lead-in to the White Album sessions. Now, anyone who understands the process of writing music and recording music will know that to record 27 songs in one day, even though they're demos, is not possible. And so my conclusion was that these songs were recorded over a period of time, and then the official narrative attributed the demo to one day. In other words, the narrative was, again, trying to paint them as supernatural, superhuman geniuses that can do this type of work. 27 songs in one day. And the other problem with this scenario is that this is quite a feat. Yet, the day in May that they allegedly did this is unknown. There is no recorded date as to when this happened. Okay, so another crazy narrative that is contrived and is not believable. It's not credible. And then as I was watching Peter's new trailer, something very interesting popped up. And in the trailer, and I'm going to get into this in a bit, he shows a calendar where the Beatles arrive to do the Let It Be sessions on January 2nd, and they have January 19th and January 20th etched out, marked on the calendar as 2 days of live shows, where at least according to the trailer, based upon the way it's being presented, these live shows, scheduled for January 19th and the 20th of 1969, were to showcase the new songs that were going to be written and recorded during the Let It Be sessions. So you arrive on January 2nd, you have really a sketchy backlog of music, and I'll get into that in a bit, and you're going to play a chunk of these songs on January 19th and January 20th, like 3 weeks later. That is not believable to me. In fact, it's incredibly unbelievable. All right, so we're going to get into this piece in a bit because I believe that this piece of the narrative in Peter's trailer, which I'm assuming is making its way into the film, is revisionist history, because I don't remember specific dates for live shows. I remember the Beatles talking about doing a concert at some later date. There were no specified dates because they had to get through the Let It Be sessions. Yet Peter's documentary appears, again, based upon the trailer, that the January 19th and January 20th dates for the live shows were already determined. And the Beatles were working toward that date starting on January 2nd. It's not possible. Okay? And I look at it as a glaring hole in the narrative if this is going to be a major premise of what Peter's documentary is going to be about. Okay? All right, so let me move to the next slide. This is something I've been wanting to point out for a while. So we are familiar with this image of the Beatles during Let It Be, whether it be the old film or whether it be the film that Peter is putting together and is going to release next month. But I can tell you, as a songwriter, as a musician, as somebody who records, that you cannot record properly with this configuration. And let me explain why. This is okay if you're rehearsing, but to record, no way. See all these microphones? Here's a mic here. This is for Billy's vocal. Here's a microphone here to record Billy's acoustic guitar. We have an overhead mic here. We have a mic here by Ringo. Ringo is here with his drum kit. We have a microphone here going to this Fender amp, which George is playing through. And here's George's vocal mic. John is mic'd. Now, if you're going to try to record with all of these microphones in this very, very confined space, what's going to happen is you're going to have bleed through everywhere. Everywhere. So as an example, let's just say Billy's playing. Billy's microphone here, that's recording his acoustic guitar, is going to pick up his voice. It's going to pick up the drums. It's going to pick up George playing through his Fender. And it's going to pick up John playing. And not only that, but his microphone for his guitar is also going to pick up his vocal, and his vocal mic is going to pick up his guitar, and his vocal mic is going to pick up everything else going on around him. This is not how you record. This is how you record a mess. So this scene, this imagery that we see is really all about illusion. It's about showing the Beatles as a tight group, as a band, seeing them all together. But in reality, this is not at all how you would record. How would you record? For those that are not familiar with recording, if Billy's going to record two of us as an example, he's going to sit in the studio and it's just going to be him. And he's going to have his acoustic guitar mic'd, and that's what's going to be recorded. Because you don't want all of this bleed through. You don't want extraneous noise coming in from other instruments. You don't even want people moving around in the room because the microphone will pick that up. So this image that we see with Let It Be is something that it's propaganda. It's something that's put out there to give the illusion that even though this was a rough time for the band, setting aside what Peter's going to tell us, I'm talking about the true history of the Let It Be sessions, that they were still a group. Okay, so with that, let me take you through some of the screen captures. So the trailer starts out by telling us that in January 1969, a film crew was given unprecedented access to document the Beatles at work. And just take a look at the clarity here, the colors. And remember, the original film was shot in 16mm. Next slide. This resulted in over 57 hours of the most intimate footage ever shot of the band. Now we're seeing 57 hours. Depending upon the press release, it's 55 hours, 56 hours, 57 hours. But the reason why they're using 57 here is because 5 plus 7 is 12 and 1 plus 2 equals 3. And this is linked back to Billy's recent album, McCartney 3. And I did an entire analysis on McCartney 3 going back a number of months ago. The net of it is Billy is telling us that his runway is short. And he's going to be departing the physical plane, the physical world, in the not-so-distant future. Okay, let me move to the next slide. The footage has been locked in a vault for over half a century, unseen. Now, I talked about this in the presentation I did on Peter's film. It's a 90-minute presentation. It goes back a couple of months ago. And I believe the title of the video, I'll put the link down below, is Peter Jackson Revising Beatle History. It seems incredibly impossible that this footage has remained unseen for 50 years, that nobody has watched it, nobody has looked at it. And more importantly, that this footage, which was not used in the original film, has now become the de facto source for what the Beatles' Let It Be sessions in that period is all about. So in essence, take the original film and just throw that out. And now we're going to go with outtakes. Right? Because that's what they would be, outtakes. It would be footage that was deemed not good enough to be included in the original film. Because if it was good enough, it would be in the original film. And again, this is something that I talk about in the presentation going back a couple of months ago. And again, the link will be down below. And then it says, unseen until now. And then we're told the Beatles have less than 3 weeks to write and record a new album. So there's that supernatural, superhuman feat type of abilities that the Beatles have. Magical, geniuses, brilliant. Only they can do this. It's the same narrative that's behind the Rubber Soul sessions. But here again, we have the number 3. And again, it links back to Billy's album, McCartney 3. Next slide. They will film a concert of the new songs for a TV show and a documentary. They haven't played live for an audience in 3 years. So there's the number 3 again, and back to McCartney 3. So let's take a moment and let's revisit the official narrative that I remember about the Let It Be sessions and what was being planned. So the source of this information is from Wikipedia, and it's from a version of Wikipedia that I downloaded and saved as a PDF, because what I suspect is going to happen over time is these Wikipedia entries are going to be revised to reflect the new narrative. So what I've been doing over time is just downloading the old stuff and keeping that as my source before somebody goes in and starts tinkering with the wording. So the original narrative tells us that the film was originally planned as a television documentary that would accompany a concert broadcast. The plan was to give a live performance featuring new songs, broadcast as a television special, and recorded for release as an album. The new material would be designed to work well in concert without the benefit of overdubs or other recording tricks. It was agreed to start rehearsals without a firm decision on the concert location. Again, this is important. Start rehearsals on January 2nd without a firm decision on the concert location. Plans for the concert broadcast were dropped. The project then became a feature film production. The songs are works in progress, with discussions among the band members about ways to improve them. Okay, so the narrative from Wikipedia, which is telling us about the original 1970 film, says that the songs are works in progress. In other words, they're not complete songs. They're works in progress. The film provided glimpses into the dynamics that would lead to the breakup. So again, I talk about this in the presentation I did on Peter's film. It was not a happy time for the Beatles. There was a lot of tension during that period. And then Wikipedia tells us the infamous exchange between McCartney and Harrison took place on January 6th, and Harrison walked out for 5 days, starting on January 10th, and returned after January 15th. So he was out of the studio between January 10th and January 15th. The concert broadcast idea was abandoned. It was decided that the footage being shot would be used to make a feature film. Okay, that's the narrative I remember. That's the traditional narrative. So in Peter's film, he shows this calendar. And it shows January 2nd. January 1st, obviously, is New Year's Day. And live shows on January 19th and January 20th. So you're going to show up in the studio on January 2nd with songs that are works in progress, and you're going to be ready and geared up for live shows 3 weeks later. It doesn't sound possible to me. So we know that Billy and George have their argument on January 6th, and Wikipedia tells us that the tensions mounted, and on January 10th, George walks out. And he walks out through the 15th, and he's back in the studio on the 16th. So that makes this, the live shows, the 19th and 20th, even more impossible. Because George walked out of the studio between the 10th and the 15th. How were they going to rehearse the songs if their guitarist wasn't there to rehearse the songs? And what I did here was to include the wording from the Wikipedia article. The infamous exchange between McCartney and Harrison occurred on Monday, January 6th. Around lunchtime on Friday the 10th, tensions came to a head, and Harrison told the others that he was leaving the band. And this is where we get the discussion about Eric Clapton possibly replacing George, and this was an idea that appealed to John Lennon. Although down here, and you can't see it because you've got my picture-in-picture here, it tells us that there was a meeting on January 15th, and George agreed to come back and to abandon the whole concert thing and all that stuff. And it also says that Eric Clapton stated that he was not going to replace George because he was a good friend of George and he just wouldn't do that. Okay, so when we read the original narrative, the narrative that most of us who are Beatle fans remember, this doesn't make any sense. And please leave a comment down below if you recall specific dates, because I don't. I remember this. I remember it was an idea to do these things, but they had to get through the sessions first, and that would make sense. But to come into the sessions on January 2nd and then say on the 19th and 20th, we're going to play songs from the sessions, I don't even see how that's possible. I really don't. Maybe they might be able to bang out a song or two and play it on the 19th and the 20th and then rely on older songs to play. But even then, they would have to rehearse the older songs. It just makes no sense to me. Okay, so I do believe that this part of what is being presented in Peter's trailer, and if this is making its way as a major theme in the film, I think it's problematic. Okay? All right, so then the trailer goes on to tell us, experience the 3-part event, number 3. And it begins on November 25th. Remember, it's 3 days, the 25th, 26th, and 27th. And of course, November 25th is 11, because November is the 11th month. The 25th day, 25. 11 plus 25 is 36. And we have the number 9. And here's a blow-up of the calendar. And live shows in Pythagorean numerology is the number 6. This is the number of man. January 19th, 1969, regroups to 36, and 3 plus 6 equals 9. And of course, 9 represents change, transformation, endings. It's also the number that Billy associates with playing the character of Paul McCartney. And January 20th is the number 10. And 10 represents completion and beginnings. And if we go back to my presentation where I decode Billy's McCartney 3 album, the number 10 becomes more prominent. And what's being communicated to us is that the old ways are coming to an end and there is a new age coming forth, along with representing Billy's own departing and then his making his way into the afterlife. And then we have this capture from the new trailer, and we see the clapperboard and the number 10. Completion and beginnings. And Billy with a big smile on his face. Here's another screen capture. Billy's pointing up to the clapperboard, and it has the number 18 on it. 1 plus 8 equals 9. And again, 9 is the number that he associates with him playing the part of Paul McCartney. It also is the number that represents transformation, change, and endings. Let's go to the next slide. This one is very interesting to me because Billy Preston appears to be superimposed. Now, when I have my source come on to do the presentation, I'm sure we will talk more about this. But if you take a close look at the outline of Billy, especially here around the face area, his hands, this scene never existed. This scene was created. And I'm just a layman looking at this, and I can tell that this is not natural. Okay, so this is some of the trickery. This is some of the technology that's going to be used to create this new narrative. Then there's this screenshot, which I found interesting. We have the typed out lyrics to The Long and Winding Road, and then below we have lyrics to Get Back. And we can see that the typed text is blurry, yet the written text is very clear. And what I noticed by looking at this capture is the written text appears to float above the typed text. And then I had to ask myself, if I go back to the original film, all of these panning effects and all of these different cuts that Peter Jackson's incorporating into this trailer, and what is obviously going to also be in the film, they didn't exist. So I asked myself, where did this come from? What camera took this shot? And then I took this screen capture, and this was interesting to me because when I take a look at John Lennon's eyes, his eyes are off. The right eye is drifting to the right, giving a lazy eye effect. So I don't remember John having a lazy eye, so I'm thinking that this is a glitch in the AI or the CGI or whatever technology is being used. And when you take a look at John, and then take a look at the microphone, there's a difference in clarity. This doesn't even look real to me. This actually looks like CGI to me. Okay, so this is just something else that caught my eye. And again, when we do the presentation with my video and film researcher, we'll take a closer look into these types of things. Right now, I'm just giving you my layman's view of this. I'm not an expert in film and video, but I've been looking at a lot of this stuff now ever since the Peter Jackson film was announced, and I'm starting to pick up on things. And then the last slide, we have the Beatles drumhead, and we have some numbers here. We see 2, 1, 69, and this is not the American formatting. This is the British or European formatting. So it's January 2nd, 1969. And when we break down January 2nd, 1969, it regroups to the number 9. And then why the 2 and the 1? 2 plus 1 equals 3. 2 and 1 is also 21, or the triple sevens. And this is the lightning flash of creation through the Kabbalah tree of life. And this goes back to Aleister Crowley. Okay? All right, so those are my observations. And I'd love to hear what you guys think. The comment section is going to be open. You guys have a great day, and thanks for listening. Welcome, my friends. This is Mike Williams. Will Peter Jackson's Get Back documentary rewrite and revise Beatle history? Film and video researcher Paul Jansen joins me to break down and analyze Peter's recent Get Back trailer to see if there are any clues embedded in the promo. And so without further ado, here's the interview with Paul, and thanks for listening. Hey friends, we have a great show as promised. Paul, who is a film and video researcher, has joined me for this episode, and we're going to go through Peter Jackson's most recent trailer of his Get Back documentary, which is going to premiere later this month on November 25th, 26th, and 27th. 3 days. And this is the film where we supposedly have 55, 56, or 57 hours of unseen footage. So Paul, being a video and film buff, is going to give his analysis. We're going to step through the trailer, and I have it at 1/3 speed, Paul, so we can take it nice and slow.
Yes.
And what we're going to do, and mostly Paul, we're going to comment on what's taking place or what Paul believes is taking place so he can share his insights as to what Peter is doing with the film. So did you want to add anything, Paul?
Just that I'm Dutch. English is not my native speech, but I hope I can manage. And if some errors may occur, then please forgive me. It's not my.
You'll do fine.
it's not my daily language. So anyway, okay.
All right, so we're going to get started. So the first screen we have
scene.
up, Paul. Yeah. So explain to us about the text. You talked about this with me about a week ago or so. What is Peter doing with the way the font is being presented?
It's a font typically of newspaper, or also as it is being used in Hollywood scripts, movie scripts. But it's a typical font that sort of announces us this is a documentary. If they would have used a different happy font, then it doesn't work. They use this typically font, and also by using text cards, they sort of indicate to us this is a documentary, and we're using text cards and not a voiceover. So the mindset for the viewers is sort of preset with knowing that what now follows is the truth because we're watching a documentary. And now the first shot is the deconstruction of the scene in the Twickenham studios. So we see the studio in its entirety, the four lads with their instruments. We see boom microphones, we see speakers, we see some other stuff in the background, we see some guy walking through the frame. So the set is pretty much as we would expect for an opening scene for a documentary.
Let me ask you, Paul, we know that the original film was shot in 16 millimeters, so this type of shot, the clarity, the colors are just popping out. Is this possible with the original 16 millimeter film?
I think so, yes. They would have known what to shoot. I think not everything is sort of off the cuff. They, especially these background colors, it's a projecting screen, and they sort of project. I think with rear projection, they project colored lights to it, and the effect is that the foreground can be lit with separate lights, so the guys are not green or yellow or red. It's just a background, but this is a created shot.
This is a created shot, so you don't think that this was part of the original footage?
Yes, well, no, it could be a part of the original footage, but this is as a shot. It is constructed. Someone thought of using a purple, green, and red colors in the background.
Oh, you're saying the way they set it up?
Yeah, the way they set it up.
Okay,
and,
gotcha.
Like you say about the clarity of the shot, that indeed can be done with a 60 millimeter film.
Okay, so I'm going to hit the play button, and like I said, folks, this is going at 1/3 speed so that we don't miss anything. So,
see guys busy walking around in the shot. It's sort of indicating the documentary style. Everybody's moving, cameras zooming in. Or better yet, the camera is dollying in.
Okay, so we have that dolly effect, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and then it says this resulted in over 57 hours of the most intimate footage ever shot of the band. And as I mentioned in a video I did recently, Paul, that number is 55, 56, 57, depending upon the promo or the press release that's being put out. But now we have 57 hours, and of course I mentioned this in my previous video, folks. 5 + 7 is 12, 1 + 2 = 3, and this goes back to Billy's McCartney 3 album. But in any case, so we have the same font.
Yes.
Right, and I'll move forward.
And now we open with the first shot of John playing Don't Let Me Down. Very emotionally singing, but look, he's wearing a green shirt, and now we cut to him wearing a blue and yellow striped shirt.
Let me go back for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right. So here, yes, he has a
green shirt.
The green shirt you can see off his right shoulder would be on your left, watching. And then as we go forward,
they cut to a different scene from a different session.
Right. Now, some of the audience might be thinking, okay, so why is that a problem? They just used clips from different days. So how would you answer that question?
Yes. I think this is, we see this throughout the whole promo. There are some examples later on. What they also do is they use a continuous sound, in this case, the song Don't Let Me Down, but they added different images to it. And they sort of give the suggestion that it's all in one session, but we can clearly see that it's not. So you could argue, why is that? Why do they use different scenes from different days of filming? It sort of indicates to me, at least, that not everything what we see is like it happened, or maybe to push it further, they added it in a way that gives a narrative that maybe didn't happen.
Okay, so what you're saying is it's not contiguous, so they actually copy and pasted, to use layman's terms, to actually piece together a storyline or visual, at least for this trailer. Now,
at least for this trailer,
right.
We cannot say how the end result will look, but for this trailer, they sort of cut it in this way. And if people watch the trailer at normal speed with sound, they sort of see that's a little movie in itself. They preset the text with 3 weeks of the guys recording in the studio to record an album and to prepare for a live show. And halfway through, we get all the disturbances of George and of some other things. So they have to edit it to tell a story within the promo. And by using different images, maybe they could get that story for the promo to work, to function. Maybe later on in the final documentary, they use complete different editing. That's possible, but at least for the promo, this is my observation. They manipulate images to create a storyline.
Okay, and when you talked about disturbances, were you referring to when George walked out of the sessions between January 10th and January 15th?
Exactly, exactly. And like you probably will illustrate later on how many days he left and when he returned. It's in between sessions, or maybe at least it created a very difficult time for the guys.
Right. Okay. It definitely would have impacted the schedule, right? And we'll get to the calendar in a moment.
Yes.
Because it pops up in the trailer. So let's move on here, and just let me know when you want me to stop.
This shot of Billy. This is something to illustrate what you said in your earlier analysis of the way the microphones are used in the studio. And what we see here is two different types of microphones. One on the horizontal stand, and the one on the lower stand, which is a typical classical type of microphone. I'm not sure about which type. And what you said is that these microphones pick up, if they are sensitive, they pick up any sound in the surrounding. So when we see the guy in the rear, that's probably Michael Lindsay Hogg, who's famous, at least in this promo, for smoking a cigar. You could argue, why is he in the studio during a recording? His sound of maybe lighting up a cigar or walking about is picked up in the microphones. So in the recordings, they get disturbed with noise, with unwanted sounds.
Right, because what I had said was, if this is rehearsal, it's fine.
That's fine for a rehearsal. Okay.
Rehearsal, right. But if they're trying to depict a scene or a scenario where they're actually laying down recorded tracks, this does not work, because these microphones will pick up everything. The other thing I want to point out, Michael Lindsay Hogg, you could see the cigar right here, right above Billy's head. But look at his hand. It's in his pocket, the hidden hand of Freemasonry. Okay, so we'll move on. We've got this scene here.
Yeah, this is interesting for a couple of reasons. This is the first scene where we see Ringo playing behind these sound barriers for his drum sound not to be predominant in the recordings of the guys. But later on in some other shots, we clearly see that he's not playing behind sound barriers. So there's a discrepancy between the use of sound barriers for drums, which we all know are very dominant in the sound.
Yeah, and if we look at this image as well, we have a microphone here to the upper right. We have a microphone here in front of John. Billy, of course, has a microphone which we can't see. George's microphone is right here. We have a microphone here, and both George and John are playing electric guitars, which means they're playing through amplifiers. And even though Ringo is behind the baffling here, the problem is that his cymbal is actually right even with, or maybe a little above it. So anytime he hits that cymbal, it's going to crash right through.
Yeah.
And all these microphones are going to pick up the cymbal crash. And the truth of the matter is, because he's so close to where they are anyway, it doesn't matter that this divider or baffling is here. It's just going to ring through. So the point again being that for rehearsal purposes, not a problem. But if we're to believe, or we're trying to be told to believe, that this is some kind of recording session, that's not the case. And the other thing, Paul, you and I called out when we spoke last week is, look at the piano and all the coats and the mess.
Yeah. And now it's only coats, and you could argue coats won't affect the sound of a piano, but later on we will see that the guys are having lunch at the piano, and what we know about Bludner is one of the major piano manufacturing companies. If I'm correct, this would equate to a nowadays instrument of more than $100,000. So to put your clothes or lunch or drinks on top of the top lid of the piano wouldn't make sense, to say the least, and would be very unwanted.
Okay, let me move on here. Okay, so we have this 8-track reel here.
Yeah. What we said, what I talked to you about earlier, is that we don't know if these are true shots. These could have been made last week. We don't know, but they use them as an insert to link one scene to a next scene. So if there's not a natural transition between two scenes, you can use an insert to to make that transition happen, to make the audience sort of give a point of rest for your attention to easily move into the next scene. That's use of inserts.
And the other thing I've noticed, Paul, is when I watched the original film going back to 1970, these types of shots where it's zooming in, close-ups and sweeps and all of that, you don't see that in the original film.
Mm.
So to me, this is something that obviously that Peter has created for effect.
Yeah, like we said, we cannot say for sure, but at least in the promo it works. It works for the effect of connecting two scenes together. But since this is a shot that has no reference to any time frame, they could have been made last week or last month or last year when they edited the whole promo. So and further in the promo we see some other scenes with Billy Preston, which are typically used to move the story forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll click forward.
Yeah. Then let's see. Okay, in the sound of this shot, we see this is Ringo playing in the Twickenham studio, and the shot previous to this was in the Apple studio. But the soundtrack again is still playing "Don't Let Me Down." So now we can for sure say that they used several scenes to create several shots to create one scene. And again, this is what he very strong, powerfully uses to create the story.
One of the things I wanted to point out, Paul, is in the first trailer, they play Get Back, and of course, what's being implied is that is the recording or one of the lost recordings or enhanced recordings that Peter Jackson has brought back to life based upon the unseen footage. But the thing is, when I uploaded that to YouTube, YouTube identified the song as Get Back from the Beatles' Let It Be Naked album, which was the Let It Be album that Billy redid going back a number of years ago because he didn't like the whole Phil Spector production. So the point I'm trying to make, folks, is that the first trailer was, I think, a little misleading because, we're thinking, oh, okay, well, this is a new version of the song. It's been remixed, remastered, or whatever. And only to find out, at least I found out, that no, that version of Get Back has existed for several years, going back to when Let It Be Naked was released. So, what I'm saying is these songs that we're hearing in the trailer, and I will put the link down below so you can listen to the whole thing. We don't want to have the sound here because otherwise it would interfere with what we're trying to say.
Right.
Is that, I don't know, it's not new stuff, is what I'm saying. It certainly appears like it's been released before, and it's not new and unheard. Okay, well, I guess we'll move forward here.
Yes.
Okay, so then we have this part of the video which says the footage has been locked in a vault for over half a century unseen. And then you want me to move forward, and John does a little something, right?
Yes, John makes a gesture.
We're at 1/3 speed, folks, so. Okay, so he's kind of, his hand is going forward.
He's emphasizing a thing, a moment, something special, and then we see the text card until now.
Okay.
This is very powerful editing. Peter Jackson connects John's moving to this text until now, so it sort of anchors in our brain a visual and a text, and that's very interesting how that works.
Want me to move forward?
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is still in the Twickenham studio. What I noticed here is that in all the Twickenham sessions, we see Ringo playing without the sound baffling. And also what I thought strange is, why isn't he on a platform? Why isn't he on the same level as the other guys? But please stop here, this is interesting. But it does make sense to have a typed out lyrics and a handwritten lyric from two different songs on one sheet. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so I don't know whether Peter's putting, the two together for some kind of an effect, but what I pointed out was the typed text it's not very clear. It's a bit blurry.
Yes.
Whereas the handwritten text is
sharp. All over the board. Yes.
And the other thing too, folks, is that Get Back was written by Billy, and if he's supposed to be Paul McCartney, he's left-handed. And what we see here is handwriting that is written by somebody who is right-handed.
I think so too, yes.
Yeah, because if it was a left-handed person writing this, then you would have the left-handed slant on the letters, and we don't see that. What we have is right-handed. And the other thing, Paul, I wanted to ask you about is, again, if I go back to the 1970 film, there were never close-ups like this. And so this seems to me to be another piece of footage that was created and inserted into the trailer in order to create some kind of an effect.
Like in the shot of the recording reels, the tape recorder, we cannot, we don't have any other reference from this, what we see here, than only the typed text and the written text. So this could be a shot, indeed, like you say, that Peter Jackson has inserted recently, just to create a narrative. we cannot visually connect it to any other thing. If there's maybe a shot that follows up, we see written text that is picked up by a hand and the sheet of paper is lifted off. But here we see just a standalone shot of a piece of paper with written and typed text. So it could indeed be a made after effect.
The official story tells us that the songs were works in progress, which means that they came into the studio without complete songs. And so it would seem weird that Billy finishes The Long and Winding Road and then he hands it off to somebody and says, hey, go type this up.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it could have been done, right? But
sure, but the argument against it would be that takes time. You have to wait for the type text to get back to the studios to hand out to the guys to play the song.
Right.
While if you would say to the guys, well, this is the lyrics. We're going to play it from my handwritten lyrics. It saves time, and you could. I don't know. It seems strange to have it typed out.
Okay, so let's take a look here.
Then we get a shot, I think of. Yeah, this is interesting. You pointed out earlier in your first analysis that this image seems strange because John is looking sort of with a slant eye, and what I noticed,
right eye is kind of drifting.
Yeah, sort of a drifting eye. The other thing that you noticed is that the microphone is in focus, and John and Billy are out of focus. Technically, that would be indeed like it is because the camera has focused on the mic and not on John. It could, what you said in your earlier analysis, that the microphone could have been a added-on effect in a different image layer. They can easily edit this into this shot. But what's interesting is that when we play it, that John is giving what I think to Billy the side eye, sort of a disapproving side eye.
As we move forward, yeah. So just before we leave this particular shot here, folks, what I had mentioned, as Paul just stated, is that we don't really have super clarity here with John. Right? We see his eye is drifting to the right here, but look at the microphone. I mean, it's very, very clear. You know, so and yeah, I don't know. It just seems to me like this was inserted into the footage. Yeah. With a different layer and image. In post editing, they can easily put that in a different image layer, and it doesn't affect the total appearance of the scene. But we as a viewer know, okay, the guys are singing, so we see what's happening. Yeah, and again, Paul, just so that I talk about this eye a little bit, I had suggested that this was some kind of glitch with the technology as it was trying to rebuild or recreate facial features and stuff like that the artificial intelligence or whatever technology Peter's using, it didn't quite catch it. Now, somebody wrote me and said that, hey, if somebody is a heroin addict, that one of the symptoms of having that addiction is that you could have a lazy eye. Now, the question I would have with that is that when I watched the original Let It Be film and seeing these trailers, I'm not seeing a John Lennon who appears to be a heroin addict. He seems to be very active, very playful, so I don't know. Again, I take the whole story about Lennon being addicted to heroin, him and Yoko. I'm not sold on that. I'm really not. No. And the reason why is because, as I've mentioned in a previous video, I know somebody who is addicted to heroin, and the only thing that that person thinks about is their next fix.
Yeah.
All they're looking for is heroin. And, I don't know. It just doesn't seem to fit with me based upon my own personal experience of knowing somebody who is an addict and then watching John in both the original film and in these trailers. So I guess I'll move forward. And you said that going forward, Billy kind of gives John a side eye?
Now John gives Billy the side eye here.
Yeah, we can see John's eyes shift over to him.
Yeah, so it's a very powerful, how do you say it, confrontation between the two. It's not even a spoken dialogue, but the eyes says it all.
It is kind of an interesting look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much.
Okay, so let's move on here. Now this amazes me how clear this is right here.
Yeah. Well, what we see in the background is this purple color, referencing back to the opening scene where we saw these three colors: purple, red, and green. So this is in the Twickenham studio, and the lighting in the Twickenham studios is different. The lights are more from a lower angle, directly to the faces of the guys, whereas in the Apple studios the lights have been pointed to the ceiling, and we get reflected and indirect light. So the indirect light is more softer, and here we have the direct light, and it's more harsh. So we have a clearer image of the faces, but also it gives harder shadows. But as a result, it looks more clear. That's a fact. And then we get the text card of the 3 weeks recording time. You will see, by the way, the boom microphone that's only being used for the recording of the cameras. The film cameras have a separate audio recording, and they have to use a boom microphone because they don't get a feed from the mixing desk. They have their own standalone recording for the film cameras.
Okay.
And here we now see the text card for the let's say the main premise of the whole story, at least for the promo, but I guess also for the whole series of 3 episodes. This 3 weeks recording and writing time.
Yeah, so it's another one of these crazy time frames in which the Beatles are going to pull off a miracle. So they have less than 3 weeks. They actually have about 2.5 weeks to write and record a new album. At least at Rubber Soul, they said 30 days. And here they're saying less than 3 weeks. So
yep. The 30 days that I believe was 30 work days, if I'm correct.
With Rubber Soul, no, it was October 11th to November 11th. So it was.
Okay.
It included weekends.
Okay, including weekends. So here 3 weeks is including weekends. But as we see later on, we see a shot of the calendar, and we see the exact timeline appear. Now we get some.
Okay, so we have this scene here.
This is again Twickenham studio, and what you see now is that the lighting is completely changed. They have just switched off the background colors, or maybe this is a different setting. I'm not sure, but at least it's still Ringo on the platform, and the guys sitting around, and Yoko is reading a shopping list or something. Now we see George writing, and in the next shot following this, so we cut to a sheet of paper with lyrics. Here we see the lyrics of I've Got a Feeling, and this is being picked up by a hand and lifted out of the frame.
Right. So the person watching this trailer would think that it was George.
It was George who wrote I've Got a Feeling, but we know at least as far as the credits go, that it's a song by John and Paul, or Billy. Okay, this shot here, it could have been a real shot, but also, and like you said before, these shots were not included in the original documentary. So in imagery, what we see here is, hey, coffee has been served. Okay, guys, let's have a break. And in the shot, Billy Preston is just relaxing on the piano. And I'm not sure if this is a real shot. They could have easily mixed 2 layers into one shot. And if the shot of Billy Preston is a real shot, which we must assume since he is periodically correct in his dress and in his appearance. The shot of the 4 coffee cups in front of the Thunder Roads is maybe an afterwards made shot. We cannot know, but it could be.
Yeah, it's another one of these shots that you don't see in the original film. And the reason why I bring that up, folks, is that why would the filming technique be different? Right? So if these are outtakes, if this is footage that was shot during the original film back in 1969, then why were these types of shots not incorporated in the original film? That's my question. You know, why were they only in the footage that was cut or the outtakes? I don't know. To me, it just seems very, very strange.
But here it adds, let's say, for as an image, it adds to the overall atmosphere of the guys having a good time recording.
Being relaxed.
Relaxed. There's time enough to have a coffee, to hang on the piano, just take it easy. Well, in the back of our minds, we know that they are stressed out because they only have 3 weeks for a completely new set of songs and a recording. So the imagery sort of makes an effort to show us, the viewer, the relaxed atmosphere.
Right. So it's a scene that really conflicts with the official story. Until Peter started showing us his version of the story, or Billy's version of the story, right? We know that the Let It Be sessions were very tense. They were stressful.
Yeah.
And the lads weren't getting along too well.
Yeah.
And like you said, Paul, this scene is showing us, no, it wasn't so bad. Cups of coffee, Billy's just hanging out, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right, let's move forward here.
We move forward. We get a scene where George is, okay, this is the Mel handing over a guitar to Billy. If I may comment on this type of shots, the promo of, let's say the preview of Peter Jackson also shows typical shots where in the foreground we see either Billy or John or whoever playing or doing something with their instruments, and in the background we see 2 other guys of the band still playing, singing in the microphone. And here as well we see George and John playing while Billy is handed his guitar by Mal. It's a typical, how do you say it? This could have been done, like I said, in the other shots, by adding a different image layer, and it sort of emphasizes the group atmosphere. So everybody is relaxed, making music. Billy is discussing something with Mel about the guitar. George and John are playing. This group feeling, this atmosphere of the group being a tight group, is emphasized by these types of shots.
I'll move forward.
Yeah. If we move forward, now we get the famous shot of George asking, how many songs have we recorded already? Good enough.
Okay, yeah, so maybe I should turn the volume up for that, but here is
another insert.
Yeah.
So here again, we don't know whether this tape recorder is, my guess is that it's a tape recorder used by the camera crew. So the film camera have their own recorder for the sound, and what you see here is typically a smaller tape size. What you said earlier, the 8-track size tape are these very wide gauge tapes, but this is a smaller gauge tape. I think it's only for recording the sound of one microphone of the microphone, the boom microphone for the film cameras.
Okay, all right. And so we're coming up on the question that George asks.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just increase the volume a little bit so that folks can hear it.
What we hear George asking, how many have we already recorded good enough? but we don't actually see George speaking these words. And then later, in the next shot, we see John answering to Billy, none. So the dialogue is, how many have we recorded? And John answers, none.
Right.
But the way it is, the way the camera records it, and how the guys are facing each other, doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and the other thing too, Paul, is it also creates a problem for the narrative, right? Less than 3 weeks for 14 songs, yes. And then George is asking the question, how many are in the hopper? How many are done? And John says, none.
None. Yeah. So
okay.
So here, this is, let's say, a classical plot point in a normal movie script, where the drama gets how do you say it? It moves forward, surrounding a plot point. If you play what sound?
How many have we already recorded good enough?
No.
So how many have we recorded good enough? And John Lennon says, none. So let me go back, folks. Play it again.
How many have we already recorded good enough?
No.
George, in my view, is standing next to Billy wearing his fur coat. So first he has a jacket on, a jeans jacket, and in the next shot he wears his fur coat. And John is not answering George, he's answering Billy. So the eye lines don't match up. So the imagery and the sound don't match up. And here again, I think it's very powerful editing of something that possibly didn't happen.
All right, so let me play this again.
How many have we already recorded good enough?
No.
So they will film a concert of the new songs for a TV show and a documentary.
None of us has had the idea of what the show is going to be.
This is interesting.
Want me to go back?
Yeah, if you can. I wanted to explain something. Okay, what we see here in the clapperboard is what you already explained. There's this classical 2 and a 1 numerology, what you most often have explained what the meaning of that is. But we see it on the clapperboard, and the clapperboard in this shot disappears by what is called a jump cut. So it seems like a continuing shot, but the jump cut is made in between. So they cut out the moment the clapperboard is being removed, and what we see is a clapperboard, and the next moment we see no clapperboard. We don't see it being taken away from the shot. In my view, but that's my view, it is a kind of a hint, a clue to people in the know. Look, we have edited it. This whole sequence, this whole promo, the whole movie is clever editing. And this is an example, and openly and showing in plain sight, openly telling us, at least people who are able to see it, this is clever editing. So if you play it, Mike.
Yeah, let me just reduce the playback again. So
Super.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go. It's normally considered a editing mistake if you make these types of edits in your final result. But here it is clearly being shown. So you could argue, or you could ask yourself the question, why is that? Why do they show it like they do? And then but also they roll away the Beatles drum head. I don't know if there is a meaning behind it, but it's sort of, well, okay,
yeah. I'll go back. Yeah.
I don't know if there's any meaning behind it, but the rolling away of the Beatles.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird type of cut. It's
yeah.
Now it's there and then it's not, right?
And then it's not. So it's normally considered a jump cut, and it's an edit error. It's not something you would want to have in your final film.
Okay.
Unless you want it in your film. So, okay. Anyway. We see here the location scouting on top of the building, and what we see, Billy is making this arm gesture of being something huge, and on the soundtrack, but you don't have to show it. It's quite obvious. The soundtrack says, Billy in voiceover, none of us had the idea of what the show is going to be, and then we see Billy making this gesture. So the show is going to be big. That's also nice editing.
Okay. All right. So then we have this scene here.
Yeah. Michael Lindsay Hogg, who has what I read about the planning of the rooftop concert, was what I read was his idea to have it on top of the Apple building. If that's true, this scene makes sense. He's showing Billy some plans, and if we play it out, we clearly see here in this shot,
right here,
what I think is a section view of a building, a hallway or a doorway, where a man figure, a person, is standing inside this hallway or this building. Sort of as you can sort of get a sense of size of a plan showing Billy how, what I think the concert is going to, how it's going to take place, where it's going to be held, how it will look, what has to be done in preparation, stuff like that. And having this little diagram in the right side, in the bottom right side of this plan, we see it in the yeah, what I'd say, I think a section view of a building with a person standing in it.
The other thing that's interesting about this piece of the footage, Paul, is that it's clearly showing Billy in charge. Because here's Mal, here's Michael, right? And exactly. they're covering the plans. They're discussing the plans with him.
Yeah. And what does he do? He stays seated at his piano. And what I thought of this scene is it clearly shows indeed, like you say, the power of Billy. He's the man. He's making remarks of the building plans for the concert. The two guys are standing up, are standing, and Billy is staying seated. So the power position between the three is very clearly shown here.
Right.
Normally, if someone shows you plans and they ask your opinion, you would also stand up to show them respect, getting to the same level of face-to-face. That's the typical, how do you say it, interpersonal behavior.
Right. But in this case, what you're saying is there's a hierarchy in place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Billy is the man. Billy stays seated. I'm not going to be bothered to stand up to your level. I'm just staying right where I am. I'm the man.
Okay. Want me to move forward?
Yes, please. John saying something, I'm not sure quite what. Oh, the mood is getting a bit lower. Ringo leaning over, he thinks it's all right for me. Okay, this shot. This is the side door of the recording room of the Apple studio. Later on, we will see John fooling about in front of this door. The lighting inside, we know this is the basement of the Apple building, so they're walking up the stairs, but the lighting inside the stairwell is enough for us to see clearly Billy, and he's looking over his shoulder as George is closing the door. And like you said before, George is very, I'm not sure, it seems that George is not in focus.
Yeah.
And George is not in focus, Billy would be even more out of focus. Only the door seems in focus. So this is a very much reworked shot to get sharpness and clarity.
That's a good point, because the doors are in very good focus.
Yeah.
They're clear. Yep.
And George is kind of out of focus. And if George is already, then Billy must be completely out of focus.
Yeah.
We saw Billy just looking over his shoulder.
And then they tell us they haven't played live for an audience in 3 years. So, of course, this goes back to 1966, and this is 1969.
Exactly. So this is also some kind of a setup for the drama that already has been announced in the previous text card for this recording time frame. So this emphasizes the drama. Yeah, this is what we discussed previous, but I'm not sure if it's of any meaning. But this was a very short.
The flash.
a sort of a flash frame. It only takes less than half a second.
Right. And now remember, folks, this is at 1/3 speed, so this goes by very fast if it's at normal speed.
And we know it's John, but we don't clearly see it. So we could argue why is it in the promo? What purpose does this shot serve? Well, in my view, it's just to disturb the audience, and disturbance is a way of a tool of storytelling.
Then we've got somebody standing back here, and I honestly cannot make out who that is.
Some of the studio crew, the film crew.
Yeah.
Yes, but this is something that we later on can see in several other shots as well. That there's always people standing in the background in the shot. So, but that's maybe it's something that doesn't have any further meaning, but it stands out. Now we see a little montage. This leads up to this is the section what I call the cauliflower section. George is asking everybody about his lyrics, where he doesn't seem to find the right words, and John is jokingly saying, "Well, just use the word cauliflower for any version of the words you don't seem to find." This is this bit. I say what we see also here, again, the sound barrier. Next to the sound barrier, we see in this shot is the Leslie speaker of the Hammond organ. And in some later shots, I have a nice, interesting comment on that as well.
Okay.
It's not clear in this shot, but we come back to that later. Okay,
well, here's
we see
the piano again too, Paul, right?
Yeah. Already we see here some stuff on the piano, what you could ask yourself, would you like to see wine glasses on top of a $100,000 instrument? I'm not sure. If it were my piano, I wouldn't be so happy about it. But anyway.
Maybe these are the missing reels of the unseen.
These are the missing reels. Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. I'll move forward.
And now we get a shot of the calendar. Okay, first this. The calendar obviously is a afterwards made shot. This is not an actual calendar from those days. It has printed text font, live shows. Next, later on, we see printed type of George meeting, and we see printed type of George leaving. So this is purely a insert to move the drama forward. It's not an actual calendar.
Right. So, folks, just to recap, so the Beatles came in to the studio on January 2nd, and this calendar is telling us that they have live shows scheduled for the 19th and the 20th. And of course, that's 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
And the other point we wanted to make here is that George, according to the official narrative, he walked out of the studio on January 10th, and he was gone through the 15th. Because he had that argument with Billy on Monday, January 6th, and then tensions continued to mount. George threw in the towel and said, "I'm done with this." So he left at around lunchtime on the 10th, and he was gone through the 15th, and he returns on the 16th. So this makes this schedule even more impossible, because one of your guitar players is gone for a week, and you only have 2.5 weeks. So it's just craziness. And the other thing I wanted to point out, I should have mentioned this in my one video, Paul, and that January 19th, when it's the first day of the live shows, that's January, which is 1, and the 19th. So when you put the numbers together, you have 11/9 or 9/11. So it's another 9/11 reference right there as to when they're going to do the first day of the live shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in fact, and that shot we will discuss later, if Billy is beneath the clapperboard, the date on that clapperboard and the date of the live show also have very large meanings.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to point out, folks, the Beatles did the rooftop concert on January 30th. So when we take January, which is 1 plus the 30th, 1 plus 3 is 4, plus 1969, it reduces down to the number 11.
We see some dates will be crossed out to increase the tension and the drama. Okay, now it's if you freeze here, okay. They are having lunch at the piano. It's strange for many reasons. Normally, maybe you do it as well, Mike. I did it also. If you have a certain place where you work, usually you have another place where you have your lunch. Sort of have a little distance from your workplace. So you make a little walk, or you go to a kitchen room or a dining room or a lunch room, whatever. But here they are seated, they're staying seated in the recording room, having lunch there, right on top of the piano. So that's already maybe not like you would expect. But then we have all the stuff on top of the piano: drinks, coffee, cigarette cases, napkins, all kinds of stuff. It seems strange to me.
It looks like they're in a garage. That's what it looks like to me. It does not look like a professional recording environment. Now, of course, someone's going to say, well, that's what it looked like. And I agree, that's what it looked like. But it is very surprising to see this recording environment when you're talking about the greatest band of all time.
Yeah, I mean, later on we see when the discussion with George happens, there's a shot where George arrives in his Mercedes 600, a very expensive car, one of the top line cars next to maybe Bentley or Rolls Royce. The guys had money, so the studio had money, and then they are having lunch inside the recording room. Doesn't seem fitting to the status of the band.
Yeah.
Okay, in the background now we see again this Leslie speaker, and we see a microphone standing on top of the amplifier, a guitar amplifier. This in recording technically, this doesn't make any sense whatsoever to have your microphone on top of an amplifier. So you get vibrations, or even worse, you get circuit interference, whatever. And another thing is that what I researched was that if you make a recording of a Leslie speaker, you at least have 2 microphones to get that typical Leslie speaker sound. So this setup of recording microphones at the Leslie speaker doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
And again, all of these microphones. I mean, take a look at this picture, folks. We got a mic here, we got a mic here, we got a mic there. There's one here, there's one. Ringo here. This is to catch the snare. They got a mic up here. There's a mic going down here. We have more microphones over here. Here's one here. Again, this, I guess, to get the toms.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's microphones all over the place. And again, if you're rehearsing, no problem. No problem. But for recording, you couldn't record this way. You could not get a good recording.
Exactly.
With this type of microphone setup. Okay, do you want me to go forward, Paul?
Yeah, but let's please forward.
Okay. And we got John.
Okay, we got John goofing, and in the background we see the door, which we talked about earlier, the emergency exit.
The door where George was a little out of focus, but the door was in focus.
Exactly, and now we see in this shot we see John clowning about. And what I notice is that the lighting on his face is very, it seems overworked with the restoring what they did. It doesn't seem real. Of course, the shot can be real, but it calls questions in my taste.
Well, also it goes back to what I was saying before. You know, he was supposed to be a heroin addict, and here we are. And he's very active. And in
He's
fact, the trailer
exactly.
before this, he pulls his pants over his kneecaps and he's hopping up and down on the ground. I mean, we don't see it in this recent trailer, but in the one before this, we do. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah. It doesn't seem okay. They've did shot. Okay, now it's getting interesting. We see the shot of Billy standing next to the 10 number.
Yep. The number of
And
completion, new beginnings. And
number
he has a
of
big old
completion.
smile on his face.
Yes. Just for reference, in the background we see Ringo's drum kit without the sound baffling. So
Right.
that's strange because I think this is again in the Apple studio. So why is he in one shot he uses these sound barriers, and in the next shot here he doesn't. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Anyway,
Right. We have John and Yoko down here.
yeah, but the meaning of this shot is kind of what you are expert in.
The meaning of this shot is, first of all, he's dressed in black and white, duality, the number 10,
duality.
number of completion, new beginnings.
His
That's
pose.
what I think this represents.
His pose is very authoritative.
Yes.
He has a smug smile on his face. He knows exactly what's been shown here. And in the next shot, we get the other one. It's even this one.
This is great.
This is interesting for many reasons. First of all, we have the number 18. That's your territory, Mike. Maybe you can explain a little bit on that.
Well, it's the number 9, so 1 + 8 = 9. And when Billy plays the role of Paul McCartney, he's all about the 9s. When he's himself as William or Billy, he associates himself with the number 6. So we could see him pointing up.
Exactly.
To number 9. Yep.
Now he himself is very much in the let's say an image that is very well known as iconography for the Jesus figure. What we all know. And a few tenths of seconds before this, he is looking up to the sign, and he's almost exactly in this typical iconography type of image of the Jesus figure. That's, you could say, well, it's just it happened like that. That's true, but then we go to the next meaning on the clapperboard. We see here on the clapperboard the text Beatles show.
Let me go back, Paul. You're talking about this one here?
Back, please. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes. We see here it says Apple Film Limited Beatles show. And I thought, would a camera crew, a filming and documentary crew, would they use the term show on the clapperboard? Wouldn't they just say Beatles recording, Beatles sessions, Get Back sessions, whatever?
Or just the Beatles.
Or just Beatles. But Beatles show implies something with a very different meaning.
Okay, so you want me to move forward, Paul?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Forward, yeah.
Okay, here we have Billy's got his yellow shirt on. You want me to move past this?
This is a little montage. I'm not sure what. Okay, yeah. Then this is the scene where Billy off camera is saying it's going to be such a comical thing, like in 50 years' time. And then we see Yoko and John dancing, but Billy's line of "it's going to be such a comical thing like in 50 years' time," and it sort of makes a reference to the timeline we are now in. We are now 50 years later.
Right.
So Billy saying that in 1969 is also, I don't know, maybe it doesn't mean anything, but it's. I noticed this.
Yeah, maybe a little predictive. Who knows, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Who knows? But then we've got.
This is still a montage of the.
We got the calendar again.
Of the calendar. So, and now things. How did they say it? The plot thickens.
Yeah, they said they have a meeting with George, and as I mentioned, the narrative in Wikipedia says George was out of there between the 10th and the 15th. They did meet with him. And when they met with him, he decided to come back on the 16th. So,
Yeah.
But of course, with George being out of the studio for a week, as I mentioned before, Paul, that makes this whole 19th and 20th, those dates, impossible.
Totally impossible. But another interesting thing is, in the imagery we see, while we know now we know that there is a meeting with George. So George is having an argument. He's threatening to leave, and in fact he does leave. And we know that this is taking place over 5 days' time. And in the imagery, we see still, if you play it now, we still see the guys playing here, discussing, playing, but this is still the Twickenham studio. So what they are implying here is that the argument with George is still, the band is still in the Twickenham studios. So when George returns, is that still in the Twickenham studios or not? We are not sure. We don't get any information on that. We can only conclude it from the imagery over here. So when he returns, if it is still in the Twickenham studios, and later on we know they move to the Apple studios, moving the whole entire crew, the instruments, the amplifiers, all the gear, including the grand piano, the Blüthner, what we talked about earlier. Although the Apple building is only 10 miles away from the Twickenham studios, this probably would take, let's say, a day at least. Moving a complete studio environment from one studio to the next, building up everything, plugging in all the cords, all the signals into the desk, signal checking, sound checking, moving the grand piano. How much time does that take?
Well, if you move it, you're going to have to tune it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And they move it downstairs in the basement of the Apple building. So the entire operation of moving all that equipment, would it take a day, maybe two? That's another 2 days off the calendar.
Well, an argument could be made that they had equipment in both studios, so that they may not have had to move equipment. They just unplugged, and then when they went to Apple, all that equipment was there. That argument can be made.
Can be made, indeed. But if not, and we see in imagery the Blüthner piano, clearly visible, the Blüthner sign on the side of the piano. Did they have a Blüthner piano in Apple as well as in Twickenham studio? Not sure about that. It's like I say, it's a grand piano and a very expensive instrument. So if they had to move it, okay, that would at least take a day. If not, then your argument stands. Then they only have to move their guitars and the drum kit of Ringo, and at least that could have been done, let's say, between coffee and lunch. I'm not sure,
right.
But that could have been done. Yes.
Okay. So we have Billy reading this newspaper.
Yeah, they are goofing about in this scene. This is a little montage of them. This leads up to the crisis in the band, because we know George is leaving. Paul is stressed out. John is stressed out, and now George quits.
That's interesting. He says George quits, right? And here's the thing, Paul. Where's the date?
Yeah, there's no date. All the other days of the calendar have a date, and here we don't have a date, but we have in printed font George quits. So again, here there's manipulating imagery that doesn't make any sense in
all right, so just for the record, I mean, they're not showing it here, which is very, very interesting. As I mentioned earlier, folks, George had the argument with Billy on Monday, January 6th. Tensions mounted. It didn't get any better. And then around lunchtime, this is the official story now. This is not Mike and Paul making up a story. George walked out on January 10th. He was out from the 10th through the 15th, and he returned on the 16th. So this image here, this shot where George quits with no date, this is very, very odd.
It doesn't fit the rest of the shots of the calendar.
No, because the
So
rest of the calendar was very detailed. Here are the dates. We're Xing them off,
yeah,
right?
exactly, exactly. So this shot is already fabricated. We can clearly conclude that. So
Okay, let me.
It leads up to the here the shot George in his Mercedes 600.
Well, and the
Very
other thing,
expensive.
Paul, I mentioned when we spoke last week is this shot is not unseen. I've seen this so many times.
It's a stock footage of him arriving at the studio. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this is
Yeah.
something that's been played many times.
Yeah. What appears here is that the discussion leading up to the live shows is building up the stress. So the discussion, the live shows, the stress, George leaving, George returning, it's all building up stress.
To build the anticipation. Can they do this? Can they pull it off?
Yeah.
Right.
Can they pull it off in time?
Right,
Exactly.
right. Okay. And there's the live shows again. Canceled.
No, they're canceled. In the same, it doesn't even appear to be white out. It's just another shot of the letters of the word cancelled. It's not even on top of live shows. It's edited. It's not real. It's only its function is only to increase drama. It's not increasing reality of a calendar being rewritten.
Right. So it's dramatic effect.
It's only dramatic.
Okay. Now we have John and
Yoko dancing. I thought it was just a cute scene.
Well, the other thing is I've seen that footage before too. Maybe they're going to say, well, it wasn't that exact footage, but.
Well, it appears to be. This is in the Twickenham studio, and what you see in the background are these lamps, stage stuff. On the left, we see bongos and other stuff belonging to the studio. So it appears to be, and what I said earlier, the lamps, the lights here are at a low angle, and that creates these harsh lit faces of the guys.
Yeah.
But it's, like I said, it's nice to see Yoko and John
having some fun.
Having some fun making out.
Again, and remember, he's a heroin addict, so. All right, so here's a scene, a little tender moment.
Yeah, and what we around this point, yes, around this point, as we know that the tension has risen, George has left. What will happen next? The music of Let It Be starts. And that's a very, the soothing sound of the first chords of Let It Be plays over this drama. So that's very clever editing to use that song over this scene.
Yeah, and they look very worn out here. So this is Michael Lindsay Hogg here, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
And again, he's talking directly to Billy, right?
Yeah, Billy is the man to talk to. John's not even not even in this shot.
No. And to the right is his wife. There's Linda. And then we have Ringo and George looking, rather bored.
Yeah. Another thing worth mentioning, maybe, I'm not sure. We know that from all these sessions, there are a lot of photographs taken by Linda. But in this promo, we see Linda in this shot and in later on inside the desk room. We don't see her using or wearing her camera. So that's just a little observation I made. But.
Okay. All right, so you have a little one-eyed symbolism there.
Yeah. I noticed this. I thought, well, it's probably not intentionally. And maybe it is, but at least it looks very unforced, unprepared.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's intentional or not, but...
No.
Yeah. Oh, there's more one-eyed symbolism. We got Yoko peeking out from behind her hair. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a nice shot. I think it's a nice composition.
Between
shot.
the two of them, they have two eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's Billy.
Now we get to the point where John is sort of starting to get tired under Billy's direction. If we play it forward, Billy is stressed out. This is an insert from the rooftop, and it's mixed together with these shots of the earlier years.
Yeah.
And now they sort of they lean on the sentiment from where they have come, these boys, what they all accomplished over all these years, all these famous concerts, and now they're still fighting to get this album being made. So it's all to enhance the drama.
Right, and this is Budokan. I recognize the background here in Japan, 1966.
Now we have this discussion. Michael Lindsay Hawk asks, in reference to George leaving, well, documentary seems to grind to a halt. And then we see here John saying, grinding to a halt? It's just getting started. And then Billy answers something to that effect as well.
Yeah, Billy was joking around. We're just getting started.
It's just getting started, yeah. But this is still, mind you, this is still in the Twickenham studio. So this is indeed a little reference to the date it took place. If George actually left for 6 days, then this shot was still in the Twickenham studios. But anyway, for that time point.
So this November.
Okay, we see here Billy playing. Okay, here this shot, freeze. You could read from John and George that they are under the pressure of Billy. Billy as the band leader, telling him what to do. Later on, we see Billy hovering over John at the piano. But the pose here of Billy is interesting because also here again he sort of takes the Jesus pose with the arms spread. Maybe I'm stretching for an image, but this is how it appears to be.
I think you're absolutely right. It's the Savior pose, and
it's the Savior pose, the Jesus Christ Savior pose.
Yeah, and look at the way we have George.
It's exactly composed. It's his arms and the boy's two faces are exactly symmetrical. It's a composed shot. This you couldn't have caught with a random camera. Just look over there. No, you're too late. It's already gone. So this is a composed shot.
It's also the same type of shot, Paul, that is depicted on the back of the Sgt. Pepper album, where Billy has his back.
Exactly.
And the other Beatles, we see their faces, but on the back of Pepper, Billy has his back turned to us. So to me, this is a very, very similar type of depiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sort of an image, how do you say it? And it makes a visual reference to something the audience already know.
Yeah.
And so you have a very strong reference there.
Well, he's in charge.
And he's in charge, very much so. And in the next shot, we see him hovering over John at the here. We see John at the synthesizer piano. What is it?
The keyboard, yeah.
Yeah, the keyboard. Yeah. Yes, exactly. But we see again here the posture of Billy pointing out to John. No, the other chord. No, it's not a B flat. It's an E minor. Whatever. How he's telling John what to play is very stressing the power role he plays. He has.
Well, again, it's another piece of footage where it's showing us that Billy is the leader.
Yes.
He's directing.
Yes.
Right. And here we go again. He's pointing and he's directing.
Pointing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And you see John is very much. He's getting tired of this whole scenario. He had enough of it.
Right.
His face expression is very telling. Now we get up to the scene where the guys play together, and we, where are we at 217? Yes. There's a small discussion going on, and
then they flash back to this.
And then they play, yeah. But during this flashback, we hear the soundtrack say, "When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me." So again, very powerful lyrics over a very stressing moment. Emphasizes the whole drama, and the soundtrack even more emphasizes this. And then we go to this scene.
Yep.
Yeah, well, a little observation I made is the piano is without its top lid, but there's no microphone in there. So this is clearly Billy playing without any recording. It's just something I
Yeah,
noticed.
and this would be the microphone for the film crew, right?
For the cameras, for the film cameras, exactly.
Okay.
This is not your actual recording microphone.
Okay.
Again, here, old imagery. Now here, John and George playing.
Yeah, trying to tie it back. Old period, new period.
Yes, exactly. And this leads up to the scene where the four guys together are playing, and we get a comment from the booth, from the desk. This is all montage. Yes, this shot. John is leaning over his shoulder. The recording engineer, Glenn Johns, is asking on the soundtrack, "John, once more then?" And then we get to the shot from the sound desk. So he asks, "Once more then?" And then we hear John answer, but we see a completely different image. If you play it. This shot.
Yeah.
In the shot, we see John answering Glenn Johns. So John answers, "I mean, we'll never get a chance to do it again." And then we see on the word "again," we see this cut to another scene. We see clearly here.
Well, he's got that blue and yellow shirt on again.
Yes, John's blue and yellow. Billy is wearing orange at his guitar, and George is wearing red. And then we cut to the next scene. This scene is indeed continuous. And then the next scene, we hear,
Yeah, that's not.
Billy is wearing blue, John is wearing white, Yoko is in the picture, and everybody is doing something completely different.
So this goes back to what you were saying before, Paul, that it's not contiguous, and it was done to kind of copy and paste and put it together so that it would create the trailer and a story and something people would be interested in. But yeah.
It doesn't, at least it is not continuous editing from scenes from, or shots from the same scene. It's from different scenes, from different sessions, different days. I assume that the guys wear different clothes every day. So this is clearly from another scene.
Yeah.
If not, I wouldn't go as to say as far as to say that this is fabricated, but it's from a different session.
Right. Well, I hope they change their clothes every day.
I would think so.
Here's Billy directing again, right?
Billy directing again with his right hand. I wouldn't know if a director always uses his strong or his weak hand, but
I would assume it's your strong hand.
Yeah. They are now having fun, goofing a little bit. Oh, this shot is the guys sitting at the desk, and what I noticed is that in all shots of the guys hanging at the desk and playing, grooving to the playback or whatever, smoking, whatever. The sound engineer is not at the desk. So if they would listen to playback, the sound engineer would would be at his desk, would control the playback.
Yeah, he would
And
be at
mix
the
in-
board.
You at the board, exactly. He would mix in a little bit more drums, a little less guitar, whatever.
Now, the other
But
thing
it's-
that's a problem with this scene, Paul, and I'm not saying it was, created this way. I'm just saying maybe this is exactly how it looked. We see the coffee cup right here?
Exactly.
Okay, now, if you're a sound engineer and you're running
would
this
want a
control
cup?
room, you would never
Yeah.
have a coffee cup or any kind of cup that could possibly have liquid in it sitting on your board. Because if that tips
Exactly.
over, you're going to have a
You're done.
big problem,
Yes.
an electrical
And also,
problem.
not in this shot, but in some other shots, we see that the guys are the ashtrays are on top of the board. So the guys are smoking and drinking above or on top of the board. It doesn't make any sense. This is all montage. Okay, this is
my
the
favorite
shot.
scene here.
Yeah, this is a shot you already called out. The entering of Billy in the recording room. It could be that it has taken place like here shown, but it very much looks like it's not. It's composed of Billy maybe in another room entering, whatever, but it's shown here. I guess they only filmed Mal leaving the studio.
Here's Mal here.
Yeah, and the shot of Billy very much seems put in afterwards on a different image layer, edited in post.
It's how it looks to me. I'm looking at the outline of Billy Preston,
Yeah.
and it just looks like it's layered or superimposed onto this
Yeah.
background.
Exactly.
That's how it looks to me.
And later on, when we see Billy playing guitar, shot together with the famous, we come to that in a bit. We see him playing then with Billy together. It also seems fake. This is still a montage.
Okay, so I guess we're getting to the rooftop scene here now.
Now, leading up to the rooftop scenes, but it is intercut with some scenes from the studio as well. So we see here the guys playing. Okay. Stop, please. We see here George playing his Fender Telecaster. Very clearly a Telecaster with a brown body and a white picking plate and a light brown strap. This is typically George's guitar. Then, if we move forward.
Oh, there are the meters again. We talked about this, where this is an insert, possibly.
This is possibly an insert. We know that the board has 4 VU meters. Okay, we see them actually over here in the next shot on the board. These meters are side to side on top of the board. Here, these this gray. There's maybe another shot where you can see it from the guy's point of view, but anyway. And now in a moment we get. This is some street shots. This one. Okay. I thought, like the shot earlier from Billy Preston, that this is put in afterwards on a different image layer. Here again, like you already pointed out, Mike, the contour of his body, his head, his hair, it seems strange. It doesn't seem to fit inside the scene.
Yeah.
What I notice is that the lighting, it could be, but it's sort of seems off. I'm not sure how to call it, but the more important thing is what you said, Mike. Billy is playing George's guitar, and what we see is that he's playing. He's having the guitar on the same strap as George, so the strap is way too short for him to play his guitar as a lefty.
There's a bigger problem. This is a right-handed guitar, right? So this is what George was playing earlier. So for Billy to be playing this guitar, he would have had to reverse the string order.
Yes.
Right? So when George plays right-handed, the low E string is right here, and the high E, the first string, is down here. So how Billy could be playing standard chords, and this looks to me to be, he's probably playing like a, it looks to me like he's playing a B flat type of chord here. And the problem that we have, folks, is that in order for Billy to play this properly, the guitar would have had to have been restrung and to reverse the order of the string. So remember, when George is playing it, because it's a right-handed guitar, here is the low E, the bass string, and here is the high E, which is the treble side of the strings across the fretboard. And not only would they have to reverse the string order, but the nut, which has slots in it, would have to be reslotted, because you cannot get a low E bass string in a high E slot. Okay? So this whole thing is just off. So this
makes no sense.
It makes no sense. This is, if this happened, it's completely staged, and he can't possibly, when I say he, Billy can't possibly be playing anything that makes any sense. The strings are in reverse order. So this is a very, very peculiar shot. And whoever put this together didn't understand this. That's how I look at this, Paul. They didn't realize that when they did this, that somebody who plays guitar would pick up on this right away.
But for him to have the guitar restrung, it takes at least a couple of minutes, whatever. If you have a professional guitar guy, Mal Evans would probably do that in a bit. But still, why would you restring a guitar when there's maybe laying around 5, 6 other guitars? So from that standpoint, this is totally nonsense. It's nonsense.
It is nonsense.
In whatever way.
And even if they did restring the guitar, Paul, they would have to do something with the nut. They would have to pop the old nut out, put a lefty nut in, or somebody would have to, take their filing tools. Because I do this, folks. I mean, I do guitar repair, so I know what I'm talking about here. Something would have to be done with the nut. So, like you said, this whole thing does not make any sense. Here we have this is the low E string right here. We could see that this string is larger. It's thicker, okay, right here. We don't see it up here. That's because that's the lighter string. That's the high E. So this guitar, based upon what I'm looking at right here, Paul, was there. This is a better view right here.
That's a good view, yeah.
You could see, here's the E, here's the A, here's the D. These are the bass strings. The guitar was not restrung. It was not.
No, it's visibly a lefty, a righty guitar for a right-handed person. Classically strung, as we know it, for a normal, but for a right-handed player.
Right. All right, so I'll move forward again. Sorry about that.
Like I said, the shots here in the streets are, what I think, untouched in terms of artificial image enhancement.
Yeah, they look like this. All the scenes we've seen before.
Yeah, relatively normal. Still goofing around. This shot, I thought, well, maybe, I'm not sure. Ringo, he mimes the movement of a film camera, but in fact, he's telling us, look, guys, we are being filmed. It's a show. It's all performance. It's all an act.
Yeah, the Beatles show.
The Beatles show.
Just like they had on the clapperboard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like the clapperboard said. I'm not sure if that's his meaning at that time of this shot, but as the things are now before us, they could have easily been interpreted like this.
Okay.
This is all montage. The guy's having fun.
Like John's position here.
Yeah. It's very strange. And by the way, Yoko is probably looking at some coupons or the latest dinner reservation. I'm not sure what she's
maybe
doing.
she's
reading
clipping
some.
coupons to go shopping or something.
Anyway, it's just a little joke.
Experience the three-part event. Experience it.
Yeah, it's an event. It's how it's presented as an event, as a how do you say it? A sideshow, as a carnival.
This one here, you and I both picked up on Linda's face. Looks like.
Yeah, it's very much enhanced. In terms of the digitally enhancement of these faces and this contrast regain.
Let me go back and I'll start that again. Let me see here. Okay, there you go.
So we see Linda here, and what I think is it's very enhanced in terms of the image, the contrast gain, and the image enhancement. It looks very much off. Even for an untrained eye, you could see, well, why is Linda's face so strangely clear lit?
Yeah. I noticed it right away,
again,
Paul, when I first watched it without you saying anything. I said, boy, she looks like her face has been enhanced.
And another thing is what I talked about earlier. We know that she took a lot of photographs during these sessions, but never, at least in the promo, did we see her wearing or using a camera. Now, you could argue, okay, she only took some photos one day during the whole session. That could well be. Another thing is, if that's the case, you would probably miss out on interesting moments. Normally, when you are photographing an event, you will have your camera all the time with you. Only if you go to lunch, then you maybe take it off for a few moments, but every other moment you have your camera with you.
We'll have to see what he does. We'll have to see what he does with the documentary, how much he shows of Linda and whether she has the camera. It's tough to do with like a 3.5 minute,
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. We cannot make a judgment based on
this. But your point is well made. I mean, we should see her with a camera, I would think.
Yeah.
I think. Okay, let's.
Because the other photographer, Ethan A. Russell, he is in some shots, not visibly, but he is there, and from him also are very many photos known that he took during the session. So every time we see him in a frame, he's wearing a camera, or better yet, he's pointing the camera to the guys. He's having the camera to his face, to his eye. So that's in contrast to Linda, who's never wearing her camera.
Yeah.
Here. This is all a montage. Ringo is lining up the frame. Yeah, this scene here. Interesting that George and John hug each other while leaving the studio. It's just, I thought, well, interesting that the camera picks up on this, that they filmed the guys leaving the studio.
It almost seems contrived to me.
Exactly. But like I said, we cannot make judgment more than what we do now here based on the footage. Well, now we're getting up to the this is sort of the end of the studio footage. Now we get the last shots, which go to takes us to the rooftop.
And there we have it, folks. Set back. Or others had said, "Hey, the shepherd's crook."
Yeah, the shepherd's crook.
So
yeah, many comments online already were made on this at the Steven Weber. Sorry, I mispronounced his name.
Oh, Steve Fauber?
I see Steve Faber.
Yeah. I have a lot of astute subscribers. It's amazing what people pick up on.
Yeah.
It's great.
Now we get to the rooftop scenes, and one thing that I noticed, what's interesting, is the rooftop fairly clearly shows that it's been boarded with very well, I think it's something like 1,000 square foot of wooden planks.
Planks right here. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, and there are still photos from the location scouting made by the Ethan A. Russell photographer who made these shots, where we can see the guys scouting the rooftop for the location to have the concert. And what you can clearly see that those shots show the roof of the section where it is not being planked. And here it is very clear that it's all new wood placed precisely for the concert. And this set me to the thought of the timing and the planning of this rooftop. If you have 1,000 square feet of wood that you want to have installed on top of your standard roof felt, you have to get it over there. First, you have to think about the idea. We're going to do the show on the top of the building. So you have your image, your ID forming, you have your concept, then you have to start planning. You have to buy the wood, you have to bring it over there, you have to transport it on top of the building. So you have to have a crane. You cannot, probably are planks of at least 3 feet long. You cannot transport them through the stairwells upstairs. So you have to bring it in from the street level with a crane. So you have to use a crane. You have to rent a crane, a crew, a crew of carpenters to fit it all on the roof. Then you have to plan the day of the concert with all your instruments moving on top. So from the basement of the building on top of on the roof, you have to organize all your camera crew. They have separate lightings. You see here in this shot that they have these floodlights. They used to because it's a gray day with a cloudy overcast day. So the lighting is not optimal. They use extra lights to give the camera crew an sufficient lighting scheme to work with. Security, the police is probably in on it. All these things take very longer, I think, than just one person shouting it from I have an idea, let's play on the top of the building, and then 3 minutes later you start playing. It doesn't work like that.
No, it couldn't be spontaneous, because
I
would think, Paul, at the very least they would have to have a building engineer come in to make sure that the roof can sustain what you're bringing up there, the equipment, the people, and so on. There's a lot of weight, because you don't want to get up there, start playing, and you fall through the roof and you wind up, downstairs. So I agree with you that these planks here, and I don't know if we're going to see it in this footage, but you did have a still that you sent over, and folks can go take a look at the rooftop scene, by doing a search, and you can see that these planks do not go all the way across, that they are there where they are going to perform, where they're going to play.
Exactly. Only let's say the bandstand area is planked. The other area of the building, let's say behind the railings behind behind Ringo, that part of the building is not being planked, and the still images by Ethan A. Russell clearly show that is the standard roof felt.
Well, you can see it up here, right?
Yeah, it looks like that, exactly.
Right up here.
But like what you said also is the weight distribution over the roof. A roof is not built for these types of load forces. So you have to disperse these loads over the entire area of the roof, and there is where these planks come into play. And it's very well thought of. It's probably, like you said, it's maybe they had an engineer who looked at it, who could tell the type of planks they have to use to make sure that this. Plus, also we have a sort of a improv railing where the cameramen are standing. You don't want people falling over. Like I say, we had the entire camera crew, and what I read about is that they have six cameras filming this concert, and this shot indeed from the other side of the street was indeed an actual camera. We discussed it before, and we doubt, at least I doubted it, if that was a real camera of that, or if it was a still image that they reworked into a moving scene, but it's in the original documentary as well. So we have a camera across the street. This also asks for coordination. People stage hands with maybe with walkie-talkies. You have to plan this way up in advance.
Okay, so the net of it is, and I agree with you that this wasn't spontaneous. They weren't downstairs 15 minutes prior and said, hey, let's move all this stuff up to the rooftop and let's put on a little performance, right? So, and of course, there's nothing wrong with doing the performance on the rooftop. I think it's great, but the story that it was just this spontaneous decision and they went upstairs and they did it, I agree with you that, no, this had to be planned out because, like I said, you know, if you don't have the weight distributed correctly, then you could wind up having a problem.
And another interesting thing is, I'm not sure at what moment in time it is. I have it at 3:40. If you can you go back a few moments in this rooftop scene, John?
I mean, take a look at how old these buildings are, Paul.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. This one. You see the guy standing in front of John, sitting on his knees,
right,
with the red hair. He's holding up a sheet of paper with a score.
We're talking about this guy here, and he's definitely holding up a clipboard.
He's holding up a clipboard with I think with a score, because John is singing, so he doesn't have to read the score. He knows it by heart.
Well, maybe it's lyrics.
Billy,
maybe it's lyrics for Billy to read off of.
Maybe,
you know.
But like I say, it's only on this song. It's not on all the other songs. It's only here that this guy is holding up the music sheet or the score or the lyrics, whatever.
So this is
like
a shot from across the street, obviously.
This is from across the street, and this guy in the brown trench coat, he is filming this camera. So what we see here, the two cameramen are filming each other. Interesting.
And we could see, here's the roof, the building next door, right? And we could see here.
That's normal.
And I don't think this is planks here. This just looks, I don't see planks here, but this looks like this up here.
Some roofs have concrete tops, but usually you have this typical roof felt. And it's a bit, how do you call it in English? A bitumen-based roof felt for making it watertight.
Yeah.
And if you normally workmen who repair or who make this, they are used to it. They know how to walk, where to put your feet, not to damage this roof felt. If you damage it, you get a leakage, and then you can start all over again.
Yeah.
But if you have 20 people, or I don't know, at least 20 people standing on the roof, it will get damaged. You don't want to have that. So the planking on the roof is very useful, but it takes a planning that is not considered in the earlier calendar story.
Yeah, and like you said, Paul, they put a rail up here.
Yeah, they put a rail up.
And it's highly unlikely that they took these planks and brought them up through the stairwells and brought them up and then started laying them down. They possibly had to bring in a crane.
Yeah, to had to bring in a crane. So a crane rental is all it all asks for planning days in advance, and so like you say, it's not spontaneously done. And what is not clear in these shots is that halfway or somewhere around the end of the concert, these policemen enter the building, and there's an interesting footage in the. If you watch the entire concert footage, You see Bobbies, the English Bobbies, entering the building, but you see it filmed from both sides of the door at the same time. So this clearly shows me that police were in on it. They knew they were being filmed, or even better, they were in on it and they acted out the entire scene.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you that this was completely scripted, including the whole thing with the police. I know the scene you're talking about. So,
yeah,
you know, like everything else, it's theater. It's theatrics.
It's a show.
It's a show.
Yeah.
You know?
Because the whole premise of playing on a rooftop, for who are they playing? The guys in the streets barely heard anything. I mean, the amplifying of the sound, I don't know what speakers they use, but it's only monitor speakers, what I think. It's what they had up there.
But the problem is that this becomes like, this is a big echo chamber.
That's true.
Right? So this is a big echo chamber down here. So they're playing and the sound is reverberating off the buildings, off the windows, and it just sounds like a big mess.
Right. It's like a bad concert hall with a bad acoustic.
Yeah. Well, this was a very interesting discussion, Paul. It's amazing too. It's been 2 hours for us to go through a 3.5 minute clip. So just taking a look through it. And again, folks, you know, we're just watching and making some observations and sharing some insights. And, you know, some folks are going to agree and others may not agree, but that's okay. You know, we're just chit-chatting and taking a look at possibilities. But there are definite anomalies in that trailer, Paul, that, you know, that you've called out that do call into question. And as I have said, I do believe that Peter Jackson has been given the job by Billy to buff up this period of the Beatle history, to make it less negative, and you know, to infuse it with a more positive tone, a more positive storyline.
Even if they used existing images. So let's say the discussion about Peter Jackson using real CGI, real computer-generated images from nothing. I don't think that's the case, at least for total images, maybe for the details that we already discussed, superimposed images, eyes that moved across, things like that. But if they indeed used the existing images, it still tells a story which is made up from edits over a soundtrack and a narrative that's being emphasized by juxtaposition of certain type of images, inserts of the calendar, the timeline, so the let's say the induced drama. It's a real clever piece of editing and image processing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what this looks like, the final product.
Yeah.
You know, and there's a part of me that says don't bother watching it because I don't want to feed the beast. But there is another part of me that says I want to see exactly what he's done, you know, because I keep going back to, if this was such great footage, why was it not in the original film? You know, so I think that I believe there's a lot of liberties that were taken, and I think the technology, and you might disagree with me, is probably more prevalent than we might think in order to enhance the story. I do believe that. And because all the happy smiling faces that he's showing us in these trailers, you know, it's a very sharp contrast to what we all know the original film was about. I mean, I watched the original film a number of times. I have a copy of it on DVD. It's well documented that it was a very tense and down time for the Beatles as a band. So, you know, for him to pump up the tires and make it look like it was just one big old jolly time, I don't know.
And also what the what you said earlier about what we know, how George later looked back on this period of time, and also what even recently how Ringo is sort of distancing himself from the film that Michael Lindsay Hogg made. And well, from George, you already mentioned, we know how he thought about this period in time. So these opinions of the guys from the band, how they looked back on this period of time, is completely different from what Peter Jackson is telling us.
Right.
And then you have to ask yourself, okay, what is true and what is manipulated and what is contrived and what is clever edited and what is indeed CGI. Certain things we could see, we picked up on both, but certain things maybe we missed.
Right.
Peter Jackson is a clever guy and he's very clever.
And he has state-of-the-art technology.
The technology he has, he can, the stuff he made for these Lord of the Rings films is amazing. So I believe that he can do anything he wants with imagery, and what he shows us here is already very clever, and maybe we missed half of it, but at least we picked up on some interesting points.
Yeah. So I for everybody who's watching this and is ultimately going to take a look at the documentary when it comes out later this month, watch it with a discerning eye. That's all I would say. And as you watch it, keep in mind the original story, the original narrative. Keep that in mind as you're watching it, and then mentally note the contrast in presentation. Whereas the Michael Lindsay Hogg version of Let It Be, going back to 1970 when it was released, again, was showing a band that was hitting its demise. It was a band that had a lot of tension, and that tension started way before Let It Be, and it extended way beyond Let It Be. And you have to keep that in mind. So don't get just caught up in all of the fantastical presentation that Peter's going to present, because I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be reality. I don't think so.
Right.
Anyway, Paul, this was excellent, and I'm so glad that you agreed to come on and talk about this. And so I think that we shall see, right? Later this month, we shall see how close to the mark you and I are.
Okay, like I say, I'm interested in how people will respond.
Hey friends, it's Mike. It's Sunday, December 5th, 2021, and last night I finally had the opportunity to sit down and watch episode 1 of Peter Jackson's documentary Get Back. I took notes. I haven't watched episode 2 or 3 yet, and I probably won't get into as much detail with 2 and 3 as I am with episode 1, but let me get to my notes now and let me share my impressions. So, I found episode 1 to be very long and tedious. I found myself checking the time to see how much time was left. The film was very slow moving. In my opinion, it did not live up to the hype of the trailers and promos that were put out. It was highly edited. And again, the premise of Get Back is the Beatles were going to write and record 14 new songs in less than 3 weeks, which, as I've mentioned in other videos, is a stretch to say the least. They were going to play the new songs at 2 live shows on January 19th and 20th. However, the venue for these live shows was undecided. The schedule was complicated even further because Ringo was to begin filming the Magic Christian movie later in the month on January 24th. And remember, the Beatles arrived at the studio on January 2nd. Twickenham, which was the studio they started at, was a big, empty, acoustically challenged warehouse with no recording equipment, and there was a total lack of planning around the sessions in general. It was clear to me that Billy was in charge. I thought John displayed arrested, developed behavior. George was clearly not happy, and Ringo looked hungover and tired. So based on episode 1, I thought there was a very good reason why this footage was cut from the original 1970 film. And as I mentioned, I still have to watch episodes 2 and 3, and hopefully those episodes are more watchable. The film starts by telling us there was over 60 hours of film footage and over 150 hours of audio. So if we break down the numbers, 60 is 6 plus 0, which equals 6. 150, 1 plus 5 plus 0 equals 6. And we start the film with the number 66. The film states at the beginning that editorial choices had to be made where audio was supplemented with pictures, meaning some scenes were created to give a visual to the recorded dialogue or audio. The film text at the beginning also tells us the filmmakers attempted to present an accurate depiction of the events and people. We are shown the 1960 Hamburg story and how the lads played 8 hours a night in Germany. This goes to my argument that no songs were written during the Hamburg period. In a Pete Best interview that I've played in a couple of videos, he tells us they played 7 to 8 hours a night, then they left the club to go to sleep, woke up at around 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and had about 2 to 3 hours before they needed to be back at the club again. So in Hamburg it was play, sleep, and eat. And then we're told about the lads playing at the Cavern on a regular basis. We are then shown Beatlemania footage, which of course was all manufactured by Tavistock to sell the Beatle brand and thus the psyop. And then we see a snippet of them playing the Ed Sullivan Show, and what I noticed, there are no amplifiers on the stage. So this goes to my premise that for major performances, they were playing to backing tracks or there were studio musicians backstage playing the actual music. And then at 5 minutes and 20 seconds into episode 1, we are shown the frame from the Yellow Submarine film where there are 2 Pauls. So Peter dropped a Paul is dead clue within 5 minutes of his documentary. So of all the frames that Peter could have possibly shown from the Yellow Submarine film, he showed that one. And then the film runs the footage of the record burning as a result of John's comments that the Beatles were bigger than Jesus. And as I have discussed previously in other videos, John's comments regarding Christianity and the Beatles was completely scripted, and the record burning was an occult ritual. And what I will do at the end of my review is to tack on a clip from I Am a Phony which explains this ritual process of record burning. Then the film segues to Sgt. Pepper and tells us the Beatles pioneered new recording techniques when in fact those recording techniques were pioneered by George Martin. And then we are shown a snippet from the Hey Jude promo film, which appears to be live, but it is not live. The Beatles were playing to a backing track. We can clearly see where John's strumming of his guitar is not in sync with the strumming that we hear on the song. And then we get more into the backstory with regard to the Get Back sessions, and we're told that the Beatles are going to write and record 14 new songs that will be performed live with no overdubs or studio tricks, but they have limited time. Ringo, as I mentioned, is scheduled to shoot The Magic Christian on January 24th, so we are again getting the ridiculous time constraint narrative that nobody but the Beatles can pull off. Then we are shown the calendar, and there is a dress rehearsal scheduled for January 18th in preparation for the January 19th and 20th shows. Now remember, they walked into the studio on January 2nd. So 16 days from when they walk into the studio, they're going to have a dress rehearsal, and according to the calendar in the film, they don't work weekends. So all of this is being done Monday through Friday, with the exception of the dress rehearsal, which was on the 18th, which was a Sunday. So then we're told the performances will be filmed in front of an audience and then broadcast at a later date. When they arrive at Twickenham, George asks, "Where's the recording equipment?" And John responds, they didn't need recording equipment because it was rehearsal, but then shortly afterward, they decide that they do need recording equipment, and so they make plans to have a makeshift studio put together. So talk about lack of planning. Throughout episode 1, George is questioning the schedule, the lack of logistics, etc. He's displaying a voice of reason, and you can tell he's getting frustrated. George also comments on the first day that Twickenham's acoustics weren't very good, and that's because Twickenham is a big, wide-open warehouse. We then hear an early version of I've Got a Feeling, so it was obvious to me that they had some songs, at least working versions or ideas, coming into the sessions. I don't believe they were writing all of the songs from scratch, which is what the film appears to try to sell us on. In fact, we know this is not the case because later on in episode 1, George talks about some songs that he wrote and brought into the sessions, like Isn't It a Pity? And from watching the film, it seems to me that Two of Us, Don't Let Me Down, and I've Got a Feeling were in draft form going into the Get Back sessions. Then there was some strange dialogue between Ringo and Dennis O'Dell, where Ringo thought starting the filming of The Magic Christian on January 24th would not be a problem because he didn't see how the Get Back sessions would go more than 2 weeks. And I was thinking, really, Ringo? I'm watching the film and seeing day 1, and I already know the schedule was in big trouble. So that was very weird. Then on day 2, we are told that the Beatles were reconsidering playing some of their earliest songs in order to get through the schedule. So in other words, they were going to go to a backlog of songs that they already knew to complement new songs because they were seeing that the schedule was breaking down. Then there was a number of times throughout episode 1 where it was obvious the dialogue was inserted or voiced over a particular scene. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier, where Peter said that certain audio was supplemented with visuals in order to bring together the visual and audio aspects of the film. I did catch moments when the dialogue did not match the movement of the mouth. A number of folks commented on this in the comments section on my previous video. There were moments when the faces had a shadow effect applied, and therefore you couldn't see the mouth movement in order to tell if the footage was synced up with the dialogue. And sometimes it looked like I was watching an old Godzilla movie. And then we watch a brief run-through of One After 909, and John says, quote, I wrote that when I was 15, except the dialogue sounded like it was inserted into the scene. It did not sound natural when I heard it, and I played it back a few times. So I found that interesting. They then played I've Got a Feeling again, and it was painful. And just to note, you never hear a complete song throughout episode 1. It's all snippets. Then there's dialogue where George is assessing his own guitar playing, and he says that he can, quote, learn and play things now, which came across as an odd thing to say. And then he goes on to say that he cannot play like Eric Clapton. So here we are getting an honest assessment from George about his playing abilities. Then on Monday, January 6th, George suggests forgetting about the show, which was reasonable considering how things were going. Then the equipment is being brought in to put together the makeshift studio, and that was the words that were used in the film, makeshift studio. And it was amazing to me how badly planned this whole thing was. Then there was dialogue during a Don't Let Me Down snippet that sounded like voice doubles were being used for Billy and John. It sounded very off to me. We also see Billy in his managerial role during Don't Let Me Down, which if you didn't know any better, you would have thought that it was a song that he wrote, because he was directing the others, including John, on the song. And then there's conversation where they say that they have run through 4 songs, but they haven't learned any. And then we get to the terse discussion between Billy and George during Two of Us, where Billy tells George, I always seem to annoy you, and George responds with, quote, you don't annoy me anymore, which made me chuckle. Because what was implied in George's response is he has gotten past Billy annoying him. And you get the feeling that George is not taken seriously by either Billy or John throughout episode 1. And I did feel for George as I watched and listened to the dynamics. Then Billy talks about him being the boss and has been for a couple of years. So this is direct evidence that Billy is running the band. So the Get Back sessions were in January of 1969, so a couple of years takes us back to January 1967, and the timing syncs up as to when Billy took over, which would have been in late 1966, going into Sgt. Pepper. Then there was dialogue, this time between Billy and George, that appeared to me to be dubbed in. Then they take another run at Two of Us, and again, it was painful. We see Billy pushing Two of Us, which, from my personal perspective, I never considered to be a great song. But he pushes it throughout episode 1. And then we move to January 7th. Remember, they arrived on January 2nd, so this is the 5th day. And Ringo looks perpetually hungover and George frustrated. Collectively, they talk about having no songs in the bag. We have Billy complaining about receiving no support from the other Beatles. George comments that the Beatles have been in the doldrums ever since Brian Epstein died, which was back in August of 1967, and things have been very negative since his passing. So this goes back to what I have presented previously, where the band was having tensions way before the Get Back sessions, as well as for years afterward. Billy tells them they have no discipline and says we either do a show or we don't. And then George says maybe we should get a divorce, and Billy responds that we are getting near that point. And then we have Michael Lindsay Hogg trying to give them a pep talk, which didn't appear to go anywhere. Then on January 8th, George brings in I Me Mine, and Billy's body language looks like he's humoring George. And as I mentioned, to me it came across that Billy and John did not take George seriously. That was my impression. We see a cameo of George Martin, but he is very subdued. After watching what was going on during the sessions, he's probably thinking he wants no part of this. George Martin ran a very tight ship, and when Billy took over, things appeared to get less disciplined. And maybe that was because John, George, and Ringo respected George Martin more than Billy. Just a thought. And let's also remember that George Martin walked out of the White Album session. So I'm thinking the Let It Be sessions was just a carryover from what was experienced during the recording of the White Album. Then we get snippets of Two of Us, I've Got a Feeling, and Don't Let Me Down. But again, we never hear a song all the way through. Then, at 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 50 seconds, we have a scene of Billy and John facing each other, and we can clearly see Billy is taller than John, and noticeably so. So if you get a chance, check that out. Then there's a scene of the Beatles and various others involved in the sessions talking about the show they're supposed to do, and it's totally disorganized. They're talking about an amphitheater in Libya, and as I was watching and listening, I was thinking, are they actually talking about playing there? Or are they talking about constructing a set that looks like that venue? The entire premise was becoming ludicrous. And George is seeing the impossibility of all of this, and he asks a very, very reasonable question: how are we going to get all the equipment there? And again, George is the only one that comes across who is thinking rationally. And then we hear a conversation between Ringo and the director, Michael Lindsay Hogg, where Ringo says, we have been grumpy for 18 months. And again, that takes us back to 1967, around the release of Sgt. Pepper. So I thought, well, that's more proof that things weren't going well for the Beatles. And then on January 9th, Billy jokes that maybe we should have the concert on a farm in Scotland. And then Linda arrives during the sessions with her camera. I noticed that she has really long fingers, and so long that it looked weird. So I don't know if that was a result of enhancing the footage or whether she just has really long fingers. Yoko is always dressed in black as if she's attending a funeral, and maybe she knew something that they didn't. And then we see Billy playing the piano and sampling early versions of Golden Slumbers, Carry That Weight, Let It Be, and Long and Winding Road. And then Billy suggests that they do other people's tunes. So this is where they are at with a lack of new material and with this very, very constrained and compressed timeline. The makeshift studio is just about done at this point, and that's 7 days after they arrive. And then on January 10th, George Harrison walks out. Then we get snippets of Billy, John, and Ringo jamming to songs and horsing around, just time-wasting stuff when there is no time to waste. The playing was very rough. Then we get the unfortunate experience of hearing Yoko squeal into the microphone as Billy, John, and Ringo are her backing band. So that's my summary of episode 1. For me, it was sluggish, disjointed, and it appeared heavily edited. And I have to be honest, I truly expected better. I did not analyze the film to see if I could pick up on any AI or CGI enhancements. I'm not an expert in that area, and maybe Paul Jansen will come back and talk to that aspect of the film. Although I will say there was something not natural about the way Linda looked. She almost looked airbrushed, for lack of a better way to describe it. So to wrap up, episode 1 did not paint a happier picture of the Beatles during this period. They came across as dysfunctional. I will watch episode 2 and 3 as soon as I can, but I won't get into as much detail as I did with this review. I will look to capture the key points and then summarize my thoughts with the other episodes. So, that's it, my friends. The comment section is open. Let me know what you think, and thanks for listening. Hey friends, it's Mike. It's Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. I had an opportunity to sit down and watch episode 2 of Peter Jackson's Get Back, and I'll get right into it. So episode 2 is 3 hours in length, so it's long, and it picks up where episode 1 leaves off, where George leaves the band, and we're told there is an initial meeting to bring him back, but that did not resolve the situation, and there are concerns about completing the Get Back project as well as the future of the band without George being there. So on January 13th, Billy, John, Ringo, and the entourage involved in the sessions discuss the situation with George not being there. And then Billy makes an odd comment that almost sounds like predictive programming. He says that in 50 years, they will say the Beatles broke up because Yoko sat on an amp. And then, as they're sitting there, there's this awkward moment where there is this silence, and I mean like dead silence. And Billy starts whistling, and nobody's saying anything. It's just dead silence and Billy whistling. It was very odd and very strange. And then there's a scene where John and Billy are having a discussion, and the conversation is being recorded with a, quote, hidden microphone. And during that conversation, John tells Billy that Billy, can be overbearing, and both of them are not fair to George. And then you'll see the yellow star again. So this is a call out that I thought that the conversation or the dialogue has significance with regard to the McCartney and Beatles conspiracy. So as the conversation continues, they discuss the shift in band leadership from John to Billy. Billy tells John that the others, meaning George and Ringo, view him, meaning John, as the leader, and Billy is the number 2 guy. Now, the reason why this conversation is important is because, as we are told in memoirs, and as I have discussed in my own research on the McCartney and Beatles conspiracy, one of the demands that Billy made before accepting the role of Paul McCartney was that going forward, he would be the leader of the band. He would be calling the shots. He would determine the direction that the band would take. And during this conversation, this is what they are talking about. They're talking about that transition, moving from John to Billy. Now, I also want to mention that John does not appear to be under the influence of anything throughout episode 2, and I didn't think he was under the influence of anything in episode 1 either. Certainly not a heroin addiction. I did not pick up on that. In episode 2 in particular, he's very coherent and he's very animated. Then they try to connect with George to get him to come back to the band, but they find out that he left town. He went to Liverpool for a few days to get away and to clear his head. And then they decide to move the live shows out a week. Originally, they were scheduled for January 19th and January 20th. Now remember, the Beatles came into the studio on January 2nd. And because things were not going well, lots of delays, poor planning, they moved the shows out to January 26th and the 27th. So a week out. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. Slide number 3. All right, so then we have a scene where Peter Sellers drops in, and then we have some more peculiar dialogue, and that's why we have the yellow star there. And in this particular scene, there's dialogue mostly between Billy and John, and you have to listen closely. And if you're not familiar with the Paul is Dead conspiracy, then this probably went right over your head. But Billy, out of nowhere, mentions the number 9. Then John starts to recite the lyrics from Yesterday. And then Billy says something about Canyons of the Mind, which is a Bonzo song, which points back to Vivian Stanshall. So in this scene, it doesn't last very long. We have the number 9, which is a Paul is Dead clue. We have the song Yesterday. Again, John is reciting the lyrics. Yesterday is Biological Paul's epitaph. And then there's a Bonzo's reference where Billy played Vivian Stanshall. Now remember, back in episode 1, 5 minutes in to the documentary, Peter inserted the film frame from Yellow Submarine where there are 2 Pauls. So the documentary is dropping Paul is Dead clues. Then on January 15th, they patch things up with George. The TV special is abandoned, and then they head to Apple Studios, which means they move out of Twickenham. On January 16th, they move the instruments and the equipment to Apple. Now, if we go back to the show I did with Paul Jansen on the Get Back documentary, one of the things that we discussed is whether the Beatles had to lug equipment from Twickenham to Apple when they relocated, or did each studio have its own set of equipment? And the answer is no. They had to move stuff from Twickenham to Apple. In fact, in episode 1, we find out that Twickenham was completely barren. It was a big, giant warehouse. It didn't even have any recording equipment. And also in episode 2, we see a piano tuner tuning up the piano. And that is something that I said in the show with Paul, that if they did move the piano, time would have to be taken to retune the piano because it was moved. Anytime you move a piano, you have to retune it, or you should retune it. And so when they get to Apple, they find out that the setup is a problem. They are finding that there are unacceptable levels of noise and hiss, and this is because they had delegated this work to a guy with the nickname of Magic Alex. And this is a nickname that John Lennon gave Yanni Alexis Mardas. and Magic Alex worked for Apple in their electronics division. But there was no magic going on that day when they got to Apple. So they sent out an SOS to George Martin, and on January 17th, George Martin sends equipment to Apple Studios. He sends 2 4-track machines that will feed into an 8-track recorder, and the 8-track recorder belongs to George Harrison. It's the same 8-track recorder that they brought in to Twickenham when they were building the makeshift recording studio. So a couple days goes by, and now it's January 20th, and Apple is still not ready. On January 21st, George Harrison returns, and they are still experiencing some delays with the setup in the studio, and the sound engineer, Glenn Johns, is working to fix the problems. Then we have footage of a lot of goofing around, and the film, quite frankly, drags at this point. And then we finally hear a complete version of a song, and that song is Dig a Pony. Throughout episode 1, up until this point in episode 2, we are just getting snippets of songs. Also, I want to point out that within the Paul is Dead community, there is discussion and debate about whether the guy that's playing Paul McCartney during the Get Back sessions is Billy, or is it another person playing the part of Paul McCartney, or some think it's biological Paul who came back from the dead to join the band for Let It Be. As I was watching episode 1 and 2, I was paying a lot of attention to the way Billy spoke, his facial expressions, and also his body movements. And I concluded that we are indeed watching Billy during the Get Back sessions. All right, let's move to slide number 4. So on January 22nd, they select Primrose Hill for the live performance. So they're still talking about doing this live performance. And Primrose Hill is a public park located north of Regent's Park in London, England. And then we see the Beatles again rehearsing Dig a Pony and I've Got a Feeling. And then another yellow star. Billy Preston arrives, and this is a pivotal moment because it represents a major shift in the dynamics of the sessions. We are told that Billy Preston just dropped in to visit, but when we watch the documentary, you'll note that a Fender Rhodes piano was delivered right before he arrives. So I was questioning whether Billy just popped in, or was Billy asked to come in and join the sessions. And once Billy starts playing, he pumps life into the sessions and things pick up considerably. Then on January 23rd, we have more footage of Yoko, quote, singing, and we hear the Beatles rehearsing Oh Darling and Get Back. And then on January 24th, the songs are sounding better and they're coming together, and this is in big part because of Billy Preston, and there is talk amongst the Beatles about Preston possibly joining the band as the fifth Beatle. And then also I want to note throughout episode 1 and episode 2, Mal Evans is doing gopher work. And I actually felt bad for Mal. Mal, write this down. Mal, go get this. Mal, go do that. I really felt for him. Then on January 25th, there is footage of Billy and John discussing their trip to India. It is a very long and boring segment that could have been edited down significantly or completely left out of the documentary. I really didn't see what the purpose was. And then there's discussion about whether they're still doing 14 songs and when are they wrapping up. So there's a bit of confusion about what the next steps are. So now there's questions about where exactly are they at with the original objective. And up to this point, there's 4 songs that they are really majoring on. I've Got a Feeling, Don't Let Me Down, Two of Us, and Dig a Pony. So they came in on January 2nd, it's January 25th, and those 4 songs they're really focusing on. They played other songs, snippets of this, rehearsed a bit of that, a bit of this, but those four appeared to be what they were building around. And then on the 25th, they record For You Blue, and it's a very good take of the song. In fact, the film tells us that this is the album version of the song. However, George Harrison came in a year later, in January of 1970, to redo his vocals. So I just wanted to point that out. Okay, so let's go to slide number 5. And then they find out that, for whatever reason, I wasn't sure why, Primrose was not going to happen, so that location for the live show is off the table. And then I have 3 yellow stars here. So the first one is a comment that George made that I found to be very intriguing. George says, quote, "This is the most I ever played by playing every day." So I thought, what is he implying? Is he saying that he didn't play much in general? Or is he saying that he didn't play this much in other recording sessions? Now, when you go back and you read articles about George, what you'll find is that he was not prolific at practicing his guitar. In fact, he can go for long periods of time and never pick it up. Now, I covered this before, but George pretty much put the guitar down when he was learning to play the sitar. And by his own admission, this hurt his guitar playing, especially his lead guitar playing skills. And going back to episode 1, he talks about the fact that his guitar skills are not extraordinary. And he also talks about the fact that he's not Eric Clapton from a playing perspective. In other words, he doesn't have Clapton's skills. And to be honest, not many guitar players do. So we'll cut George a little slack there. Then another interesting comment is made in the studio, and this comes from the sound engineer, Glenn Johns, and he says, quote, "Playing live in one room is a fresh thing for the Beatles." So I paused the documentary at this point. I went back, I played it again. Playing live in one room is a fresh thing for the Beatles. So I thought, what is Glenn saying? Was he saying that the Beatles as a band were not a cohesive unit that were operating together? In other words, when they recorded Sgt. Pepper and the White Album, that Billy, as an example, would come in, lay down the basic rhythm track, and then at a later date, John would come in or George would come in, and then they would record their tracks. In other words, they weren't coming in together. They weren't 4 guys sitting in the studio like we're seeing with the Get Back sessions. In fact, there's an interview, and I played this in a presentation going back a while ago, where Billy explains that George Harrison was essentially a no-show for the Sgt. Pepper sessions. And Billy did a lot of the guitar work himself on the Sgt. Pepper tracks. So if I had to read into what Glenn Johns is saying, I think that that is what he is saying, that it's been a long time since they operated as a band, as a unit together. And that the Get Back sessions were designed by Billy to bring the band back together. It was an attempt to make them a whole unit once again. But as we know, through history, that didn't happen. So again, Glenn Johns saying playing live in one room is a fresh thing for the Beatles was a very, very interesting comment that made me pause and think about what was implied in that statement. And then a conversation comes up about shifting the film to a theatric release. In other words, it's going to be a movie that's going to play in theaters. And Billy says, well, The film is being shot in 16 millimeter, and that's for TV. Movies are 35 millimeter. And Billy is asking whether there's going to be a quality issue by blowing the film up from 16 millimeter to 35 millimeter for theatric release. And somebody in the room, maybe it was Michael Lindsay Hogg, said, no, there's not going to be any problem, when in fact there was a problem. That's why the original film, going back to 1970, was very grainy. It's because they blew it up from 16 millimeter to 35 millimeter. So Billy was onto something. And then there's a scene where Michael Lindsay Hogg and Glenn Johns propose the rooftop concert to Billy. It's another example of Billy being in charge. Proposals and ideas go through him, and then he decides yay or nay. They make their way up to the top of the roof. They get the lay of the land, and there are concerns about whether the roof can support the band, equipment, and crew. This is something that Paul Jansen and I discussed in the show that we did together when Paul took a look at Peter's promos. He pointed out that the top of the Apple building had planks and flooring installed. And this was done to ensure that the building could hold the load of the band, the equipment, and the entourage. And I had said in that show that in all likelihood, they had to call in a structural engineer to make sure that whatever support they put up there, if they were able to do it, was done in a proper way. This part of the film dispels the belief by many Beatle fans that the Beatles' decision to play on the roof was something that was spur of the moment and spontaneous. In other words, the Beatles just said, hey, I've got an idea, let's go up to the roof and play. When in fact, it was a late in the game consideration in order to salvage the objective of playing live. That's really what it was at the end of the day. Now, if I move to my next note, and you see I have another star here, I thought this was a very significant piece of dialogue in the documentary. So, to set the scene, they're in the studio, and you can tell that they're feeling upbeat about the progress they're making, in big part because of Billy Preston, as I mentioned earlier. But as this discussion is happening, Billy is sitting in his chair with his bass, and he appears subdued. So someone in the room asks him what his thoughts are. And then Billy says he's wondering what's next after they complete this project. In other words, Billy is looking to the future. And as he talks about this, he gets no response or positive feedback from the others, John, George, or Ringo. And this came across to me as a very awkward moment for Billy, because the no response from the other three was very telling. They were not interested in anything other than completing the task at hand, which was the Get Back sessions. And as far as the future goes, I don't think so. So this moment in the film, for me, represented another indicator of the band's demise. Regardless of the happy face that Peter's documentary wants to put on this period in Beatle history, this scene pulls us back to reality. It takes us back to what was really going on. What were the real sentiments between the band members, especially John, George, and Ringo versus Billy? And my takeaway from watching episode 1 and episode 2 up through this scene is the relationship that the other three have with Billy is not based upon camaraderie and friendship. It's a business relationship. And the sense that I got from watching this scene is the other three were telling Billy, we are not interested in working with you anymore. We are not interested in being your subordinates. And I think this was a very hard pill for Billy to swallow, because he wanted to do the Get Back sessions because he wanted to bring the band back together as a unit. And he was obviously hoping for a future beyond Let It Be. And with this scene, there was a realization, a shot of reality, that what he was hoping for was not going to happen. Because things were not good during this period for the Beatles. And as I covered in my big presentation on Peter Jackson's film going back a few months ago, things weren't going well. There was a lot of tension. There was a lot of acrimony going back to when Billy first took the reins of the band, late 1966 going into 1967. And these hard feelings went beyond the Get Back sessions. It went on for years afterward. And to solidify the point I'm making, in September of 1969, 8 months after the Get Back sessions, Lennon informs the band that he's leaving, that he wanted a divorce. And then Billy throws in the towel in April of 1970. So, in my opinion, John and George threw in the towel a long time ago. Ringo would have probably hung on. But without John and George, there is no Beatles. Even when we go back to when George walked out of the Get Back sessions, the film, in my opinion, tries to depict that the others care about George, that they didn't mean to hurt his feelings, and so they wanted to bring him back. And I think that that's true for John Lennon. But I don't think that's true for Billy. I sensed Billy wanted George back not because of friendship. He wanted George back because he wasn't going to be able to get through the Get Back sessions. And it would screw up the future of the band. So in other words, George was a part of the engine. And you don't have to be friends to be part of the engine. But if you remove a piece of that engine, then your vehicle is not going to run the way it used to run. Because John, Paul, George, and Ringo are a brand. And it would be difficult to go forward with Paul, John, Ringo, and Dave if they brought somebody else in. So I think this dialogue in this scene is very, very important because it cuts through all of the happy talk that's being applied to this documentary. Peter can show whatever he wants to show, but as subtle as this scene was, it cut right through the mix and all of the veneer that is being applied by this documentary to reshape the feel and the thoughts and the understanding of what this period was all about. But in this scene at that moment, it became very clear to me what was going on. It telegraphed the feelings and the nature of the relationship between John, George, and Ringo versus Billy. There was a current underneath the surface, underneath the veneer, that is telling us all was not good and that the band was breaking down. The Beatles were in their demise. So what I'm going to do now is to move to slide 6, and I'm going to show you a slide that I presented in my presentation going back a few months ago, Is Peter Jackson Revising Beatle History? And on this slide, we're going to get quotes from both John and George about how they really felt about the Get Back sessions. The title of the slide, What George and John Said About the Sessions. The cold and austere conditions at Twickenham, along with nearly constant filming and sessions starting much earlier than the Beatles' preferred schedule, constrained creativity and exacerbated tensions within the group. The sessions were later described by Harrison as, quote, the low of all time, and by Lennon as, quote, hell, the most miserable sessions on earth. So it's important to baseline the true history. And it's more important that these comments come from the band members themselves. So here you have it. Here's how George and John felt about the Get Back sessions. And now let me move to the next slide, and we're going to talk a little bit about recording dates. Many people believe that the rooftop concert was the last day of the Get Back sessions, when in fact it was not. Recording continued the next day on January 31st. Songs with recording activity after January 31st would be Let It Be, where the lead guitar was added in April of 1970. I Me Mine, the entire song, was recorded in January of 1970, 1 year after the Get Back sessions. For You Blue, George recorded a new lead vocal in January of 1970. So, again, a year after the Get Back sessions, George went back into the studio and redid his lead vocal. And then in April of 1970, Ringo came into the studio to overdub the drums on Long and Winding Road. And of course, after January 31st, we would have mixing, mastering, acetates, and final pressings. Now, was there a potential for additional song edits and overdubs beyond January 31st? And the answer is yes, but if it's undocumented, then it is obviously unknown. And that's going to lead into another slide I'm going to show you in a moment. The official narrative tells us that the rooftop songs that ended up on the Let It Be album are Dig a Pony, I've Got a Feeling, One After 909, and Get Back. However, there is a conflict in recording dates between Wikipedia and the Beatles' Bible. Wikipedia tells us that Get Back was recorded on January 27th and 28th, which means it was not the version from the rooftop session. But the Beatles' Bible tells us the recording was on January 30th, which would have been the rooftop scene. Now, in episode 1 and episode 2, we don't hear anything about Phil Spector, so I'm assuming Phil will come up in episode 3. Phil was invited by John Lennon and George Harrison to take on the task of turning the Beatles' abandoned Let It Be recording sessions into a usable album. This quote came out of Wikipedia, and it is a very interesting choice of words. Phil was brought in to turn the Beatles' abandoned Let It Be recording sessions into a usable album. What this means to me is the Beatles themselves were not impressed with what came out of the Get Back sessions. And then there was a decision to take that material and put an album together. A usable album. So again, the choice of words is very, very interesting. Let It Be, the album, was released on May 8th, 1970. So about a year and a half after the Get Back sessions. And despite its commercial success, according to Beatles diary author Keith Badman, reviews were not good. And in fact, many music critics, and many fans for that matter, did not hold the Let It Be album up as one of the Beatles' better efforts. And evidently, neither did the Beatles. Now let's take a moment and talk about the song I Me Mine. And in the documentary, we get the backstory that the sessions break, they go home for the evening, and George is watching a movie. And this movie inspires him on the spot to write I Me Mine. And so the next day, he's back in the studio. He gathers up Billy, John, and Ringo and said, hey, I was watching this movie last night, and the movie inspired me to write this song. And so then we get a snippet of him playing I Me Mine. And I remember thinking to myself, this sounds like a contrived story. It just did. But in any case, the point of this slide is that I Me Mine was not recorded during the Get Back sessions. The entire song was recorded in January of 1970. And John Lennon did not play on the song. He was on holiday. There were 16 takes of the song, most lasting not longer than 1 minute and 30 seconds. Take 16 was the best take, and it was recorded on January 3rd of 1970. The Beatles then overdubbed electric piano, electric guitar, lead and backing vocals, a Hammond organ, and another acoustic guitar. Then Phil Spector extended the song from 1 minute 34 seconds to 2 minutes and 25 seconds by repeating the line all through the day I Me Mine from the first verse and following it with a further repeat of the chorus and final verse. So George wrote a song that was 1 minute 34 seconds. And it was Phil Spector, through editing, who tacked on an additional minute to the song. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because the official narrative is telling us that activity took place beyond January 31st. And this is going to take us into my next chart. Okay, so what would one of my presentations be like if I didn't stir the pot and cause some controversy? Now, as many of you know, when I have discussed the Get Back documentary and the Let It Be sessions, I have said that this setup to record in the studio, where everybody is playing together with all of these active mics, was going to create bleed-through. And it was going to seriously compromise the quality of the recordings. As an example, here's Billy's vocal microphone. Now, his vocal mic playing through this PA, and in my next slide we'll talk about this a little bit, is going to pick up not only his voice, obviously, but it's going to pick up his bass. It's going to pick up Ringo playing. It's going to pick up Billy Preston playing. It's going to pick up John and George's guitar playing going through the amps. And it's going to pick up their vocals. So in other words, there is a very high probability of seriously compromising the quality of the recording. So I question this. And even with the rooftop scene, if you read the official narrative, it says that it was cold and windy during the rooftop concert. Now, if you're trying to get a clean recording, wind is not your friend. Even if you have the baffling on the microphones, it's still going to create a problem. Now, of course, people are going to say, but Mike, they've done live recordings before with other bands. What would make this different? And my argument would be that the live recordings that we hear, especially going back into the 1960s and 1970s, if you listen to a lot of those live recordings, the sound quality isn't great. But when recording a live performance, the sound engineers would ensure that they are using the proper equipment, the proper microphones, to ensure that they get the highest quality recording that they can get. And honestly, I don't see that with the rooftop performance. With a live performance, you're not going to record the vocals coming out of the PA system. The vocals would be wired directly into the soundboard. And if I flip back to slide 7 for a moment and we take a look at Billy's microphone, now you may not be able to see it very well here, but if you look at pictures on the internet, you will see it. He has no baffling on the microphone, which means on a cold, windy day, when a stiff breeze blew across the rooftop, the likelihood that his microphone would pick up that ripple from the wind is highly likely. So what I'm saying is there's something else going on that we're not seeing. What we're seeing is not necessarily what we're getting. So as I've said before, I doubted the Beatles recorded Let It Be this way. The configuration was okay for rehearsal, but not for recording final tracks. However, the Get Back documentary and the 1970 film show the Beatles recording takes in the studio playing together. But the ability to capture the sound quality is still perplexing to me. Now, going back to a quote I showed before from Glenn Johns, who was the sound engineer for the Get Back sessions, he says, "Playing live in one room is a fresh thing for the Beatles." Playing live. Glenn didn't say recording live. Now, some might say, Mike, it's just the way he worded it. You're looking into something that's not there. But the one thing I have learned by looking into this conspiracy is you look at everything. And one thing by itself may not mean a whole lot, but when you stitch it all together, the bigger picture starts to emerge. So the possibility of post-recording overdubs to fixed tracks is a consideration. Going back to the chart I showed where there was still recording going on after January 31st. And if we go back to I Me Mine, the entire song was recorded 1 year after the Get Back sessions. Another example of activity taking place after the Get Back sessions, Billy erased John's bass track on the song Let It Be. And he re-recorded the bass track with him playing the bass part. Then I found this quote from John Lennon, which I thought was very telling. So Lennon was asked about Phil Spector's work on Let It Be. And as many Beatle fans know, Phil has taken a bad rap for his, quote, overproduction of the album. But here's what John said in an interview with Rolling Stone titled Lennon Remembers. John said he, Phil Spector, was given the shittiest load of badly recorded shit with a lousy feeling toward it ever. And he made something out of it. He did a great job. Let me read that again. Lennon said, Spector was given the shittiest load of badly recorded shit with a lousy feeling toward it ever. And he made something out of it. He did a great job. So the question becomes, how did Phil Spector clean up the shittiest load of badly recorded shit? Now, I've done a lot of recording in my life, but I am not a professional sound engineer. But I have a friend who is. And so I sent him an email. I told him I was doing this review of episode 2, and if he had watched the Get Back documentary, I wanted to get his thoughts. And so let's go to the next slide. Okay, so here's the feedback I received from my friend who is a professional sound engineer, and he has been in the business for a long time. He said that it all looks staged. The microphones were not the real studio microphones. The mics were used to feed the PA instead of the Beatles wearing headphones to hear the vocals. In the documentary, we hear George Harrison say they did not receive Neumann microphones from EMI. If they used the PA to hear the vocals, then this is a big issue. There would be too much bleed to all the other microphones from the PA. So, bleeding is definitely a big issue, especially if they did not use any headphones. And throughout episode 1 and episode 2, I didn't see any of the Beatles wearing headphones. And then he adds, behind the scenes, it's possible studio musicians were used before, in parallel, or after to record, re-record, or enhance the final recorded tracks. The vocals were redone. Also possible, combining takes, and this would have been done by Glenn Johns and George Martin. Slicing single bars of all the takes into the final version. And it was explained to me that this is standard practice in the music business. In the digital age, we would refer to it as cutting and pasting. If you listen to the final takes and mixes on the record, it's way beyond what you witness in the documentary. It is likely production of the album did not finish in January of 1970. And then he ended his email by saying, it's not called music friendship or music camaraderie. It's called the music business. And so with that, let me go to my last slide and I'll wrap up. Okay, so here's my last slide. I started putting this presentation together on December 7th and today is the 9th, so finally, my last chart. So, episode 2, here are my thoughts and my opinions. The Get Back documentary attempts to spin a lackluster outcome into a significant achievement. We have to recall the original objective of the Get Back sessions was to have the Beatles write and record 14 new songs in less than 3 weeks, perform 2 live shows that would later be broadcast as a TV special. And what was the result? Well, the result was 12 songs on the album, and we'll talk about the 12 songs in a moment. And they ended up not doing a live show in front of an audience, but performed on a rooftop to no audience, and then ended up releasing a grainy, uninspired movie. So let's break down the songs on the Let It Be album. 2 of the songs were throwaways, Maggie May and Dig It. Another 2 songs were not recorded during the Get Back sessions. They were I Me Mine and Across the Universe. And that leaves us with 8 original songs from the sessions spanning 30 days. Let It Be, Get Back, For You Blue, I've Got a Feeling, 2 of Us, Dig a Pony, One After 909, which I consider pure filler track, and The Long and Winding Road, which is Billy's version of Bridge Over Troubled Water. So overall, my personal opinion is most of the songs were subpar based on Beatles standards. Most of the songs, in particular, Dig a Pony, I've Got a Feeling, Don't Let Me Down, and 2 of Us, appear to be partially written or mostly written coming into the sessions, versus the no backlog or writing from scratch narrative that the Get Back documentary tries to sell us on. As I mentioned earlier in this presentation, Billy Preston was instrumental during the sessions. Without his contribution, it's possible the entire project might have been shelved. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Let It Be Naked, which was released back in 2003. It was initiated by Billy. Let It Be Naked consists largely of newly mixed versions of the Let It Be tracks, while omitting the excerpts of incidental studio chatter and most of Phil Spector's embellishments. It also omits 2 tracks from the 1970 release, Dig It and Maggie May, the 2 songs that I said were throwaways. And Billy replaced those 2 songs with Don't Let Me Down. And why Phil Spector did not include Don't Let Me Down on the original Let It Be album, I don't know. But what he did do was to release Don't Let Me Down as the B-side of the Get Back single back in the day. So, I'm going to leave you with this question because inquiring minds want to know. Were the songs really recorded, quote, live in the studio? Or was it all scripted and just another illusion? Comment section is open. You guys let me know what you think. Have a great day, and thanks for listening. Hey everybody, it's Mike. It's Monday, December 13th. Yes, it's the 13th of 2021. And I finally had the opportunity to watch episode 3 of Peter Jackson's Get Back documentary. And so I'm going to share my insights. Also, as a reminder, all I'm doing is sharing my observations and opinions. If what I present resonates, that's great. If not, that's okay too. There is no sense in anybody watching my content and getting upset because I'm not saying what you want me to say or what you want to hear about the Beatles. This is not what my channel is all about. Okay, so I just want to say that before we get started. Also, please watch the presentation before commenting. It's very easy to tell when somebody leaves a comment and they haven't watched the video. And when I pick up on that, what happens is your comment gets deleted. Because I have a rule of thumb. If you don't have time, I don't have time. Okay, so just keep that in mind as well. Also, a couple of my British listeners said, Mike, Twickenham is Twickenham. We don't pronounce the H, so I'm sorry about that. Going forward, I will use the British pronunciation. In my previous video on episode 2, I had mentioned that I didn't think that Billy had any baffling on his microphone when he was on the rooftop, and I was incorrect. When I watched the rooftop in episode 3 of Peter's documentary, we could see that Billy does have baffling. And the reason why it was difficult to tell from the stills, which were at a distance, is because it's a different color. The baffling on the other mics was black, so it looked like that he didn't have any baffling on his microphone, but like I said, he did, so I stand corrected. Also, in my previous video on episode 2, based upon discussions that I had with a friend of mine who is a professional sound engineer, I talked about slicing single bars from various takes into a final version, and I said it was like cutting and pasting. This is referred to as comping or composite editing, and I will leave a link down below in the description box if you want to learn more about how that process works. Last but not least, before I get into episode 3, I did not examine the documentary for AI, CGI, or deep fake. I'm not an expert in these areas, so I will leave that to those people who have skills to identify that type of technology in film. That being said, in all likelihood, at the very least, Peter was using artificial intelligence in order to restore and enhance the footage. Okay? All right, so with that, let me move to slide number 3. So we start episode 3 on January 26th, and we get a snippet of the song Let It Be, and we also have Billy instructing Ringo on how he wants the drums played on Let It Be. And the expression on Ringo's face is priceless. He's annoyed, and I know what he's thinking. Back off, Boogaloo. And then we move to January 27th, and here we have them running through old cover songs again. This is something that we see over and over again from episode 1 right through episode 3. But on the 27th, it's a bit problematic because at the time they're scheduled to do the rooftop performance on the 29th. It later got rescheduled to the 30th because of weather conditions that were forecasted for the 29th, so they moved it out a day. But on the 27th, they still have January 29th scheduled in for the rooftop. And so why they are not focused on original songs that they would play on the rooftop, I don't know. It's really an enigma. And again, like I said, this is something that we see them do throughout the Get Back sessions in Peter's film. And then George comes in with Old Brown Shoe and says that he wrote it the previous evening. It's the same backstory we got with I Me Mine. So as a reminder, in episode 1, George tells the others that he has a stack of songs that he wrote coming into the Get Back sessions. For example, songs like Isn't It a Pity? But now he's writing material in the evening after spending all day in the studio. So the backstory here with I Me Mine and Old Brown Shoe appears very contrived. It came across to me like it's completely scripted. And then we have that scene that Paul Jansen and I called out when we did our show together, where Billy's playing George's Telecaster upside down without swapping the string positions. But as you watch the scene, Billy is not strumming or playing chords. He's playing single note riffs. And so him playing the guitar this way is very possible. And then there's another moment where the audio appears dubbed in, and we see this a number of times throughout the documentary, which, by the way, its total runtime is just under 8 hours. And in all fairness, at the beginning of each episode, Peter has a disclaimer which states that where they only had audio, they tried to match up some video or visual to bring the experience together. Okay, but that being said, there are a number of moments where the audio is dubbed in. All right, so let's move to slide number 4. Now, I call this scene vindication of what Mike observed in the studio. So, George Martin comes into where they're playing. He steps out of the control room, and he's on them about all the instruments coming through the PA and tells them the sound is mucked up. So I'm thinking, these guys have been in the studio before. With all of their recording experience, how did that room get set up the way it did? And it's not just the Beatles I put on a hook for this, but what about Glyn Johns and even to a certain degree, George Martin? Because from what I was able to tell, that room where the mics were positioned, the PA and all that, that was like that since day one when they walked into Apple on January 22nd. Then George Martin tells John to turn down his bass, and Lennon responds, he cannot tell if he's in tune or not. And then George Martin says the PA keeps howling, and this is because the microphones are all in different directions. And then we hear Billy say, if only we could hear what each other is playing. Now, my observation at this point is this issue is being addressed on January 27th, yet the setup, best I can tell, has been the same since the Beatles stepped into Apple on January 22nd. So it's being addressed 5 days after they started recording. So again, what's running through my mind is, how are they getting quality recordings? So this whole moment was very surreal because I was pointing this out very early on. And I had no idea that this dialogue was in episode 3. So when George Martin stepped out of the control room to talk to them about the setup, I thought to myself, well, okay, so maybe I'm not crazy. And if we go back to the quote from John Lennon in an interview he did with Rolling Stone titled Lennon Remembers, and I covered this in my episode 2 analysis, John was defending Phil Spector's work on the Let It Be album. And to revisit the quote, John says, Spector, was given the shittiest load of badly recorded shit with a lousy feeling toward it ever. And he made something out of it. He did a great job. And the question I asked back in my episode 2 review is, how did Phil Spector clean up the, quote, shittiest load of badly recorded shit? It's still an enigma to me, folks. Let's go to slide number 5. Okay, so then we see Alan Parsons, and he's the tape operator. And of course, Alan Parsons later formed the Alan Parsons Project. And then we get snippets of Get Back being played. And the film tells us that the January 27th take of Get Back ended up on the Let It Be album. And as I mentioned in my episode 2 review, this date syncs up with Wikipedia. The Beatles' Bible, if I read it correctly, said the final take was on January 30th, which would have been the rooftop. But Peter's film is in sync with the Wikipedia dates. I also noted that the playback scenes sound much better than what we are hearing in the studio. So as an example, when they're playing in the studio and then we have this cut to them in the control room and we hear the playback, what's coming through the playback speakers, or allegedly coming through the playback speakers, sounds a lot better than what we were hearing when they were playing the song in the studio. So I had to ask myself the question, was the audio in the playback scenes in the control room, were they dubbed in? Just a thought. Another observation I made as I was making my way through episode 1 through 3 is George's guitar playing is hot and cold. Sometimes he appears to be playing very well, and other times not so well. Again, just something I observed. Then Billy tells the others there are still a lot of songs they haven't rehearsed, and of course at this point it's late in the game. It's January 27th and Billy is stating the obvious. And then we have this very interesting moment in the film. So they're breaking for the day and they're leaving the control room and George Martin says, William. And Billy turns around and then George Martin and Billy have a quick exchange. So it wasn't Billy Preston, because they weren't calling Billy Preston William at any time during the documentary. And the fact that George Martin says William and Billy turns around says that he was talking to Billy. This is very reminiscent of the scene in Billy's film going back to the 1980s, Give My Regards to Broad Street, where he walks into the control room and George Martin is there and is a sound engineer, and George Martin introduces Billy to the sound engineer as William. So those two scenes are very, very similar. Okay, so let's move to slide number 6. All right, so now it's January 28th, and the rooftop, as I mentioned, was originally scheduled for January 29th, but it was moved to January 30th because of weather conditions. John mentions, let's pick up and do songs in pieces. So he's trying to get something together, to pull a set together for the rooftop. Then we have a quick snippet of George introducing the song Something, a very early version of it. And then John Lennon starts to talk about how much he likes Alan Klein. And then we get another snippet of Old Brown Shoe. And then we hear Don't Let Me Down. And again, it sounds like the album version was dubbed in. And then we get John playing the riff to I Want You, She's So Heavy. And there's more wine drinking and smoking. And this is something that takes place throughout the sessions as depicted by Peter's documentary, Get Back. Now to the right, I'm going to read 2 quotes from the 1971 interview that John did with Rolling Stone magazine. titled Lennon Remembers. And it's another example of the historical narrative, which is documented, where we get an understanding that John did not want to do these sessions. He was not into it. And when we lay it up against what Peter is presenting in his documentary, because now that I've watched the entire Get Back film, the impression I got, and I'll cover this later, Peter is, in my mind, definitely trying to put a happy face on a not so very happy time along the Beatle timeline, which was the Let It Be period. So let me read what John said in Rolling Stone back in 1971. And again, this is only 2 years after the Get Back sessions. John said the conditions under which the Beatles created Let It Be were similar to the conditions under which they made Magical Mystery Tour. And so John says, quote, "In a nutshell, Paul wanted to make It Was Time for another Beatle movie or something, and Paul wanted us to go on the road or do something. As usual, George and I were going, oh, we don't want to do it, fuck, and all that. Paul set it up, and there was all this discussion about where to go and all that. I would just tag along, and I had Yoko by then. I didn't even give a shit about anything. I was stoned all the time too, on H, etc. And I just didn't give a shit. And nobody did, you know." So there's John telling us where his head was at, going into the sessions and also during the sessions. He didn't give a shit. And he also mentions, of course, that he was high and he was doing heroin. And I had mentioned that I didn't see a heroin addict through episodes 1, 2, or 3, but if John says he was stoned, then he was stoned. Okay, so let's move to slide number 7. And so they're in the studio, and John announces to the others that Alan Klein is upstairs for a meeting, and Billy makes a face, because Billy was not a big fan of Alan Klein, and those of us who know Beatle history, he was looking to have his father-in-law, Lee Eastman, run the operations and not Alan Klein. So that's the reason why Billy made that face. And then there's this conversation and chatter, and we hear Glenn Johns say, Alan Klein is a very strange man, but clever. And then Michael Lindsay Hogg asks, how many numbers will they have for the rooftop? And John says 5 to 6. And this is another moment where John's voice sounds dubbed in. And Michael Lindsay Hogg tells the band they will use 9 cameras, so there's the number 9, plus a, quote, hidden camera in the reception area. Billy tells the others they need to expand beyond albums, and they, meaning the band, have no aim. And what he's saying is they need to expand their horizons beyond coming in, recording, doing an album, and then going home. And it's another situation where we have dialogue where Billy is trying to offer up direction, meaning a future, and there is no real response from the others in the band. And then John says they're not ready to do 14 songs, and I'm thinking, no kidding. It's January 28th. And then George asks how many songs are, quote, good enough, and John says none. And Michael Lindsay Hogg tells them they have lots of good stuff on film, but no story. And then George says he doesn't really want to perform on the roof, but he will if he has to. And Ringo says he wants to do it. And it was another part of the film where we see George being the one that is logically thinking through things. And I'm sure what he was thinking is, why are we playing on a roof? We're not playing to anybody. Who's going to see us? The lady across the street on the 4th floor? But he says, yeah, if you guys want to do it, I'll be there, I'll do it. And then they start to write down a draft of possible songs for the rooftop, and we see songs like Don't Let Me Down, Get Back, I've Got a Feeling, etc. And this is 2 days before performing. And again, it's January 28th, and it's still very, very disorganized. And so, moving to slide number 8, we see Mike McCartney arrives in the studio, and there's a very strange scene of him pretending to play the piano with the lid closed. And he just comes across as a very strange duck. And then we have the Beatles jamming again, wasting more time with the clock ticking down. Those are my thoughts. And then George is talking to John about doing an album of his own material, which was a precursor to All Things Must Pass. And then there's more jamming. And I don't see a sense of urgency. And I'm thinking to myself, how do they think this is going to come together? All right, so let's move to slide number 9. And it's January 30th. It's the day of the rooftop performance. Remember, it was originally scheduled for the 29th, but because of weather conditions on the 29th, they moved it to the 30th. And we're told the Beatles are still uncertain about performing on the roof. It's the day of the performance, and they're uncertain. And again, we're told there are 9 cameras, the number 9, 5 on the roof, 1 across the street, and 3 at street level, plus the hidden camera in the lobby. And then it looked to me that they brought all of the equipment from the basement studio to the roof, and there was no explanation about the decking installed on the roof. It just appears. In episode 2, when they're considering the rooftop performance, they go to the roof and they're wondering whether the roof can hold the weight that will be there because of the equipment and the entourage and all of that stuff. But in episode 3, we don't get any dialogue about how they closed on the roof, supporting them playing up there. We are told that Glenn Johns and George Martin are recording from the basement studio with a closed circuit TV so they can see what's going on. And so you get to watch the entire rooftop performance. And so what I did on slide number 10 is, as I was watching them playing on the rooftop, I had some observations. And then I took my observations and I emailed them to my friend, who is a professional sound engineer, and I wanted to get his thoughts and feedback. Okay, so let me just lower this down here so I don't block his response. So my first observation, Glenn Johns and George Martin are in the basement studio recording the performance on the roof with a closed circuit TV so they can see what's going on. Apple was a 5-story building. This means there are 5 stories between the recorder in the basement and the mics on the roof. This made me wonder about the cabling. They would have had to snake at least 75 feet or more of cable to connect the mics to the recorder in the basement. Is there a risk of possible sound degradation because of cable length? And so my friend responded that they might have used military power supply for boosting the tie lines. Also, the mics were a mixture of Newmans and AKGs, very good microphones, and he determined that the cables are not an issue. And then my next observation was the Beatles arrive on the roof with all of the mics set in place, and unless it was omitted from the film, there is no sound check performed to measure levels. How did Glenn Johns and George Martin know they had everything set up properly without a check? And so my friend responded, that's the difference between the men and the boys. A very experienced engineer can do it without the sound checks. Real professionals do not need to set up gains. They know how loud a kick drum, vocal, or a guitar amp is. Wisdom comes with age and experience. And then I noted as Ringo gets on the roof, he starts to move his drum set around without any consideration for microphone positions. By moving the kit after the mics were set in place would mean that Glenn Johns and George Martin should have rechecked the sound levels for the drums. And then my friend responded, maybe a little readjustment, but not a big deal. Then I noted there is no group tuning. We see each of them tuned separately. Tuning individually by ear means the possibility of not being in tune with each other is possible. When they were in the studio, they would often manually tune to the keyboard. My friend responded, well, tuning is a big issue. It's all by ear. They do not show annoying tunings at all. It makes me wonder how bad the tunings are compared to the record. If each guitar is out of tune, then there's intonation problems, meaning there is dissonance between the instruments. And then I noted there were 2 Vox floor monitors facing the band which were not angled toward their ears, but sitting flat across the roof. Not angling the monitors could make it more challenging to hear themselves singing, the harmonies, for example. And then my friend responded, very briefly, maybe, maybe not. There's no way of knowing. But the point I was trying to make is, if you can't hear yourself very well, especially when you're singing and especially when you're doing harmonies, there's a risk that the harmonies will be off. And we didn't hear that on the rooftop. Then I said the PA speakers were positioned to point down to the street. I would think this setup would have created an echo effect with the music bouncing off of the buildings across the street and possibly finding its way back onto the recording. And then my friend responded, yes, of course, and you don't hear a thing. That's a big issue downstairs in the studio and on the roof if the monitors were on while recording. If the monitors were off, then the volume of the guitar and bass amps must have been very low in order to not use any headphones. But the wordings, or the singing, was way too clean in regards to monitor bleeding, in my opinion. But it might have possibly been a, quote, lucky setting. And let me move my PIP up here now. And then my next observation, Lennon mentions his hands are getting too cold to play chords, and we see him a couple of times trying to warm his hands in between songs. This made me wonder about how limber their hands were to play effectively. And then my friend responded, yes, right, temperature. I don't see any heaters. Maybe the lighting brought some heat. I don't know. And then my last observation. The quality of the playback on the documentary does not sync up with what I would have expected to hear based on the setup I observed on the roof. The recording of the performance was very clean. The vocals and harmonies were spot on. The playing was far better than any of the rehearsals we heard during the documentary. They went from rambling and mediocre to tight and very good overnight. And then my friend responded, exactly. I believe the basement audio was a rehearsal. The rooftop was real. They did play each song a couple of times, so audio and video takes may have been exchanged between the takes. For example, audio might have been swapped between takes or, quote, cut, and the visuals were then adjusted in relation to these cuts. If a video cut does not work perfectly, you can insert, quote, off-camera shots to replace a particular part of the video. When done properly, it looks like one big take. And so with my observations and my friend's feedback, let's move to slide 11. Okay, so slide 11, titled Rooftop Thoughts. And I just wanted to put a perspective on the table before I got into the chart. Get Back delivered almost 8 hours of content, which culminated to a 42-minute performance consisting of only 5 songs. So just pause and think about that for a moment. 8 hours of content, culminating to a 42-minute performance consisting of 5 songs. And the reason why I circled 42 is because 4 plus 2 equals 6. The performance was real, meaning the Beatles did play live. I listened very closely to see if I could detect them playing along to a backing track. And I did not detect that. Now, that being said, that does not mean that there weren't audio or visual edits that took place as a normal process of making the film. There's going to be post-production work done on either Michael Lindsay Hogg's 1970 Let It Be film or Peter's Get Back documentary. Because whether it's Michael or Peter, they're looking to present the very best possible audio-visual experience to their audience. So there's always going to be some level of editing. They may have sliced bars or, quote, comped some of the music so that it sounded better. When you watch the rooftop scene, whether you're watching Michael's version or Peter's version, there are a number of cutaways where they move away from the band and they're going down to the street level, as an example. So when they do that cutaway, that's a way that they can camouflage or hide the fact that an edit was made. And then when you put it all together, the enhanced audio with the different visuals, whether they're using inserts or cutaways, it looks seamless. And I'm just putting that out there as a possibility. The performance consisted of 9 takes of 5 Beatles songs. So there's the number 9 again. Get Back at 3 takes. Don't Let Me Down had 2 takes. I've Got a Feeling had 2 takes. One After 909, 1 take, and Dig a Pony, 1 take. The visuals and audio of the 2021 rooftop scene, along with the entire Get Back documentary, was significantly enhanced using state-of-the-art technology. And in my opinion, this resulted in audio playback that sounded too polished and more, quote, studio sounding than live. When I went back to the original 1970 Let It Be film and rewatched and re-listened to the rooftop scene, I found the performance and sound was more authentic and realistic, meaning the original 1970 film, again, in my opinion, did a better job of capturing the essence of playing live. It just had a more raw, live feel to it. And I'll leave a link down below in the description box so you can watch the original rooftop scene from the original 1970 film. And then the total runtime for all 3 episodes of Peter's documentary is 468 minutes, which is 4 plus 6 plus 8, which equals 18, and 1 plus 8 equals 9. So there's the number 9 again. Okay, so with that, let's move to the next slide and talk a little bit about Phil Spector. Okay, so I was waiting for Peter's documentary to mention Phil Spector, and he is never discussed. And so I thought that the omission of Phil Spector's role supports the premise of Get Back presenting revisionist history. Now, I covered this in my episode 2 review, but Phil was invited by John Lennon and George Harrison to take on the task of turning the Beatles' abandoned Let It Be recording sessions and turning them into a, quote, usable album. So the Beatles lost interest in the Get Back sessions. And later on, I'm going to play a clip where Glenn Johns is interviewed, and he says essentially the same thing. And then also in my episode 2 review, I took you through a quote that John had made in an interview with Rolling Stone magazine titled Lennon Remembers, and he was asked about Phil Spector's work on the Let It Be album. And to revisit that quote, John says that Phil was given the shittiest load of badly recorded shit with a lousy feeling toward it ever, and he made something out of it. He did a great job. And then I asked the question, how did Phil Spector clean up, quote, the shittiest load of badly recorded shit? Were composites or comps created? I would say that that's a given, that took place. So Phil Spector played a major role in producing the Let It Be album, but he's never mentioned in Get Back. Now, Peter Jackson might argue that his documentary focused on the 30 days of the Get Back session from January 2nd through January 31st, and that Phil's role was outside the scope of the film. But the problem with that argument is that during the Get Back documentary, it points out takes which ended up on the album, an album that Phil Spector produced. So my impression of the Get Back documentary, never bringing up Phil Spector, is that it was looking to sweep the not-so-happy moments under the rug in order to present the sessions as an achievement. So in other words, no unhappy talk. This film is all about presenting the Beatles in a positive light. But the problem with that is that it's not truly representative of what was really going on with the Beatles during that time period. And so by leaving Phil out of the equation, that was a big hole in Peter's documentary, because Phil Spector played a major role, whether you liked his work or not, in producing and releasing the Let It Be album back in 1970. And with that, let me play a brief clip of Glyn Johns being interviewed, and he's talking about the Get Back sessions. And he mentions how the Beatles lost interest in the sessions and turned the tapes over to him. And if I recall my Beatle history correctly, Glyn Johns was working on releasing an album called Get Back that was comprised of the recordings from the Get Back sessions. That album was never released. You can find it as a bootleg. And instead, it was the Phil Spector version of the sessions that got released in 1970 as the Let It Be album. And as you listen to this interview, especially when it gets to the end, you can see that there is still some resentment or sour grapes between Glyn Johns and the fact that the Beatles, and specifically John Lennon, ended up turning the tapes over to Phil Spector to release the album. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, because they had asked for you to come back from
And
somewhere.
then, okay, so then we finish Abbey Road. A period of time goes by and I get a call from John and Paul. They asked me to meet them at Abbey Road. So I jump in the car and go up there. I walk in the control room and there's a pile of multi-track tapes. And they said, do you remember that idea that you had made us acetates of? So I said, yeah. So they said, well, we think that's probably the best way to do the record, and we'd like you to do it. And I went, well, that's fantastic, great. So I said, well, when did we start? And they said, well, we don't start. You're going to do it on your own like you did before. And I thought, well, that's fantastic. They've got all this confidence in me to go away and do this without them there. And in the car on the way home, I thought, hold on a minute. I realized it wasn't anything to do with that. They were bored rigid with it, and they weren't interested anymore. They'd lost interest, so they were quite happy to just give it to me to go away and do, which was a bit disappointing, really. So it did get finished, and I did deliver it back to EMI, and then the band broke up. And it's well before it ever was talked about even being released. By now, Abbey Road's sort of well on the way. And then John Lennon came to America and formed a relationship with Phil Spector, which I always thought was a really, really strange combination of people. And he gave the tapes to Phil Spector, and who puked all over the bloody lot of them. And just awful, awful record now, I think.
Okay, so slide 13, my second to last slide. I wanted to capture some of my summary thoughts. As I watched the documentary, I thought there's more to these sessions than meets the eye. The film depicted a poorly planned and disorganized endeavor. There were many delays, lack of focus, continual off-topic activity, jams, playing old covers, and goofing off during rehearsals and recording. And of course, we had George Harrison walking out on January 10th, and he doesn't return until January 21st. Yet, even with all of these obstacles, the Beatles were able to pull it off because they are the Beatles. And as I mentioned a number of times as I was going through episode 1, 2, and 3, in my mind, the studio setup was not conducive to recording clean tracks. They had all of these active microphones. They were all playing in the room at the same time. They were playing through a PA. And lo and behold, in episode 3, we have George Martin coming out and talking about this and telling them that the sound is mucked up. Multiple recorded takes of any given song were done to create enough content to comp a complete song. So as an example, let's just say that the Beatles did 20 takes of Don't Let Me Down. Out of the 20 takes, they would decide, along with Glyn Johns and George Martin, which was the overall best take. And then they went back to the other takes and they sliced the tape to copy and paste or cut and paste better parts into the best take. So in the end, what winds up happening is they create a final version of the song. So the initial best take becomes a best take by doing the editing. The premise of writing from scratch is unlikely. 4 songs were front and center from the very beginning. They were Don't Let Me Down, I've Got a Feeling, Two of Us, and Dig a Pony. And they appear to have been mostly written coming into the sessions. One After 909 was around since 1963, so all they did was dust that off. And Get Back, although it was depicted as written from scratch, it emerges early on from the Twickenham sessions, starting on January 7th. And then we see the song come up again on January 9th, 10th, and the 13th. And of course, all of this is before heading to Apple. So what I'm saying is Get Back did not emerge during the Apple sessions. So I'm thinking Billy had Get Back pretty much written. And as part of the script for the movie, they made it look like he was writing it from scratch. And if I'm correct that these songs were mostly written coming into the sessions, then all of the rooftop songs were identified early on versus last-minute considerations. And as we know, there was post-production work which included recording. As an example, I Me Mine was not recorded during the Get Back sessions. That was recorded in January of 1970, 1 year after the sessions. Recording or re-recording and editing continued on after the Get Back sessions. And this is documented by the official narrative. Okay, so that's what I mean by there's more to this than meets the eye. I sense that a lot of what was going on, and my friend who's the sound engineer noted the same thing, that it appeared staged or scripted. And then you think to yourself, well, they're making a film. So why would there not be major segments or portions of the film that were scripted? It was like watching a reality TV show. And we all know, or I hope we all know, that reality TV shows are scripted as well. That's not to say that there weren't spontaneous moments. I'm sure there were plenty of them. But I also sense that there was a loose outline or a loosely defined script that was being followed. All right, so with that, let's move to my last slide. Get Back, Episode 3, Closing Thoughts. So, did I feel that the documentary was revising Beatle history? I think yes. I believe that it attempts to spin a lackluster outcome into a significant achievement. And I covered this in my Episode 2 review as well. So if some of this looks familiar, that's why. We have to go back to the original objective. The Beatles were going to write and record 14 new songs in less than 3 weeks, perform 2 live shows for a TV special broadcast. And what was the end result? 12 songs on the album, and we'll break the 12 songs down in a moment, and they performed on a roof to no audience and released a grainy, uninspired movie. So if we break down the 12 songs on the Let It Be album, what was really accomplished? Well, 2 of the songs were throwaways, Maggie May and Dig It, and both of those songs were omitted by Billy with the release of Let It Be Naked in 2003. Another 2 songs were not recorded during the Get Back sessions. I Me Mine was recorded in January of 1970, and Across the Universe went back to 1968. So that leaves us with 8 original songs from the sessions, spanning 30 days. Let It Be, Get Back, For You Blue, I've Got a Feeling, Two of Us, Dig a Pony, One After 909, and like I said back in my episode 2 review, I consider that to be filler track. Somebody disagreed, but that's okay. We all have our certain likes and dislikes with regard to Beatle music. And then, last but not least, Long and Winding Road. And Billy Preston was instrumental during the sessions. Before Billy showed up, those sessions were a flat. They were going nowhere. So Billy Preston pumped life into the sessions. And without his contribution, my opinion is it's possible the entire project might have been shelved permanently, that we may not have even seen a Let It Be album. The documentary never discusses Phil Spector, and I view this as a glaring omission. And I think it was done to avoid the negative aspects of the story and what was going on during that time period with the Beatles. So the film came across to me as a classic Hollywood script, where the heroes persevere and overcome adversity and pull through in the end. It's the Cinderella story. And so therefore, the film was designed to be a feel-good story and was not representative of the historical narrative. And this includes the narrative that we get directly from the Beatles themselves through the many interviews. And I took you through the Rolling Stone interview from 1971 with John Lennon. And, John was pretty clear about how he felt going into the sessions and how he felt during the sessions. And he tells us that George Harrison felt the same way. And so that concludes my review and my thoughts on Peter Jackson's documentary, Get Back. And before we head out, I'm going to leave you with a song that goes way back. And I want you to listen to that song. And you tell me if that song doesn't sound an awful lot like Happy Christmas, War is Over. That's it. You guys have a great day. Take care, and we will talk soon.
Racehorse, and he wore a high hat, and the mane on his foretop was as fine as silk thread. His bridle was silver, his mane it was gold, and the worth of his saddle has never been told. I rode him in England, I rode him in Spain. He never did lose, boy, he always did gain. So come all you gamblers, wherever you are, and don't bet your money.
Hello friends, this is Mike Williams. Now that film and video analyst Paul Jansen has watched Peter Jackson's Get Back documentary, he is back to offer his insights and observations. And so without further ado, here's the interview with Paul, and thanks for listening. Well everybody, Paul Jansen is back with us, and I'm sure this will probably be our last discussion on Peter Jackson's Get Back. I've done a lot of talking about it, and Paul is back for the second time, and I'm going to ask Paul to take us through his impressions of the documentary, which was almost 8 hours in length, and we also have some screen captures that Paul will take us through. And so, Paul, welcome back. And the first thing I wanted to ask you is, what were your overall impressions of Get Back?
Well, for a non-fan like me, I'm just an observer, a casual observer. It's like you already said, it's way too long, especially if you consider that every song is covered during the rehearsals multiple times. You could say, well, it's for the fans. It's nice to see how the song develops from an idea to a final version. But I think the increments that they show are very too much and very with little change. Or it's basically what Michael Lindsay Hawk at one point in the time says during one of the episodes. There isn't any story.
Right.
And basically, that's the impression I get from the whole documentary. There isn't any story other than the fact that George leaves halfway through, or let's say in the first week. There isn't any major progression in the storytelling. It's just a rehearsal, repetition of songs, goofing about, and then the rooftop. That's basically, in 3 words, the sequence and what they showed us. And to cover that in 8 hours or almost 8 hours of film is maybe a little bit on the too much for a normal view. But okay, that's the choice Peter made. I think Peter Jackson did it in that amount of time to give the fans as much as they would like. And in that point of view, you could say, okay, they got what they wanted. So
yeah, I did find the episodes at many points to drag on, and it was very repetitive.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is I agree with your assessment. And like you said, Peter did what he did because, well, he wasn't playing to you and me, right? He was playing to the overall audience out there, right?
Yeah.
So now the other question I wanted to ask you is about the deep fake or the CGI. Now, you and I talked about this, the possibility of Peter going there. Now, I have said that I believe Peter had to use artificial intelligence in order to restore the film.
Yeah.
But I also mentioned when I did my Part 3 commentary that I did not spend any time trying to decipher whether something was deep fake or not. And the reason for that is because the deep fake technology is so good these days. And I point to that one TikTok channel that I had in my presentation.
Yes.
Is Peter Jackson revising Beatle history? And that goes back to August of this year, where this guy does a deep fake of Tom Cruise, and there's simply no way,
no,
especially myself as a layperson, could distinguish whether that's really Tom Cruise or not. So I figured, let me just watch the 8 hours without worrying about deep fake or CGI, and let's just take it in at that level. So what was your impression? Did you approach it the same way, or did you pick up certain things?
Well, the overall thing we can say is that it's similar to what Peter Jackson tells us, that the AI they use was purely for image enhancement. Grain reducement, the original film grain, is completely removed almost from the shot. The sharpness has been enhanced on some images that I'm still questioning of whether that was real or not. If you make a shot from something up close to the camera and something in the rear is also sharp, in the way that lenses have been used and the sharpness of your aperture can be used to create sharpness in one shot. Some of the scenes, not much, but some of them are questionable. But overall, my view is that they only use the enhancement for AI for enhancement, but not per se for creating stuff that wasn't there in the first place. On the other hand, as you said, the Tom Cruise shots, and also nowadays is available on open source stuff you can download simply on your telephone, where you upload a still image and you get moving images of action figures in action movies, etc., with your face pasted on the actor of the particular movie. It's such a high level that it's almost impossible to check images like Peter shows us here to verify if AI has been used. It's almost impossible. But there are 2 instances in our talk. Hopefully this we can cover that I'm very suspicious of, that AI has been used for more than simply enhancement. But we come to that later.
Okay, so let's get started, Paul, with slide number 1.
It's a capture from one of the media presentations Peter Jackson did. This one is from 60 Minutes, and he tells about how he was approached by Apple to talk about artificial intelligence, etc. And he asked what happened to the Beatle film reels of the Get Back documentary, and he was given access to these archives. And interesting is that the vault where he's been shown going into is vault number 3. So the number 3 is interesting. But then they show us him browsing through film cans. And one of the film cans that is shown is the one that we have this capture of. And what he said was that the films were never shown before. And obviously that would be meaning the general public. Film can A reads 1,200 feet of film. 1,200 feet is 33 minutes of film. 400 feet of film is 11 minutes of film. So we have here total 6 reels of film of 400 feet. So added up, that is 66 minutes of film in one can. Peter Jackson says he uses 55 hours of film. So that would mean if every can would contain the same amount of film as this one, they only would need 50 cans of film. But in the shot that Peter enters this vault, we see way more than 50 cans of film. But the vault that he's walking through is obviously showing way more than 50 cans of film. So it's made an impression to be something huge, a huge vault where he's walking through. It could be that the vault has more films than only the Peter Jackson or than only the Get Back session. I thought it's a little bit misleading. But the other thing that is what I would like to mention is that the cans are barcoded. And the barcode is something that has been invented or was common used only in mid-70s. So this film, this can, is already being processed in whatever way. And the barcode makes it possible for an inventory, for a listing, for probably they have been scanned already. That's something that maybe points to the fact that already they were processed, they were scanned, they were maybe edited, reworked, whatever. It's not like they found the original unprocessed film back from the 60s. It's already been processed in whatever way. One of the other things that he also mentions in this interview is that he tells us that one of the ways that Michael Lindsay Hogg was able to capture the discussions between the Beatles without them knowing that they were filmed is that the cameraman, they kept the cameras rolling for 10 minutes straight and leave the camera on and walked away. So the Beatles would have the impression that they were not being filmed, which is an idiotic statement. No cameraman would leave his camera running without him being added. You will not leave your camera running. It's not the way it works. I understand what he's trying to convey to us. He's trying to tell us that Michael Lindsay Hogg used covert techniques to capture sound and images of the Beatles.
Yeah, basically hidden camera, hidden audio.
Yeah.
So he's trying to make it sound like the Beatles are being very frank and they weren't playing to the camera. That is what it sounds like Peter is trying to tell us. Now, Paul, when you say that the cameraman would not leave the camera, why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they just turn it on and then walk away?
Well, it's something you just don't do. It's your film might get stuck. Something might go wrong. Maybe your focus is not on the person you want to focus on. So almost all the shots that we see being used in the film, you always see that the camera is being focused or being directed onto the players in the scene. So if he makes a shot of George or John, you always see that the camera is being pointed to them. It's not like they use a general shot and leave the camera running for 10 minutes straight. It's not how it happens. But I understand that Peter makes that statement just to give the ordinary viewer the idea of they were secretly being filmed.
Right.
It's not like it happened.
All right. Did you want me to move to the next slide?
Yeah, I go to the next slide.
Okay.
It shows the overall view of the Twickenham session. The boys sitting in the middle of a sort of a half dome set with these typical colors of the green, magenta, and whatever red. It's very much, for me, it tells us that the documentary style will be a style where everything will be shown outside of the bandstand. So indeed, they tell us beforehand that the documentary will show more. It's not per se that this is wrong, but it's the way they present us from day one, that they will show more than only the four Beatles. If we go to the next slide, we see this typical shot of the Beatles in that setting, where a lot of stuff is going on beside the Beatles. There's a guy walking through the frame. We see the other crew members sitting at their equipment. So they very much show us, let's say that's a typical technical term, breaking the fourth wall. So you show more than the scene itself. It's deconstructing the scene. That's sort of the intro to the full documentary.
So it's basically giving it the impression of this kind of this raw, what you see is what you get, and if that includes the periphery of the studio, that's what you're going to get. You're not going to just get the four Beatles. You're going to get everything, the environment that's all around them.
And what they're doing by that is sort of implicate that what we're about to see is real, is the truth. It's not only nicely shot, nicely framed. No, you get the whole picture. So they tell us beforehand what you are about to see is what really happened.
Yeah, it's like filming a family get-together, right? And you have a bunch of company there, and it's not going to just be about Susie. You know, Susie has all her friends there, so everybody's going to come into the picture, right?
You're going to see all of it. And that's sort of illustrated by these first two slides.
Very interesting. Next slide.
The next slide, number 4. After George's song "I Me Mine," he asked the boys if the lyrics are correct. He uses a term, freer flowing than wine. And he asks if the superlative of the adjective free is indeed freer. And then Billy quips, freer, like sticky out ears.
Like stick out ears?
Like sticky out ears.
Okay.
So my suggestion is that sticky out ears is a synonym or a nickname for original Paul. Paul is known for his sticky out ears.
Well, that's interesting you should bring that up, because in the original memoirs going back to 2009, in the book it's said that Paul, biological Paul, had monkey ears.
Yeah.
And I remember having a conversation, an email conversation with Tom going back, must be about 4 years ago now, and mentioned to him that was kind of an interesting, if not unusual way to describe biological Paul McCartney. Subsequent to that, it was taken out of memoirs. I thought it was not in good taste for Billy to describe biological Paul that way.
Yeah.
I mean, the ears you have are the ears you're born with. It's not like Paul asked for those ears, right? So the sticking out ears that you're talking about would correlate to what was put in the original memoirs about Paul having monkey ears, is what I'm saying.
I'm not sure about the American expression for a kid with sticky out ears. If that's a nickname often used by English-speaking people. In Holland, obviously, we have nicknames for people with sticky out ears. So it's common to harass people in a funny way with their ears. But for Billy to do it in this way, in this moment, using a phrase from George, free, the word free, and then turn it into freer, like sticky out ears, is, in my view, a very sick joke. He refers to Paul, the original Paul, with sticky out ears, and free would then imply dead. Free like dead Paul. That's my interpretation. It's a very covert, sick joke. And in that sense, it's also masterfully spoken.
It would be like an inside joke, right?
Inside joke. A normal viewer would only think that if already they knew what he meant, he was referring to his own eyes, him being Paul McCartney. But for us, the one in the know, also a little bit in the know, we know that he means something completely different. He refers to the dead Paul, the original Paul. In my view, this is, I don't know. I was very upset when I heard it for the first time, and I almost projected all of the things that we talk about Billy playing the role of Paul, and then him making this joke is in very bad taste.
There were a number of moments, Paul, during the documentary when there are comments and conversation that takes place that really only makes sense once you know the conspiracy.
Yeah.
If you don't know about the conspiracy, then it's going to go right over your head. One of the examples that I talked about when I did my commentary on Peter's film is the scene where they have the hidden camera conversation and they're talking about George leaving and looking to have him come back into the band. And in that conversation, they're talking about when John relinquished leadership of the band.
Yes.
And it passed to Billy.
Yeah.
Now, to somebody who only knows the official narrative, that would be kind of an unusual dialogue to have, because the official narrative says that the band began and always was John Lennon's band. He was the de facto leader of the Beatles. That's the official narrative.
Yeah.
So in Peter's documentary, when we get that scene with the audio and they're talking about the transition of band leadership,
yeah,
that makes perfect sense when you understand what took place.
Yeah.
The true story. When John relinquished the band and passed the baton to Billy. Because Billy taking control of the Beatles was one of his demands.
Yeah, when he took over.
So your point about the sticking out ears and then this dialogue that I just talked about where they're talking about the transition of band leadership, these discussions only make sense once you understand the conspiracy.
Yeah, and for the normal viewer, it doesn't matter.
Right.
They probably cannot see the logic of the discussion or the inside joke, but it doesn't matter. They just see it as a passing by of words, a casual remark. And therein lies sort of how do you say it? The amount of dialogue we get is enormous. So one or two sentences that only make sense for the ones who realize how things are sort of covered by so many dialogue and so many words that for the casual observer it drowns in the total. It drowns in the sea of scenes in the sea of dialogue.
Yeah, it just gets kind of lost in the sauce.
Exactly. And so Peter Jackson, he gets away with that. For the casual viewer, they don't mind. They will not protest. They will not write critical letters to the newspaper.
There was another scene, Paul, now that we're talking about it, that was very, very weird, and it only makes sense when you understand the conspiracy, is when they were sitting together, and it was John and Billy basically talking to each other, but there were others there from the entourage that was around them during the studio. And I don't know if you recall this, but John starts to recite the lyrics to Yesterday, and then Billy mentions the number 9.
Yeah.
And then Billy then mentions Canyons of the Mind, which is a Bonzo song, and Vivian Stanshall.
Yeah.
And between John and Billy, they're going back and forth with this very odd dialogue. And it's like you just said, if you don't know about the conspiracy, it just kind of gets lost and it just sounds like gibberish, or I don't really know what they're talking about. So that's okay. But when you know the conspiracy,
then it makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. You know?
Yeah.
So, Paul, the slide we're looking at now, you have a yellow arrow pointing down, and I think I know where you're going here. So why don't you tell the audience what you observed?
The moment is when they're playing Maxwell's Silver Hammer. And the thing is, in the rest of the Twickenham sessions, George is sitting playing on the platform, the drum platform of Ringo, but not in this instance. He is playing, sitting on a chair next to Mel Evans, who was banging the anvil. So, but his Gibson is lying on a cushion on top of this platform, and by Ringo's drumming, the guitar slides off the cushion and falls with a big bang on the floor. This is so typical of all sessions with the guys. They never use a guitar stand, never. Not in the Twickenham session and not in the Apple session. And what we see here is a result of that. Leaving your guitar like that, and small things can happen, and now it's a very expensive Gibson Les Paul crashing on the floor. I thought it was so typical of the style of how these guys use their instruments, how they treat their whole session of recording with a lot of nonchalance. And that's sort of the atmosphere that is exemplified by this crashing.
Now, that's something I noticed too. Now, even if they didn't have guitar stands, what used to happen when we rehearsed is that we would lean the guitar up against the corner of the amplifier to make sure that it was steady.
Exactly.
Right? So it would be standing up. What I noticed, I did see the scene where the Les Paul hit the ground and I groaned. And I thought, ugh. There were plenty of scenes where you see their guitars lying, like you said, on the floor.
On the floor. Who does that? Yeah.
So the problem with that, folks, you might say, well, what's the big deal? Well, the big deal is if you're walking in the studio and you're not paying attention and you step on that guitar neck, you're going to crack it. That's the big deal.
There's one shot in my series with George Martin talking to Billy. And he's sitting between the acoustic of Billy and another electric guitar. And just in such a position that when George Martin makes one wrong step, he's going to crash the guitar.
Yeah.
Exactly. And like I mentioned earlier, that in my view, but that's my opinion, you never leave a guitar lying on the floor. Resting it to an amp, at an amp or to a podium, okay, but not flat lying on the floor. It's very dangerous.
Well, like I said, somebody steps on that guitar and breaks the neck. That's that.
That's that. It's a few $1,000 down the drain. Okay, but it's sort of it's nice that they captured it, that they're falling off the Gibson, but it's also typical of the whole atmosphere, the whole attitude of the boys and working in the studio and making the recording.
There was another scene with George. I don't know if you remember this, but I remember it very clearly, where he goes to get up and he knocks his microphone right to the floor. At first, I thought he was going to bend over and pick it up, but he doesn't. He went to he grabbed something else, and he just left the microphone there and broke for lunch or something. It was just another scene where you thought, wow.
Yeah. Lack
of care for the instruments and the equipment.
And later on, we will see, or maybe I don't know if you want to connect directly to it. It's the smoking of the boys over their instruments, and I've included some shots of. If we go there.
This is slide 18, yeah.
Slide 18, we see George lighting up his cigarette with a match. And we see the boys, all of them, smoke. And in fact, not only all of the boys. Everybody in the documentary is smoking. Everybody. The only exception is maybe Heather Eastman, the kid of 6, who doesn't smoke. Everybody else is smoking. You could say that's typical of the 1960s. But there's another thing to it, especially the Beatles themselves. They smoke over their instruments. You see Ringo smoking over his drum kit. You see George smoking constantly, and this example is just one example. But then more, I think, not so good is Ringo. Is when he's playing Octopus's Garden, he leaves a smoking cigarette on top of the lid of the Blüthner piano. And also Billy Preston is leaving smoking cigarette on his Fender Rhodes, where there's ashtrays all over the place. So them not using these trays. Why leave your burning cigarette on top of an instrument? How stupid is that?
Billy Preston with his cigarette by the Fender Rhodes. And then I have this image up, Paul, where it's a burning cigarette creeping up on
the lyrics.
I'm assuming lyrics. It's unbelievable.
You could say, well, that's rock and roll. But really, I mean...
Not when you set the studio on fire.
But I think it's more of a lack of common sense, a little bad attitude. They are the how would you say it? They are the Beatles. They can command people around. Hey Mel, get us some cigarettes. Hey Mel, can you get me some shoes size 8? Stuff like that. I don't think it's a nice approach of the boys how they behave themselves, and the cigarettes is just an aspect of that. Let's put it like.
Well, the thing too is, folks might say, "Oh, so what? So they're smoking while they're playing." But yeah, it's not a problem if you're smoking while you're playing. I had a friend of mine who was a guitar player many years ago, Mark, and he used to smoke and play, but you don't do it around tape.
Exactly.
Right, because there are toxins and there's residue from cigarette smoke that could very well wind up on the tape, and you don't want to do that. Now, I guess if you're a bar band someplace, you don't care. That's fine. But considering this is the Beatles in Apple Studio, you would think that more care would be given, especially with George Martin being in attendance, because George, he's a top shelf producer, and I was surprised that all the smoking was going on, and he didn't step in and say, "Hey, there's too much smoke in the control room, boys," or too much smoke making its way into the control room.
But you see, Glenn Johns is also chain smoking, so it's not only that the boys, when they are listening to playback in the control room, are smoking, but Glenn Johns himself is constantly smoking. So. I believe George Martin also smokes, so it's all of them.
Yeah, he does smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't see him smoking in the control room.
Exactly.
In fact, I'm trying to remember if I saw any of them smoking in the control room.
Yes, many.
Okay.
Okay, but now here's the thing. Billy, he doesn't inhale. Now for cigars, that's normal.
Right.
But for cigarettes, you don't smoke cigarettes just to puff about. Billy acts like he smokes. He doesn't smoke. And I watched some other interviews, newsreels, whatever. If you see him with a cigarette, you only see him puff, but you don't see him inhale. Another thing, if there was the suggestion of him inhaling, they make a cut. I watched a sequence where Billy is smoking in the Apple sessions, and you see him taking a drag on a cigarette. And once you take a drag, you would see the inhaling of the smoke, but they make a cut and they show Billy Preston or George or whoever. Peter Jackson excludes it from his scenes. I thought it's very interesting. So we clearly see Billy smoking, but not real. He's acting as if he smokes. Very telling. Maybe it's interesting to go to the scenes of the shots of Billy and Linda in close-up.
All right, so there's Billy. This is slide 7.
Yeah, slide 7. I think he was telling about George left the band, and this is in the morning. John is late, so there's only 2 of the band left, and he makes the remark, and then there were 2, and a few seconds later he starts. What I see is just staring in the distance, but his eyes seem to water up. In my opinion, the watery eyes are added CGI. And this could be done very easily, in my opinion. This is just a little added with a little, almost like Photoshop. Just add an extra eye glittering, how do you say it in English, an eye glow. and you have a person who seems to have watery eyes. It fits the scene, and it adds the drama. So if Peter Jackson has done this, I'm not sure. In my idea, it would be very easy to do so. It's just an observation.
Okay, so Peter may have put a little CGI in here to add a little emotional effect.
Yes. And following that is the next shot of Linda when Billy is playing The Long and Winding Road, which is obviously a very, how do you say it in English, a very emotional song. It's a slow song. It's maybe a song that he already played to her, or demos of that, I'm not sure. We see a close-up of Linda, and Linda is lit in such a very cinematic way. It's almost impossible that it happened by chance. In the studio, in the area where they are sitting, let's say, backstage, and the lamps are not directed to that space in the studio. So her face catching that light in this way, and while she's listening, we see her left eye glowing up. Apparently, it's supposed to have a light. One of the lights is turned up or is rotated.
Her left eye?
Her left eye.
Yeah.
You see an extra glow coming up, and you see glittering in her eye. And it just fits the lyrics of The Long and Winding Road, obviously very, very, very much. And in my view, also, this is added later on.
Okay. The thing I noticed about Linda during the documentary, Paul, is that it almost looked like I mentioned this before we got started, in the old way of talking about things, airbrushed.
Yeah, I think they could have used more, how do you say it, skin smoothing effect on her face, just to give her an even more nicer look in relation to the rest of the restoration of the images. So her face would then be maybe softened a little bit, and maybe her eyes would indeed, like I suggested here, get an extra glitter. She has a hair light in this shot, which is also very Hollywood style, 1930s, the typical beauty shot of an actress, the leading star of a film. It's almost like this. And yeah, maybe they did their best on enhancing her beauty in these shots.
Like a filter. I'm noticing the top of her head, we have this kind of this light at the top of her head here, and then we've got the light here on the left-hand side of her face where it's lit up more.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I agree with you that there was some enhancements definitely done to the images of Linda when she was in the scenes. That was my impression, too.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I mean, she looks very beautiful in these shots, but if it's real, I'm not sure. We can only guess. For visuals, they did their best on giving her the best possible look in the documentary. Okay. After the Twickenham sessions, we go to the Apple studio, the basement studio. Do you want to talk about this shot in the street with the accordion player? I remember from my own youth, I'm from the mid-60s, so I remember that in the early 70s, street musicians, blind street musicians were, well, you could see, now and again, you would see street musicians. But he playing accordion with a sign on it where it says partly blind. It's by chance that they filmed this guy. But on the other hand, Peter Jackson leaves this image in his documentary. It's not adding extra information other than we know that we are driving through Savile Row. I thought it's a nice clue, if it is a clue, that we are partly blind.
It could be. Like I mentioned, he opened up episode 1, 5 minutes in, with a scene from Yellow Submarine, or a frame, I should say, of the scene where there's two Pauls in the Yellow Submarine film. And that was obviously a Paul is Dead clue. That was 5 minutes into episode 1. So I do believe that he did indeed drop little clues here and there with regard to the conspiracy. So partly blind. Yeah, could it be that this guy's partly blind? Yeah, it could be. But why is it in the film? You know?
Exactly. Right. For you and me, it's kind of an interesting image.
Yeah, it has possibilities. Where'd you want to go next?
Yeah, you want to talk about the two apple scrubs, the two girls? I think it was very much staged, and I come to that later on with the image I sent you yesterday, a montage of 3 shots where the girls are visible, but also a girl in a fur coat. So this image would lead to that second image.
Okay, let me go there.
Yeah, it's that interesting. Okay, the next slide. And it has to do with the fact that on Monday, when the guys are first going into the Apple studios, it is said that no cameras were allowed inside the building. But this shot is obviously filmed from within the building, and these 2 girls are shown. So mentally, you tie this shot back to the interview with the 2 girls when they're waiting for the Beatles to arrive. And it's my opinion that the 2 girls are being interviewed, but the girl in the fur coat is also in the shot, but she's in 3 shots. A shot from inside, which is the main shot, and the second shot is when George arrives and steps into the building, and the third shot is when there seemed to be a random street sign shot of the Savile Row, and there the girl in the fur coat is also passing through the shot. It's too much of a coincidence to be random. So I would argue this is staged.
Okay, so you're saying that the Apple Scrubs, the 2 gals down here in the black jackets, they're essentially props, right?
Yeah.
They're meant to be there. And then we have this lady in the fur coat. So we have this is obviously being shot from inside the building, like you said, and they said there was no cameras inside the building, right?
Yeah. People could argue, well, yeah, this shot filmed from inside is from later on in the sessions. It's, I believe, on Wednesday or Thursday in that week that we see the boys arrive. So you could say, oh, well, it's a few days later. It's later than the Monday on which cameras weren't allowed. But then my point is, why is the lady in the fur coat also in the shot that is meant to be taken on Monday? So we have 3 shots with a girl in a fur coat, and obviously it seems very much staged.
And let me make sure I understand what you're saying, Paul. And it's not on the same day, or we're being led to believe it's not on the same day?
It's shown that it is on different days. So the shot where George is entering the building is supposed to be on the Monday, the first Monday in the Apple studio. When George arrives, we see the guys arrive, and then we see a text in the frame which says cameras are not allowed. And already there, the 2 Apple Scrubs are in the scene, but also the girl in the fur coat. And the girl in the fur coat comes back later on in the shots which are being filmed a few days later.
Okay.
And you could say, yeah, well, she's also a fan. Is it true or not? We don't know. But my eye caught it, and I thought, well, if you make a random shot of a Savile Row street sign, how great are the chances that the same girl is walking in the shot? Savile Row is, as we know, a very high-class shopping street with tailors, the typical London Savile Row clothes companies, tailors. So it's very high class. So a girl in a fur coat would underline that a little bit. So if they would need, let's say, extras to fill the shot with some people, then this is a possibility.
And just so folks know who are not familiar, Apple Scrubs basically are groupies.
Groupies, fans, yeah. In the interview they do with the girls, they ask why they're here and what they would like to see, etc. And one of the girls answers, we'd like to see a show, so that also projects to what we later are about to see. But interesting is that when John arrives in his Rolls-Royce limousine, and he, together with Yoko, passes the girls and walks downstairs to the basement, the outside entrance of the basement, the girls hardly look at John. They almost stand there like extras, and they watch the cameraman, and they almost have a look like, is this okay? So you sort of feel that they are staged there, that this is choreographed. You girls stand over there, and when John arrives, you give them a look, and etc. So it seems like scripted. Then the next shot, and now it's becoming interesting, I guess. The shot of Glyn Johns' console. What we know about the console is that it's the studio setup of this guy, Magic Alex. Magic Alex supposedly has installed the studio with a setup. But interestingly, the setup is being tested by Glyn Johns and George Harrison. And they found that everything is not okay.
Right.
And then Glyn Johns sends an SOS to George Martin, and Martin and his EMI crew install EMI equipment to get the recording booth set up correct. And they use 2 4-track consoles, and they feed this signal into George Harrison's 8-track recorder. And I thought this is interesting. The first thing is George deciding to return is on a Wednesday, I believe. And on the next day, Thursday, George and Glyn Johns inspect the studio. So the decision for George to go back, or they have this talk in George's estate. We see this the shot of his estate. It's decided that George comes back, and the next day already, there is a studio set up in the Apple building. How is that possible? If George would have said, no, I'm not coming back, or if maybe it was decided, well, we just continue in the Twickenham studio. So this Magic Alex guy has one day to set up a studio in the Apple basement, and already the next day, Glyn Johns and George Harrison disapprove of it. Very strange, because what we know later in the sessions, we see how much time Glyn Johns needs to get the audio correct, to get all the microphones dialed in, to the whole discussion about microphones being everywhere, and where's our PA, and why don't we hang the PA speakers on the ceiling, etc. So the setup of the studio of the EMI guys, when George Martin gets to the rescue, it takes from Friday to Monday, working through the weekend, to get the setup correct. And then when they guys really enter the studio on this typical Monday, what we talked about earlier, the studio is still not up to snuff, because Tuesday, the day after, we see the piano tuner, we see equipment being brought in, we see the ladders of the ceiling lights, the Leslie speaker is being brought in, the Fender Rhodes is being brought in. So everything needed to get the studio set up, it takes more than something like 5 days in total. So the whole Magic Alex story seems very strange, that he was able to get studio, working studio in 1 day time. Very strange.
Yeah, the actual moving of the equipment, the setting up of it, some of it seemed very off to me as well, Paul. What stuck out with me was the relocating of the equipment from the studio to the rooftop.
Yes.
That was a lot of work.
Yes.
To get done, and the impression you get in the film is, well, they finished up rehearsal on the 29th of January, and then on the 30th, late in the morning, they were ready to go. So the first question I had was, well, who broke down all the equipment?
Exactly.
And rerouted all of the cabling, hooked everything up back up on the rooftop? I don't know. To me, it just seemed kind of weird. Now, my friend who's the sound engineer said that it's possible if they had a number of assistants, several assistants to help them to break everything down and to rehook everything up. So I'm not going to say it's impossible, because you just can't say that. But it just seemed to me like an awful lot of time had to be taken to get everything reconnected and tested and to make sure that it worked.
If you go to slide number 12, we see a shot of the cables coming out of the console. Between the console and the speakers in the console room, there's all this cabling. It's one big spaghetti of cables.
Yep.
That's all from the microphone signal cables from the basement studio. So all of this has to be unplugged, cleaned up, and then all the cables coming from the rooftop down to the basement recording booth had to be plugged in. Everything had to be labeled. So you have what you said about having to snake 75 feet of cable from the rooftop.
At least, yeah.
At least.
It's 5 stories between the basement and the rooftop.
So you can only do that if you label it up front. You would say mic 1, mic 2, mic 3, drums 1, drums 2, etc. So you have to label it to be able to tell at the rooftop and in the basement which cable goes to where. Otherwise, you would be busy all morning signal testing your cables, and then afterwards have to plug it in at real in the real station, real plug station.
I can tell you right now, I would not have wanted this job. I would have quit.
Yeah. So, but it's not only signal cables. All the equipment on the rooftop had power cables as well. So you have your power cables coming probably from the 4th floor, going up, hook up all your amps, your floodlights for the cameraman, your 12 volts feed for the cameras. There's a Nagra recorder also on top with the directional microphones. You have all this stuff had to be powered coming from the probably 4th floor. And then from the rooftop, all the signal cables going down. Okay, it can be done, possibly. I'm not sure in which time frame, but we know that the boys are still being recording on the Wednesday before.
Right.
Like you said, that Wednesday afternoon or maybe Wednesday evening late. I'm not sure which timeline. And then the next day, they're up on the roof, full up and running. Like you said, your sound engineer made the suggestion that a good recording engineer would be able to dial in very quickly the signals from a live recording.
The sound checks, yeah.
Yeah, the sound checks would not be even needed, or maybe rudimental, and the rest would be done at the console. But my point of view is when Clint Johns, obviously, it's shown in the days when they're first in this basement studio. He almost needs 2 days and maybe more, because you made the remark that George Martin starts the discussion of the microphones giving a howling reverb because of the placement of the speakers.
The PA speakers, yeah.
Yeah, they need several days to get the sound right in the basement. Why wouldn't they need that much time on the rooftop? You could say, okay, give it a good few hours and we have a good sound check and we can go. But why didn't that happen in the basement studio? Why couldn't it be done there in just a few hours of signal check, sound check, and then let's go? No, the guys are messing about a few days of the PA speakers, the monitor speakers. But there's also monitor speakers on the rooftop. So wouldn't there be the same problem of a howling reverb? And what you said, it was a windy, cold day, so you have a wind influence picked up on your microphones. So all that would have been cleared in the few hours before the guys would start playing on the rooftop.
Yeah, there's a gap here that is unexplained. That's how I look at this, Paul. There's something missing in this. So
exactly.
The time that they left the studio and then the next day going up to the rooftop is a whole chunk of something that's missing here, that's not explained. It's the same thing with the decking on the roof, right? We talked about that in the first show that we did. And so we leave episode 2 with Billy up on the rooftop with Michael Lindsay Hogg. I think Ringo was there too. And they're talking about, well, yeah, maybe we could do something up here. But they also mentioned that they had to investigate and look into whether the roof can hold the equipment and the entourage and the weight of what will be up there when they played live. Peter's film never closes on that.
Exactly.
We just get to the rooftop scene and all the decking is on the roof, and and then the cabling and all that stuff just magically appears.
It's all already in set. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It is, like I said, there's something as a piece of this, a chunk of this, that has been removed from the timeline and left unexplained.
Exactly.
That's just my take on it,
And this ties into the next step. After the rooftop, concert, you would see the guys back in the console room listening to the playback. And then someone suggested, oh, why don't we finish the recordings here of the left of songs just this afternoon? Because they played around noon, the rooftop concert. And so the afternoon would then mean that they still had a few hours to do a recording. Obviously, that's nonsense. The whole exercise of unplugging the rooftop cables and replugging the basement cables would have to be done all over again, and then the dialing in of all your signals had to be done as well all over again. So for them to suggest that even is totally insane.
That's a good point because, as I mentioned, a lot of people believe or believed, unless you watched the documentary, that the Get Back sessions, the Let It Be sessions, ended with the rooftop session, and it didn't. It went into January 31st, the next day, which meant they would have had to break everything down again and reroute and reconnect everything for the sessions the very next day. Now, again, can it be done? I guess, yeah, anything can be done. If you have the right number of arms and legs to go get it done and they know what they're doing, sure. But I don't know. It just seems a little off.
Following on that, if you go to slide number 33, okay, we see this is the Friday. So after the rooftop concert, the whole studio has been changed. What we see here is that they no longer use the ceiling lights, which gave the Apple sessions this nice soft living room type of lighting and atmosphere. They chose to bring in spotlights on stands, and the black areas we see are what is called flags to direct your beams of light to specific places and other places you want to shadow. So they brought in extra lights, extra light stands, these flags. The whole setup of the studio is different than before. If you go to the next slide, number 34, it's a little bit better visible. Ringo is playing now on a platform without baffling. An interesting detail is over on the left of Michael Lindsay Hogg. All of a sudden there's a fire extinguisher mounted to the wall that wasn't there before. So there's a lot of stuff in there that wasn't there in the previous recording sessions. These lamps and these cameras had to brought in. These lamps specifically, you could say, well, they had them in store. They just had to move them in. It doesn't work like that. If you have these lamps, usually this stuff is being rented. Basically, nobody has this stuff in store. Maybe in the Twickenham studios could be, I'm not sure, but it had to be brought in. It had to be hooked up. Usually these lamps require more or other sources of power with a higher voltage. In Europe, we usually work on 220 volts. Some of these lamps, I know, work on 380. So if you want to use 380, you have to bring in a generator. If these are really movie, how do you say it, movie type of lamps with. Anyway, it's all new stuff brought in. The studio is set up differently. What I see, it looks to me like a few days have passed. This is not the next day. If the previous day was a rooftop concert and the next day was a recording session in the basement, these two images don't seem to line up. It's in timeline, it could be done, but you have to have made preparation beforehand to have all this stuff ready to go, enter into the studio, make a logistic program that you bring in first, all the instruments, then the lighting equipment, then the cameras. It all seemed very not fitting the timeline.
Yeah, it's a completely different configuration for sure. And the other thing I noticed, Paul, was as I was looking at this particular capture, to George's right, his right leg on our left, we see a different Rickenbacker bass as well.
Yeah,
This is not the Rick that was being shown by George Martin.
exactly.
That's not the same bass. So now we have a brand new Rick has appeared in the scene. So, I mean, can somebody have brought in a different bass? Yeah, it
sure.
can. But like you said, when you take a look at the completely different configuration and so on, it's another scene where you're thinking to yourself, are we getting the full story here? Or again, are there gaps?
To me, it feels like a different session, way way off in the timeline that it has been presented. I don't know. Like I say, everything is possible, and with the right people, you can do the right things. But if we look overall, this whole operation is very much not controlled, mismanaged. It starts off with the guys in the studio in the Twickenham session. Nobody knows what's happening. Even the Beatles are asking, what are you going to record our conversations? Nobody knows what's going on. The director, Michael Lindsay Hogg, hasn't got a clue what he will be filming. Halfway the session, he still has no clue. He still says, I have still no story.
Well, at Twickenham, they had no recording equipment. They had to bring in George Harrison's 8-track recorder.
Exactly. So the whole preparation wasn't there. Nobody knew what was going to happen. There wasn't any developed songs, so they say. But in the end, we know that there weren't, because they only played 4 new songs, 1 left over. And in the end, they only played 5 songs on the rooftop, and that took a month to prepare. So it's all mismanaged, misprepared. That's the whole atmosphere, at least that I get from this session.
Yeah, it was incredibly disorganized.
Yeah. So if disorganized, it's, let's say, the overall conception of the observation of the session. It seems strange that all of a sudden they were able to bring in a complete and entire new studio setup with different lights, different cameras, instruments placed on different positions. It doesn't feel fitting to the situation.
Well, there's the different Rick right there.
Exactly.
That I was just talking about.
This shows obviously the misplaced strings coming off the nut of the neck of the bass. And then George Martin comes to the rescue. First, Mel comes to the rescue, and Billy explains. He says the nut is for a right-handed guitar, and this is supposed to be Billy's bass, and Billy is supposed to be a left-handed bass player. So he's complaining that the nut on the neck of his guitar is for a right-handed player, and in this shot alone, you can clearly see that the E and the A string are completely misplaced on the neck of the guitar. So indeed, they are coming loose of the nut.
Yeah, there's a couple of things with this, Paul, that don't make any sense. First of all, this is a lefty bass because the knobs are down here.
Yeah.
If this were a righty bass, the knobs would be up here.
Yeah.
And what's very interesting about this, like you said, the bass has 4 strings. So the top string is your low E, then you have your A, then you have your D, and then you have your G. Take a look at where the A string, this is the 3rd string right here. Look where it's at. It's sitting right on top of the low E.
Yeah. It's almost like they're really coming loose of the neck of the guitar. They are completely misplaced. So he starts complaining to Mel, and he's explaining to Mel that this is a right-handed nut, and he can't play that. So he says the words, "I'm not keen on that." Well, there's no surprise. And then the next shot, slide number 24, George Martin comes to the rescue, and he's trying to explain, or at least Billy is explaining, that he doesn't know where these knobs are for.
I know, that was ridiculous. That was absurd. In fact, I have no idea why that was not edited out of the film.
Yeah, so you could say, well, Billy wasn't used to playing that bass. Okay, but all Beatle fans know that this Rickenbacker was Paul's bass of choice for his studio sessions since 1964, I believe, or 65, I'm not sure. So all the fans would know this. And they now see Billy explaining to George Martin that he doesn't know where these knobs are for. How ridiculous is that?
Very ridiculous, because it's very simple. There are 2 volume knobs and 2 tone knobs, and then there is a pickup selector. That's it, Billy. It doesn't get much more simpler than that. So that whole dialogue was completely contrived.
Exactly. So then you could say, at least you and I, is this a hidden clue, or is this just a plain out, right in your face, open clue to us that Billy doesn't know how to play Rickenbacker bass, so Billy is not Paul McCartney? Well, we obviously know that already, but it shows here very clearly.
Yeah, it was very, very weird,
Yeah.
that entire scene. And the other thing, we talked about it before, you mentioned Mal Evans, who's depicted like he takes the short bus to school every morning. I felt bad for Mal because he was a gopher.
He was a gopher. Go get some ciggies. Go get some drinks.
Go type this up.
Yeah, George at one moment says, "Can you buy some size 8 black shoes? Because I don't go to shoe stores." I mean, totally absurd.
It was horrible. I felt bad for the guy.
Okay, but also the whole thing about coming back to the use of an anvil to create the sound of an anvil is also very strange. In one of the first days in the Twickenham session, Billy says, or John, I'm not sure who was it. He says, "Mal, we're gonna need an anvil and a hammer." And the next scene, they show us that indeed an anvil has been brought into the studio. But if you want to create the sound of an anvil, you don't have to bring in an anvil. Just bring in a hammer and a piece of steel, or you bang a hammer to a screwdriver, and you have the sound of metal being drummed.
I don't even know where you would go get one. If somebody said, "Go pick up an anvil," do I go to the Home Depot for that? Where do I go, to a hardware store? Where do you get an anvil from? Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about, you and I spoke about this earlier. Take a look at George Martin's. He's kneeling down by Billy. Look where the Fender 6 is.
Exactly. If he makes one wrong move, you have two guitars being killed.
Right.
I don't get it. And another thing is that what you mentioned, you could say, well, then rest your guitar to an amplifier.
Or a chair or something, yeah.
But there's another, not in my series, but there are clearly some shots where we can see that one of the guitars of Billy is resting to the Fender Rhodes of Billy Preston. And that also I find it strange. If you have a guitar with strings that can vibrate on their own, resting to the Rhodes, you get sort of a reverb, an unwanted reverb.
It resonates.
It resonates. So that also what I thought it was a strange thing to see. It follows the strangeness of microphone placements, and also if you maybe skip to scene number 22.
Yeah, before I go there, Paul, in a second, I just want to, again, I talked about the bleed through, right? So here's the PA on the far right. It's to George's right.
Yeah.
And that PA is cutting across the microphones for both amps for the guitar. It's cutting right across the room.
Exactly.
And then that's the Leslie speaker in the back, which is in the corner. That's to the right of the PA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another problem.
Yeah.
You fire up the Hammond organ through that Leslie speaker, and you're going to have the same problem, I think, that you would have if you are playing through that PA, which evidently they were, because in episode 3, that's when George Martin stepped into the studio and said the sound is all mucked up.
Yeah.
Because of the setup.
And the boys are complaining that they can't hear what they are playing.
Yes.
Then also Glyn Johns, of all people, has to tell the boys that their guitars are out of tune. And when it happens to Billy, it's interesting that that John and George start laughing at Billy that his guitar is out of tune. Almost like, hey, who's leading the band and whose guitar is now out of tune? They sort of taking the, how do you say it in English, taking the piss out of him. Was a very comical scene, illustrative of how old boys are not knowing what they're doing. And one of my, let's say, general observations regarding this is also that they are not in full control of their instrument. They are not, like say, masters of their instrument. I mean,
no.
John and George can play a decent piece of guitar. Billy obviously isn't a real bass player. He plays his bass parts, but he's better at the piano. Let's say he excels at the piano. Ringo and Billy should be a rhythm section of the band, but they are not. In all the songs that we are seeing here, every time either John or Billy are telling Ringo how to play drum, it comes across as Ringo not being the best drummer they could have. And that ties in to the documentary or the remarks that George Martin and Billy had when they're discussing Ringo, that Ringo was not such a great drummer, and we sort of played around it.
Yeah. Well, Billy had said in that interview with George Martin that when they played live, of course Billy wasn't there, but he was saying that Ringo would speed up and stuff like that. Now, in all fairness, keeping perfect time, precision time as a drummer, I mean, the studio guys, can do that. The Beatles, like Ringo, John, George, I've said this, since I did my presentation, did the Beatles write all their own music? They are a bar band. Yeah. They are a bar and club band. So it's not that they can't play their instruments. It's that they are not studio quality musicians. And this is one of the things that my friend who's the sound engineer for almost 40 years, that he pointed out as he was watching this. He said that it was very clear that they were not studio players, with the exception of Billy. Now, he understands that Billy is naturally right-handed. And going to your point, Paul, about Billy, Billy's primary instruments are wind instruments and the piano.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you watch the old Bonzo videos with the songs, Billy's playing wind instruments.
Yeah.
And he's a very good piano player.
Yeah.
He's not an exceptional piano player, but he's very, very good. And this is by his own admission, by the way. He will tell you the same thing. In interviews, he'll say that.
Yeah.
So, in any case, this whole room looks like a mess.
Speaking about a mess,
Yeah, we should go to the mess.
Yeah, we should go to the mess.
Because even, I think, Glenn Johns made a comment about...
After the first day, Glenn Johns makes the comment. He said...
Here it is, right here.
Yeah, he says the record...
Slide 16?
Yeah, slide 16 is the photographer's corner. But Glenn Johns makes the observation that the recording room looks like a pigsty.
Yes.
And that's only after one day of recording. So, but here we see a little, we see the camera and the light meter and the camera bag, and we see the cartons of the films. If a photographer, he mirrors what he sees in the rest of the studio. But if you have a mess like this, can you produce quality stuff? I'm not sure.
Well, let's take a look. Here's another view.
It's a way of working. Yeah. This is after the Leslie... It's slide number 15. By the way, Mike.
This is when after the speaker got there,
yeah,
right?
After the speaker got out of the box, they just leave the box lying there in the studio. Don't clean up anything.
That's because Mal will clean it up.
Maybe they're thinking, well, Mal, you brought it in, you clean it up. I don't know. The other image is the number, what is that? 14. Where the Fender Rhodes is being brought in. And you made an interesting point about the Rhodes being brought in before Billy Preston arrives.
Right.
So they already probably, most likely, knew that Billy Preston was going to be part of the band.
Yeah, because it showed up like a day or two before Billy just had a surprise visit at the studio. And I thought to myself, oh, give me a break.
Yeah.
That Fender Rhodes was brought in because they knew he was showing up.
Of course. In these kinds of things, nothing will be left to chance.
The other thing, too, is during the 8 hours, I think I heard Billy Preston say 2 or 3 words.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it was as if you were watching a silent movie.
Very strange.
He just smiled a lot.
Yeah, you smiled a lot.
played beautifully.
Oh, well, wonderful. I mean, that's sort of what the Beatles themselves say, and George Martin also, I believe, that once Billy Preston arrives, the whole dynamic of the recording session
picked up tremendously.
All of a sudden, the guys are inspired to play better, to develop their songs better. Everything sort of gels together after Billy Preston enters. So maybe this wasn't just a surprise.
No, and I would bet that Billy Preston has played with them before. I mean, as far as session work, as an uncredited musician.
Probably.
They go back to the story, well, he knew them back from the Hamburg days, and I thought, well, he did. But I was thinking to myself as I was watching this, I'll bet some of the keyboard and piano work that we hear on Beatle records was Billy Preston. That was my thought.
Yeah.
And I do not think that he just popped in, because that Fender Rhodes showed up right in time.
It would have looked nice if he would have arrived and then a day later they brought in the Fender Rhodes. Then it would make sense. But now his instrument comes in before himself, so it looks very strange.
Hey, look, I think without Billy Preston, I said this, I seriously doubt they would have gotten anything done.
Yeah.
He put a lot of structure behind the songs.
Especially, yeah. And there was a moment where they are playing, I believe George Harrison is at the piano, and he's trying to find some chords. And then Billy Preston says, no, it's an A chord, it's an E chord with an A, or an E chord with a C, something like that. And then you see George Harrison looking, oh, really? So they sort of have a nice communication about finding the right chords to the song. One of the few moments, indeed, that Billy Preston making conversation. Yeah.
We have a picture here of Heather and
either that one, Heather, or the one where George is enjoying milk and cookies and whiskey and wine. I was emphasizing the fact that in this shot with Linda and Heather and the other girl whose name I'm not sure of, you see very clearly a bottle of J&B Scotch.
This is kind of a weird mix. You have J&B, bottle of milk.
A bottle of milk, a bottle of wine, and cookies. So you could say milk and cookies and J&B and wine.
The session of champions.
Drinking on the job.
It's just not appetizing. I mean, just to look at the whole mix here, especially with the milk.
But also in some of the other shots, you see the roadie Kevin Harrington pouring white wine, etc. I think it's strange to emphasize that in the environment of your workplace. Okay, you could say they are already smoking, so why not show them drinking? But at one point, John is complaining that his voice going sour and that he's feeling tired. Well, no surprise there. If you're boozing up and smoking all the time, it's not very contributing to your quality of voice.
Well, especially if you're going to go into the studio for 30 days and sing and sing and sing and sing, you do run the risk, unless you are a professional singer. Billy knows how to use his diaphragm.
Yeah.
I don't think George or John had voice lessons.
Oh.
The possibility that you can strain your voice.
Yeah.
And become hoarse and all that is highly probable. So
go to the 27, George Martin. There is a hidden booth, and that's you could flip between 27 and 28. There is a hidden booth with a camera in the lobby of the building, and at one point in time we see George Martin entering the building, and he smiles like this to the camera. I describe it as Duper's delight. He definitely knows what's going on. And he can't hide his face, him knowing what's going on and showing us. And the next slide, number 28, we see the policeman coming back from the roof. So this is number 28 is after the concert, but we see clearly now this recording or this camera booth, which is strange because this shot is made from the lobby with a camera. So the camera is not in the booth, it's outside the booth. So the point of having a booth is non-valid in the first place in this shot. But anyway, the officers coming back from the roof. I think it was all a setup. The police were in on it. They probably got a message, indeed, call in from complaints of the businesses in the neighborhood. They say, what's this racket all about? And so the police enter, but I think they were in on it. And I saw an interview with one of the police officers, the young one, the somewhat taller one, explaining nowadays, so that's now 50 years later, he's still alive, this guy. He's telling that there was no intention of arrests being made. He was just trying to get the volume of the noise down. But probably, or maybe likely, he was instructed, go up there, go up to the Apple building, make some noise, make some strong voice, and make an appearance. And in anticipating that, the production made this camera booth in the lobby. I mean, it's all set up. It's clearly visible in these two shots. I mean, I don't know what else can be told about it.
Right. Yeah, you can even see the light up above, right?
Yeah, they brought in extra light for the camera to have a good lighting setup to work from.
Yeah.
Who would do that if you're not expecting anyone?
Yeah, if it's supposed to be spontaneous and it's supposed to be, like a reality TV show. Well, we know reality TV shows are scripted, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, this is a typical aspect of all being planned out and scripted. Shots can be maybe the ones from the rooftop. The 29 is the first setup. You see the monitor speakers standing vertically, so upright. And later on, we see during the concert itself that they're lying down. And you made an interesting remark about the monitor speakers lying down, giving not the correct feedback to the players of their sound, of their instruments. I thought it's very interesting that it clearly shows in these two images.
Yeah, the playback monitors, you want them to be angled facing you.
Yeah.
As the band, especially for the singers, so that they can hear themselves. If you can't hear yourself when you're singing, when you're playing live, then there's the possibility that, you could wind up singing a little sharp, a little flat, and so on.
Exactly.
And they took these speakers here. These are the ones with the black backs. At one point, right here they are upright, but then they lay them down on their sides. And so the point I was making when I did my Part 3 review is when you lay them down, the sound is actually shooting across, below your kneecaps.
Exactly.
Can you hear yourself? Yeah, you can hear yourself, but not as well if the speakers were angled properly so that the sound was coming up towards your ears. Some people might say it's a minor point. That's fine. I get it. And then they have two PA speakers, one on the left, to the far left, and one to the right that's leaning up against the rail.
Yeah.
And that's playing out to the crowd.
Yeah.
So as soon as that started playing, what would happen is, because you're playing into a city street, you're going to get reverberation off the buildings and the windows and stuff like that. And I was wondering, how are they able to get a clean vocal sound with that echoing effect in the background?
Yeah.
Because what would happen is you would get this delayed effect coming back at you.
Exactly.
And so, again, it's just one of those situations when I looked at the setup, I was just scratching my head.
Yeah, it's very strange. One of the smaller details which you can see in this shot is the setup of the cameras, the camera crew, also the floodlights that they have to use because it was expected to be a cloudy day. And the film stock they used was... I read up on this. It was very interesting. They used 100 ISO film stock, but corrected for tungsten light. If to use it outside, you have to use a correcting filter to get your color balance correct. But the correcting filter eats up 1/3 a stop of light. So what you end up is with a 64 ISO film sensitivity. And to make up for that, they brought in these floodlights, and you can see them laying next to the camera crew, wrapped in cellophane to protect them for possibly the typical English rain or something. So that's interesting to see how it's all being set up here. Also, of notice is that in the background you see these vertical stands with these red grips on top of them. These are camera stands. No, sorry, light stands, but they weren't used. Later on in the other shots, you see that they have been placed farther backwards in the set. Then maybe interesting to see. Well, the shot number 31 is John and Billy playing, and Ringo also, but you see the size of the amplifier speakers. And the roadie, Kevin Harrington, has made an interview somewhere where he told about how these speakers were not able to be moved upstairs, and they had to break open a skylight to hoist them to the rooftop. But if these a bass speaker generally is something like 100 pounds or so, so to hoist that up with a rope through a skylight, interesting. Nice job of these guys to get it up there.
Well, these bass bottoms here, I mean, I used to have an old Ampeg V4. That thing weighed a ton. And mine wasn't even a bass amp. Mine was a regular guitar amplifier.
Yeah.
So these are very, very heavy. And the Fender Rhodes itself is not a light instrument. I used to play a Fender Rhodes going back many years ago. So, yeah, I heard, too, that they had to take it through the skylight. And I guess it's the skylight right behind Ringo.
If you look in the rear of, let's say, beneath this concrete slab, there is a white plane, somewhat tilted. I couldn't find it earlier, but I checked on it. After the concert, the guys leave the roof and they go down the stairs. And in one of these shots, you see that this white plane tilted towards the wall is in fact one of the skylights that's standing open.
The one that's right behind the amplifier?
Yeah, exactly. It's right behind the amplifier. And if you go to shot number 32, we have a shot from the back of the band, and you see the entire skylight, this typical half-domed shape of the skylight. But the one that's standing open is not visible, just not, very unfortunately, but anyway.
You can see the actual lighting that Michael Lindsay Hogg was using to the right.
Yeah, exactly. And also what the boys, in fact, were looking at is the skyline of London, but without any audience other than their own girlfriends and a camera crew. And this was one of the points that I believe George or John, I don't know who, it was discussed very often about doing a concert, but in the end, a concert without audience. And this is then what the band were playing for, the skyline of London.
Yeah, it was George who said, I don't really want to play on the roof. And he didn't say it, but the point he was making was, why?
Yeah.
Who are we playing to?
Who are we playing? Yeah.
And that's a good question. So that, what that says, I think, is it was something that was done for cinematic effect. It was something that would go down into Beatle lore as if it was some magnificent moment in their timeline, when in fact, like you and I discussed when we first got onto the show, at the end of the day, they played 5 songs on the rooftop.
Exactly.
30 days in the studio, it wound up being 5 songs.
Yeah. The whole idea of Michael Lindsay Hogg to make it a large theatrical performance in Libya, in the old amphitheater, and we sail in English fans and make it a large spectacle. That was a very grand idea, but in the end it turned down to this bleak little show without audience. It's a very strange counterpoint almost in the type of discussion.
Yeah, they missed the objective tremendously.
Yeah.
Like the original objective was to write, record 14 original songs, get that done in 2 weeks so they could do a live show.
Yeah.
Perform live at an amphitheater out in Libya. At least that was one of the proposed sites. To 30 days banging around in the studio, doing a lot of cover songs, winding up on the roof of your recording studio and playing 5 songs.
Yeah. Almost as if in lieu of an alternative, Well, then we go up to the roof. I mean, it's not fitting the whole image of the Beatles, this grandiose, the greatest rock and roll band ever. I mean, those were the words that everybody uses in those days and even now. And then looking at this, and then it's only 5 songs and added up 13 minutes of total playing time if you leave out the extra takes. It's a very bleak underachievement almost.
Yeah, absolutely it is. That's what I had said in my commentary videos. I wasn't trying to be funny and I wasn't trying to knock them, but what I was doing was comparing what they ended up with versus what they started with. What was the original objective and where did they land? So it's an underachievement.
The quotes that the cameras get from the street, people in the street, is also stressing this. One of the men said, "It's a bloody stupid place to have a concert." One of the others says about hearing them in the streets. He says, "Yeah, well, we'd also like to see them." I can't see it makes sense. One of the women says, "Why is it up on the roof with all the money they got?"
Right.
A very strong point. It's not befitting their status.
Paul, maybe at the end of the day, considering where the band was at, maybe this is all they were capable of.
This was the best they could do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's give that some thought.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to put them on some lofty pedestal, but at the end of the day, this was it.
Yeah. In that respect, it's sort of it's very telling for which direction they were headed. I mean, that they broke up very shortly after is was not a big surprise.
No.
But in one of the quotes I got from, let me see if I can find it. Oh yes, in one of the first day in the Apple studio, when everybody's still walking about, and George Harrison is talking to George Martin. And they're talking about how's your business going or something to that effect. And then George says, "Hasn't it disintegrated like ours?" So he's talking to George Martin and he's referring to ours as being the Beatles is disintegrating. So already then during the sessions, they have, at least George Harrison has this feeling of, well, this is sort of the last thing we're doing and then we put an end to it. I thought it was very telling that in these little discussions, almost very clearly visible, you could almost taste it that this was the last thing they would do. And then, also, like you already said, going into the sessions, George wasn't into it. He came back from the session in New York, where we had a very pleasant playtime with Bob Dylan's band, and then he came back to the winter of discontent, as he called it. And Ringo, in the first week, he was totally bored out of his head. He didn't feel like it. John was goofing about just to get his head off. It's very telling that the only person willing to do this with 100% was Billy.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, when Billy was having the discussion in the studio, and I think it was Michael Lindsay Hogg that asked him, well, they were all having a discussion, I should say, and then Billy was quiet. And Michael Lindsay Hogg asked him, "Hey, what's on your mind? What are you thinking about?" And Billy's talking about, well, where do we go from here? What's the future look like? And the other 3 Beatles are sitting in the room and nobody says anything. And that was very telling to me because what they were saying through their silence is, there is nothing after this, Bill.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
And in fact, John quit the band. I think it was August of 1969. So, 8 or 9 months later, he was out.
Yeah.
And Billy threw in the towel, I think, in April of 1970. So, but the question I wanted to ask you, Paul, is, did you get the impression when all was said and done that Peter was trying to revise Beatle history to put a happy face on a period of time that wasn't so happy for them? What were your impressions?
If that was the objective, I think he could have gotten that result by cutting it very much shorter. In fact, what he did, the clues that we already discussed today, the dropping clues of Billy, but also the telling clues of where the band was in terms of was there any future left. If the objective of Peter Jackson was to show us a happy band, with a nice rooftop result, he could have left out all this, let's say, negative stuff, but he kept it in. So in my view, this, let's say, negative tendency of the band coming to a close, coming to an end, is indeed left in the documentary. So it's for let's say, for a keen viewer, you could see this already presented in this documentary. And for the happy viewer, who thinks that this is all glory, Beatles are still the greatest rock and roll band ever, and this was just their most recent project, they probably will not notice these little negative tendencies that we pick up on.
Right.
Well, so I think Peter Jackson made a very clever end result for everyone who wants to see what he wants to see. And in that respect, he did a good job. But from my view, as let's say a non Beatle fanboy, I say it's way too long. And if you want to present a happy band, then you could have left many repetition, especially if a song goes wrong in a repetition, all the stuff that several takes, Glenn Johns complaining that the take is not correct, etc. They could have left all that stuff out, and then you would end up with something like 2.5 hours maybe of documentary with the development of the songs, with the result of the rooftop concert. And then you could have included all the happy stuff with Heather singing and dancing, and maybe the shrieking with Yoko. It could all have been included and make it a total happy atmosphere. But Peter Jackson left all the negative stuff in. So I don't think he's retelling, or how do you say it, revising history. But he's giving it a twist for everybody to find in this documentary what they are looking for. And in that respect, I think it's very cleverly done.
Well, I was actually quite pleased that he did drop some of the conspiracy clues in the documentary.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about before. If you're familiar with the conspiracy, especially if you are familiar with what Memoirs tells us, then there were a number of moments when you picked up on it and you knew exactly what they were talking about.
Yeah.
So he had a little bit of something for everybody in a way.
Yeah, exactly. But overall, I would say it's way too long. And he could have included those clues or those truths also if he would have sliced it up somewhat shorter. On the other hand, I can imagine that Disney was very pleased to be able to show almost 8 hours of stuff. So it's all then in the end it's all in a commercial situation where they just say, well, just go and make 3 episodes. And but for in viewing time, it was way too long, and especially if, like you and me, we're trying to look for some peculiarities or truth drop or other strange stuff. It's very long. It's a long watch.
Yeah, and the one thing that I put Peter on the hook for is he did not present or have any kind of discussion about the fact that the Beatles abandoned the sessions.
Yeah.
In other words, they didn't think enough of the sessions to really do anything with. So they originally handed the tapes off to Glenn Johns, and then it wound up with Phil Spector.
Yeah.
And so the argument's going to be, and I know what the argument is, some people have already made the argument with me. They're going to say, well, Mike, this was all about the footage that they had for the 30-day period of time. Okay, I understand that. But Peter called it a documentary.
Yeah.
And if it's really going to be a documentary, then you need to document the full story. And he, in my opinion, he left off a chunk of it, which was very important, which was they were dissatisfied with what came out of it, and then they handed the tapes off first to Glenn Johns and then to Phil Spector to do something with it, and they walked away from it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, that's just my view.
Oh no, I think it's very interesting because the opinions go all over the place. Whether the the original versions or the Phil Spector versions are the better ones, and who was responsible for what and who thought about what. But what he did do, so he could have included the Phil Spector discussion. He leads in with the old images of the Beatles. So let's say the happy days of the Beatles.
Right.
Some of the first 5 minutes or something in episode 1 is just a lead in to this documentary with old images. So why not lead out the documentary with what happened to the recordings? How were they processed to the result we all know? How was Billy's alternative take, the naked versions? And what you said, he left out certain songs. So all that stuff that went on afterwards, Peter Jackson could have easily put it in to make at least the picture complete.
No, you're absolutely right, Paul. You're making an excellent point, because he led into the documentary with footage and presentation that had nothing to do with what Michael Lindsay Hogg filmed.
Exactly.
He went back to the early days and took you through a timeline, but then he cut the timeline off at January 31st, 1969, and we know that the timeline went beyond that.
Yeah. Like you said, there were retakes of vocals, of drums. So these things are left out. In fact, what he also left out, in contrary to the earlier sessions, the Friday sessions, it's only shown what is, as they say, being the versions to be found on the records. So they only play the final versions. That, let's say, they show us the final version. And on the Friday, the outtakes, where Glenn John say, "Hey George, your guitar out of tune," are not shown. They're only showing us the final versions. So they make the Friday a real happy day with only successful takes. And so also here is a little bit of modifying of the images. They have been edited to a form of a conclusion. The conclusive Friday, where everything was wrapped up and the album was completed. So,
and we know that's not true.
Yes. And so in that respect, you could say Jackson didn't make it complete as it should have been.
You and I are in agreement. Well, Paul, that was a fantastic discussion.
Was it?
No, it really was. It really was. I think it was very free flowing, and we just talked about stuff based upon our take on what we took away from the documentary from watching it. You know, we're not saying we're right. We're not saying we're wrong. We're just talking about our impressions.
Yeah.
You know, and you had some great insights. So, Paul, before we head out, though, there was one slide, one moment in the documentary that was very telling. And I had said that George was the one person that I felt was thinking logically through this whole thing.
Yeah.
And was really speaking from the heart. And so there was a moment when George talks about being yourself. Do you want to explain to the audience the dialogue that took place?
Before this, the boys go back to the days they were in India, and what their reason was going to the Maharishi, a spiritual session over there. George makes a remark about that it's the biggest joke to be yourself. And if you were really yourself, you wouldn't be any of who we are now. And then he gives this look to Billy when he takes a drag from his smoke, an almost killing look, in my view, to Billy. For the ones who know what's going on, this is, in my view, this is very obvious. He's almost killing Billy and Billy's persona and his role in the band with this one look. I think the words "being yourself" and what we know of who Billy is and what role he plays, and the deception and the lies and everything that we know that the last 50 years have been presented to us, is, for me, comes down to this image.
Yeah, because he's telling Billy, this is not real.
This is not real. I think, well, like you say, George is sort of the emotional heart of the band, if I can explain it like that. He always comes with the most sensitive remarks, also the most logical remarks. Why move up to Libya to have a concert? Who's going to pay for all this? It's always George who has the most sensible and logical remarks. But now here in this shot, in this scene, he talks fully from the heart, and he doesn't disguise it with secrets or with hidden second meanings, but just enough for us, you and I, to know what he means, and for a casual viewer to say, oh, well, look, he was making a smart remark. But you and I both know what he's meaning by this. And the look he gives Billy is, in my view, very telling.
I agree. Well, Paul, I think with that, we'll wrap it up. And I want to thank you for your time.
I can only say thank you very much for having me on the show. And I say goodbye. Have a nice New Year's Eve.
Same here, Paul. Thank you so much.